Ha! I forgot to. Well, I didn't forget. I clicked things I didn't mean to click, and so I didn't do the countdown. And so maybe this came on mid-sentence because I have been reliably informed by people that tends to happen. C'est la vie. Keep trying to alienate French people by doing that. But and hey, Megaleech, how are you on this Friday night? I actually, from the feedback I've got, there is about a 30-second lag for a lot of people between when StreamYard tells me I'm live and when they actually see me. So I tend to pop up in mid-sentence. So let me entertain you. I want to do that, and that'll stop that auto change. Good. I still have not done something about the way this webcam pisses me off. Overlays. What's that? Let's get another overlay. Right, that's what I wanted. Okay, that's working now. Good. Just got shit together. Hello, Abigail. How are you this evening? I hope the pain is not as bad. Okay, sorry. I don't know about other people. Like, people talk about leaving hundreds of unread emails and notifications on things. It bugs the shit out of me. I can't do it. Even if I don't really do anything with the email or message or don't even read it properly, I have to click on it so the notification saying it's unread goes away, because it bothers me. It bothers me so. And that's a little thing. Luke. So I just had this thing on my screen. Weird sort of lag rollover. I don't even know how to describe it. You get a little thing pops up for the command when you roll over something that does something, and sometimes it just stays there like a ghost. I hate it. Abigail, you have pain on top of pain. God damn, that's not good. Carpal tunnel syndrome from too much crochet. Well, that sucks. That sucks a lot. Ugh. What are you gonna do, eh? What are you gonna do? Man, this is the things, like, when you get those people who, like, creationists, but dress it up in a cheap suit and think it makes them look special, and they call themselves intelligent design proponents, biggest load of horseshit. And it's like, and I just find the term funny, intelligent design. And when I look at human bodies and all the things that go wrong with them, I could get on board with semi-intelligent design, semi-intelligent line with distinct lack of focus and lack of attention to detail design, because there's some dumb shit about human bodies that makes no sense or is very substandard. Not half the troubles you day. Don't have energy to cook. Uber Eats failing you. No. Now half your hand has pins and needles. Holy shit. Well, if you weren't on the other side of town, I'd bring you some food. But that is a big old pile of crap, and no mistaking it. That is not good at all. Oh well. It's like, well, there's nothing I can say because it's a bunch of shitty things, one on top of the other, and that's just what's happening today, and can't really do anything about it. which, sucks. That, again, this is where I think the intelligent design concept falls down really badly. What sort of intelligent designer would design things like fucking chronic pain? It's stupid as hell. Is that what you think it is, Abigail? Humans are perfectly designed to survive on the plains of Africa during the Stone Age and only live till 30. That might be it. Look, yes, the news in South Australia was pretty wild. That the Premier now thinks the lockdown was never required, but happened because someone lied to them. They thought he contracted the virus from very casual contact at the pizza place, like he'd just gone to pick up a pizza, but he'd lied and he'd actually worked several shifts there, so it wasn't casual contact. Made them think they had some new super COVID. He's not popular at the moment. He's not popular at all. What a clown. What an absolute clown. It's just like that's in Australia, we're like so much better off than America with their huge swarming masses of absolute mutants saying and doing ridiculous and stupid things in relation to COVID. But God, we have our share of people doing dumb fucking things. Like every time, there is an outbreak or the threat of an outbreak or a new case or whatever, it's so often it stems back to person being fuckwit. And it just really highlights how often people are fuckwits. There's so much riding on it at the moment. So individual cases of people being fuckwits, it's blown up huge and it really draws our attention to it. But my God, we just see the repercussions of people being fuckwits at the moment. Look, people are guarding his pizza store in case of retribution. Oh, God. People, eh? People are fucking stupid. Abigail, I should watch Disclosure on Netflix. Not just because it's TDOR, which I don't know what that acronym stands for, but because you should. Okay. I feel like I know what that is. Doco, trans lives on screen, American documentary. Film follows an in-depth look at Hollywood's depiction of transgender people and the impact of stories on transgender lives in American culture. Oh, good Lord. That would be a thing. Oh, TDOR, Transgender Day of Remembrance. The thing that I said for the title of this. Excellent. I'm fucking neurons firing here. I'm fucking on top of it. I am so on top of it, it only takes me a minute or so to understand incredibly obvious things. So there ain't no holding me back with my ability to grasp the bleeding obvious given enough time. So what are you going to do? You're just going to have to wait for me to catch up when it's something very obvious is sort of said to me. You just got to give me time to catch up and process it and get to, oh, that's what we're talking about. Cool. And that's, I just remembered this fucking thing's running out of battery. Let's just check. Speaking of which, that's Aidsy wanting the link. I will send it to him forthwith. There we go. Hyperstrike, thank you. It is Formal Friday, and I am going to be making cocktail videos. So this is my cocktail making gear. Yes, so I've got to decide what I'm going to do. Am I going to make myself a drink for fun at the moment? I'm going to make a banana daiquiri. He's one of those people who always has to reply to texts. Ask for something, I say done, and he has to reply. And I look, yeah, it's polite, but it's just like, so not necessary, but it's not a big thing. I don't know why I'm even bringing it up. But all right, now I have to charge this. I just realized, really, really low on charge. Evil voice, do it. I assume that's to the have a drink for fun. Yeah, so I'm gonna make a banana daiquiri, and I knew what the other one was gonna be as well. Gibson Martini days today. Videos going live on my cocktail channel now. What do I want? A date next Thursday, the 26th. Casablanca, Crime of the Century, Tutankhamun's tomb, Pyramid Punch, cloves. Do we have any cloves? Don't think it's absolutely necessary myself, but we'll see. Actually, I might quickly ask the question of one who would know. Hello. Would you happen to know off the top of your head, would we have cloves in the herbs and spice collection? If you don't instantly know, I'll just look. Yeah, no, it's okay. Right, I might. I'm going to be a completist with that recipe. I need some cloves. And speaking of stinky herbs,
hello, I'm a stinky herb. I'm of the genus poo flower.
You
should have seen the logo I dropped in the cafe today. Oh my god! I could have iced the fucker and sold it as a cake.
Oh dear.
Or a nut loaf. You know. No, I don't eat nuts, so it would have been like a Swiss roll. But I would have had to paint the spirals in myself using. You don't want to hear much more of this, do you?
No, we'll leave it go at that. Was it the poo flower? That was George W. Bush's nickname for a member of his staff. He called him Turd Blossom. Which one of them was it? I don't know, but that was actually something he called someone. Turd Blossom. That's a very Texan.
Turd Blossom. That's lovely.
Yeah.
What is a turd blossom? Oh, a flower that comes out of a turd.
Yeah. It's like the flower that comes out of shit. And hello, Kirsten, as well. So, you got a Sangha.
Hi, Kirsten, how you going? I'm eating dinner.
Yeah.
And you'll find it's the repast of champions. It's
Sangha.
the white bread with mildly melted cheddar.
Ooh, nice.
Number 3 on your scale of maturity. with barbecue sauce. You know,
Oh, classy.
and
I like it.
nom nom nom. And I also have a selection of biscuits
Ooh,
that I
nice.
have pre-unwrapped from their hidey holes, so that I won't go
Nice.
trinkling around until a bit later on this evening, and then I'll go
Nice.
trinkling like fucking crazy.
uh,
I noticed that you've got a collar and tie on. I should put my collar and tie on, but I'll wait until after dinner.
yeah, no. You want to have your dinner and then go collar and tie. I did the I had pizza and pasta tonight, which was quite enjoyable.
Nice.
Take it out for the week. So yeah, but yeah, slightly toasted cheese and barbecue sauce. Very classy. Very classy.
Not toasted, microwaved.
Ooh, microwave. That's how we've done it.
See, not toasted at all. There's no crunch here. There's just the Japanese sense of chewiness.
Very, very classy. Very classy.
And for someone with broken false teeth, very easy to eat.
You don't want claw. You don't want crunch.
Not interested in crunch or a tough, chewy steak. No.
I've never liked steak.
Hey?
I've never liked steak, and it's like too much like hard work.
Well, here's the thing. I know what you mean. I never used to like steak until I started working at a steakhouse as the steak chef. And I was thrown in the fucking deep end, I can tell you that much. And I said, this is how you cook steak. And I got taught how to cook steak. And it took me 5 days to learn how to cook steak. And once you actually know how to cook steak properly, it's actually pretty good. But I know what you mean. You know, you eat a steak and you're fucking grinding away with your steak knife going, I'm never going to get through this. And there's gristle and shit everywhere and black bits and red bits and what. But cooked properly, juicy, soft, just, you know, melts in the mouth, has the flavor of whatever the hell you've either marinated or charcoaled into it. And there's no burntness about it. It's nice. I got taught how to do a well-done steak without burning it.
Okay.
And that's hard to do. I also got taught how to do a blue steak without killing people. Also hard to do. But I think I could cook you a steak that you might enjoy.
Oh, no. Okay. Like, again, a properly cooked steak is good. One, and this is how pathetic I am. It's when I have to chew it too much, I don't like it. It's like chew. I like the way it tasted, but all the flavor's gone now, and I still have to chew before I can swallow.
Yeah.
I just want to spit it out like chewing gum.
Yeah.
But
well, fuck, you should. If you're in that place, if you're still chewing and it's not fucking falling apart to eat while it's flavorsome, get the fuck rid of it because it's no good.
Yeah. And that's why I tend to go for like minced meat in things because you don't have to chew that up. You get all the flavor without having to chew it up.
Exactly. It should be that same sort of experience. It should be that same sort of ease of eat.
And Zvan hit the nail on the head. Properly aged steak will make all the difference as well. Properly prepared before cooking steak, that will make all the difference. So
you know, like bought from a butcher.
Yeah.
Anyway, how the hell are you? What have you been up to?
Well, I'm thinking of making a drink. You're eating. I'm thinking, like, again, my warm up. It's Friday night, so you know you got to get into it.
Make a drink.
Going to make a couple of cocktails for the channel, but I'm thinking of just the warm up drink. Because I think I found a banana daiquiri recipe that I'm gonna use. Fuck, that's gonna be good. Daiquiri's just rum, lime. There's usually sugar as well, and so this is rum and banana liqueur and lime. So it's a banana liqueur. Oh, Svan reckons the French can't cook steak.
No,
Daisy started on the
no,
French.
they can't.
Hmm.
They can't.
They
And
like
it's embarrassing.
tartare, which is fucking weird.
What's that?
The French like tartare, actual raw beef.
Well, what the fuck else are they going to do? They can't cook the fucking stuff.
Yeah. So they just gave up at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, and hi, Shannon, by the way.
Hello, they're French. They just
Yeah, I know. I was about to say, as soon as I said that, I'm going to say that out loud, and AIDS's just going to go to town on the fucking French. There was an old Monty Python book that my dad had when I was a kid, and there was this section on the bigots newsletter, which was hilarious and is these days basically indistinguishable from an average Facebook page.
Jesus, yeah.
But there's ones about the lines I still remember from it was when saying about how we've got to sort out these bloody foreigners. And we've got to take a stand. He said, now, I'm not saying you should go out and burn down the nearest curry joint. That's the army's job. And, but the other one was insults for foreigners. And for Germans, there were just this cavalcade of harsh insults for Germans. And with a note at the end, it's actually very difficult to insult Germans, which is why we've given you so many options. You could always try setting their hair on fire or calling their Mercedes a Volkswagen.
That would do it.
And for insults for French, there were just two. It was like frogs, bloody French. And then, no, it's very easy for an English person to insult the French. This is handy, it's just like just speaking, an English person just speaking to a French person will insult them.
I was watching an interview. They were interviewing John Cleese, and they decided some fucking American distribution house had decided that the Germans, Fawlty Towers to the Germans, was racist and had to be pulled. And they said, so what do you think about this, John Cleese? He says, I fucking know it's racist. I fucking wrote it. It's fucking racist as. It shows just what a small-minded prick Basil Fawlty and the English are.
Yeah.
And they popped out two things. One of them is when he's just fucking going off at the Germans. Yeah. Don't mention the war. I did, but I think I got away with it. And the other one was where the major come out and says, there's this young man talking about some Indians, and he called them niggers. And I said, no. They're not niggers. They're wogs.
Yes. It was just...
It's fucking
and you think, is the major actually anti-racist? And he's like, no, you're just using the wrong...
No, you've got to be precise. It's English. It's the most precise language in the world. You've got to be precise. And and Cleese and Booth, in their way, were so far ahead of all of the woke and all of the PC crowd, in the sense that they were showing these things in blocks of reality. They were speaking truth to power, and they're punching up all the time. Because fuck, it's the 70s in Britain, and you're expected to you're expected to just assume that everybody's cool with black, Spanish, Indian, Paki, anything different. And they're not. It's the 70s in Britain. They're not. Fucking, and Cleese was all over it. And of course now it's fucking dead easy. Oh, that's racist and that's awful. Well, fucking, it was a lot harder to do back in the day when everyone was racist and doing it. A lot of people hassle Paul Hogan for being, such a misogynist prick and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, A, the world was a misogynist place, but B, he was often showing up these guys for being cockheads around women by being misogynist pricks.
Yeah.
If you watch carefully, you'll notice it's the guys being dickheads that's the funny bit, not the women being, you know.
They're not heroes. They are bloody idiots, the characters he played.
And there was one particular one that the feminine Nazis got really pissed off at. Delvin Delaney does a piss take of the mum ad. I can live without my blood, but I can't live without my mum. And she's in the ocean. And ocean, fucking probably Bondi, dirty brown water. And she goes, I can live without my bathing suit. I can live without my legs, because there's a shark in the background. I can live without my legs. And, blah, 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 and she goes, and my arms. No, I don't think I can live without my legs. And then she goes, and that's the sketch. And it was fucking gorgeous. And everyone goes, you're treating women like, you're stupid. It's like, have you seen the ad? Have you seen the ad? And this writers group has gone, what the fuck did they expect women to? Do they expect women to believe this? And Delvin Delaney was no fucking pushover. I mean, for Christ's sake, she married John Cornell. You want to talk about richest women in Australia? Just quietly. She's not fucking far behind. So this great fucking special on Paul Hogan, and John Cornell was in the middle of treatment for Parkinson's disease and refused to come on. He didn't want to be seen like that and didn't want to be the poor boy with disease. But he was still sharp as a tack, according to everyone. And Delvin just fronted it and had no fucking problem. It's like, yep, I'm doing our bet now. And that's a showbiz marriage. I think they celebrated their 45th or the 50th lately.
They're probably mid-70s, so probably like 45th or something.
45th, that's still
in showbiz. That's pretty good.
They're still putting in innings. That's not.
I also want to say, got to say hello to Chris and
Hi, Chris.
Invisible Chicken, and a great big happy birthday to Invisible Chicken, who's the big 3-0 today. So it's a bit of a party for Invisible Chicken's 30th. What did Shieldsy say? Listen to this. I so sore after rolling my cargo pedal trike today after losing control going down a hill. I'm not sure what a cargo pedal trike is, but that does sound painful.
Trike is this. It's a long bike that has 3 wheels, 2 at the back, and there is a compartment at the back where you can put children or goods. Now, they're fine and they have decent breakage, except because they're so long, as soon as you get them slightly sideways, you're basically giving it the tumble. And I've seen a few people tumble on their trike quite convincingly. And one of them happily had children in it. I'm not saying that it was good that they had children in it.
I should say what?
And this guy had built a roll bar, because a lot of them don't have roll bars. And he built a roll bar and he fucking strapped his kids right down. So he's fucking, high-sided and come off and blah, 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 blah. And his kids are going, ah! But they're basically being, encapsulated in their roll bar, and they end up upside down and crying. And Dad sort of
not too bad.
Himself off the ground. He goes, "Kids, are you okay?"
Shieldsy's model is the 2 at the front, 1 at the back. Because I actually looked it up while we were talking, and some of them have the cargo thing at the front, 2 wheels and the cargo thing at the front, and 1 wheel at the back, and some have 1 at the front and exactly as you're saying, 2 at the back. Shieldsy's is a 2 at the front jobby, and he's done a roll on it.
Very difficult to fucking maintain attitudinal correctness. Once you get them going smoothly, fucking they're great because you've got all your push load behind your load. You're not dragging it, you're pushing it. But steering wise, if you fucking miscalculate, you've got to think about your turn 5 years before you get there. Me and boss of the house are trying to work out how to get me on a trike so I can go riding with him. And we'll get one of those electric engines and stick it on my trike because I can't ride a bike because I fall over.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And he likes bike riding a lot. And I would bike ride with him, except that I can't. And I'm a fat old bastard who's unfit. So we'll get an electric motor and a trike, and I'll keep up with him.
Okay.
And eventually I'll be riding a trike,
That's good. All right. I've also decided what my warm-up drink's going to be. Do you know today is actually little Betty Caboodle Schnitzer and Phil the Greek's wedding anniversary.
Really?
Yeah. Married on this day in 1947. So, like, as in, not as in the fictional public holiday, like the Queen's birthday weekend is never on her birthday. This is their actual wedding anniversary. So, what does that make it? 73 years. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Many people don't even live to 73. They've been married for 73 years.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah. That's wild. Okay, but so, yeah, the recommended drink is a Royal Smile, which actually has something I was wanting to use up, some Applejack. So I'm going to get some ingredients and make this beverage. Oh,
is the Applejack underage?
Sorry, Megaleech wants to know is you can't ride bikes. Is that why you have disdain for cyclists? No, Megaleech, that's about being run down by cyclists that makes AZ hate cyclists.
I am jealous of them, but I hate being run down by them, and I'm run down by them all the fucking time, Megaleech. Because when the pedestrian light goes red for the cars stop, but the bikes fucking don't. And I step out, not looking because the cars have stopped and get fucking claimed up by a bike every fucking time. Or I'll fucking get run over on the foot, or I'll get, fucking sideswiped. And of course, I've got fuck all balance, so down I go. And then the light goes green for the cars, and the cars have stopped because this fucking cripple's sprawled on the ground trying to get up. And the car's behind a beeping going, the fucking light's green, the fucking light's green. And I nearly got wiped out by a motorbike who came out of the line of traffic and was screaming down until he's seen me and the 2 people in the front 2 cars out of their cars trying to help me up. And he fucking fucking on the nose stopped and went, oh shit. But he saved it well because he flipped his visor and said, oh, can I help? And it's like, yeah, mate, you fucking weren't gonna do that. You were just gonna zip through. But yeah, no, bikers fucking. If God had meant us to ride bicycles, he wouldn't have made Jews.
Oh God!
Will that get us demonetized?
Yes. Good. You're gonna get us cancelled.
No, I'm not. I haven't put a strike against us for months, weeks,
hours. Right. I'm just looking at what do I need? Gin, applejack, lemon juice, sugar syrup. Oh, I need the pomegranate.
Haven't you got a pomegranate tree?
I got a bottle of pomegranate.
Oh,
That'll do.
Romantic.
Want
As
ice?
picking out each seed and putting it in a garlic press and going, and then putting more pomegranate seeds in a garlic press and going, scoosh, and getting the juice out that way, and then realizing that you haven't cleaned the garlic press properly and it tastes like garlic and pomegranate, which will make you vomit.
Oh no! Oh no! That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate.
I used to have a girlfriend who used to make so much stuff like that, and she never used to clean her shit, and it always tasted bloody awful. She used the lemon squeezer for garlic. I had lemon in my tea, so I had lemon garlic tea, and I fucking hurled. And part of it was in the cup, and part of it was in the sink.
Oh Jesus!
And she said, well, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" And I went, "No, I'm not." Hey, why have we gone blue, pink, white, blue?
Because that's the transgender flag, and today is Transgender Day of Remembrance, when we acknowledge that every year far too many people get killed just because of who they are, let alone the literally uncounted numbers who get beaten up. But quite a few trans people get murdered every year just for being trans. So today's the day for remembrance.
But really, body dysmorphia, you bring that on yourself.
Yeah, don't joke, okay? You need to understand, for people who get it all the time, being a cunt, ironically, feels exactly the same as being a cunt because you're a cunt, okay?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you're right. And I apologize profusely. Because we may not have enough people here who are on the wavelength, and it wouldn't feel good, and it would feel just as hurtful and just as horrible. And so you are right, and I stand corrected, and I thank you for your correction.
Yeah.
How then will we build respect for our trans brothers and sisters?
Yeah. Sorry, was that the end of the sentence?
Yeah. How then will we build respect for our trans brothers and sisters?
Well, just by calling out fuckwits when you see them. Don't turn a blind eye.
What about building up the humanity of the people that we know?
Yeah, that too.
What about building up the humanity of our trans citizens? A lot of times you get people having to advocate for themselves all the time, and that becomes very screechy and annoying because no one's going to advocate for them. But some of the time you can bypass that simply by nodding or cocking a hat toward the skills that our people as individuals and as a whole bring to our society.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, just speaking up is a big thing. A, being supportive of trans people, and B, when transphobe fuckwits make their one joke that they think is so fucking cutting edge, which is summarized as, this is the thing I don't understand, so therefore it isn't real. So therefore I'll say another thing that isn't real to mock trans people, because that is the sum total of these fuckwits attempt. Like, they think like, oh, you're too sensitive. I go, no, you're actually just not funny. That's actually the problem. You've got
There's a
one
lot of
joke.
that going around.
Yeah, you've got one joke and you think it's hilarious, and it just isn't.
But you also get a lot of misunderstanding. There was an individual I knew who equated trans folk with furries.
Yeah.
And myself and another friend of mine were going, no. These are very different fields of world. This is very different. There's very different spaces of being. And not something that you can equate. But it took this guy a while to get with the program. A lot of people don't know that your trans folk, especially your body dysmorphic folk, are born that way, baby. That there is no choice involved. That there's no people who understand that being gay is not a choice. Still cling to the idea that trans existence is a choice. And I've had people tell me, why would you want to live that way? Why would you choose that? Why would you choose that? If you could choose to be straight and anonymous, why would you choose to be trans and stick out? And I thought, that is a convincing argument for me. But I've been doing a lot lately of work on arguing with people who don't be convinced. It's been going on for a number of years. Your obvious go-to here is your Christian. And I'm divorcing this from transphobia for a minute. You can go. You have a fundamentalist approach to your book of scripture, except that it's not real. It's contradictory. None of the prophecies have come true ever, and you can basically have 3 or 4 passages and tracts that will conflict and contradict each other all the time. So if everything is gospel truth, then how can you still apologize for that? And they will, and they'll dig in their heels. And so I've been working on ways to get people to not dig in their heels, to open up lines of inquiry. And personalization is always a good one. How would it feel like if you, how do you feel when you, because everybody has moments when they're put upon unfairly. And if you can latch into that being put upon unfairly, and then you equate that with the group or groups that you're talking about, say your Muswegians, you ask if you've ever been not allowed to enter a club because you were wearing fluoros or sneakers, and you go, why does wearing a hijab make that any different? Where's the dress code there? So if you can personalize the hurt and the put down, that helps to not get people's heels dug in so much. But it's a long road.
And I have to admit that sometimes I wonder whether people are worth it, as in someone who's really deeply entrenched in their bigotry. How much effort should you expend on them? Here we go.
When we're at Presidente, we have the wall. We have the wall.
The well-gifted Aspie and Blonde and Big Eyes both speaking up, being Christians, okay with trans people, which is, and I think the majority of Christians are. It's only the freaky, very loudmouth, self-appointed spokespeople who are the fucking true.
Yeah. I know a very virulent fundamentalist Christian who says that he cannot believe that God puts gays in jail for being gay when they die. Puts gays in hell for being gay when they die. He can't believe that. He does.
Yeah.
He just thinks that's he thinks that's the tribal thing that they made up on the spot. He said, and he was actually the first one to say this to me, and I remember this because I was actually quite young when I heard it. And he says, God made everything and everything perfect, and has a plan for everything. Well, therefore, he keeps on making gays. Therefore, they must have a purpose, mustn't they?
Well, for the average fundamentalist, all they go is, that's the devil's work. That's their answer for everything. That's why logic rarely works. Watch a few people, and this goes for a whole bunch of different things, how to convince people of something when they are spouting something that's fucking stupid, whether it's bigotry or, you know, like climate change denial. A story that they can relate to is often far more effective than logic and objective facts. And arguing, if you just, you know, and again, I always wonder how much is it worth the fucking effort. But I have seen people consistently say telling it as a story, one of your strengths, is often a good way to do it. And hi, Safa, as well.
Hi, Safa. Well, Richard Dawkins has stopped debating Christians who can't give him a bigger profile. He basically has gone, I'm not lending my profile to you to improve your profile. To debate the truth of evolution. You know, because I have warehouses of evidence and you have nothing. This, and people keep on saying the debate. There's no debate. It's like, I don't believe in daytime. What's that big yellow thing in the sky? You know, hurts when you look at it. No, it doesn't. You're going blind, aren't you? No, I'm not. I don't believe in nighttime. Dark, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
be like Trump, look straight at the solar eclipse because, you know, why not? That was still one of the, when we get sufficiently distanced from the horror that is Trump, and we can laugh a bit now and then, I think in the top 5 things that we'll point at and laugh about again is the time he just looks straight at a solar eclipse. Like he's on the balcony at the White House, something like solar eclipse, and he looks like, oh yeah, look, it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I mean,
the guy who's supposed to be the example for all Americans is basically going, blind yourself. You know.
Well, he did also say inject bleach, so you know that's
in dead bleach.
Sorry, inject as a cure for coronavirus. You should inject bleach. Because he's a fucking idiot.
I saw, was it you that was showing me, or someone was showing me the look on the face of the health official that was near him as
Fauci.
he's saying shit, and she's just going.
There's a really classic bit of video of Dr. Fauci just trying so hard not to react when Trump is just saying this terrifyingly stupid. He was talking about like he's been told by scientists, like, we clean down the benches with strong bleach because that kills the thing. And when we want to clean instruments, like, we can use ultraviolet light that will kill it on surfaces. And then Trump just starts riffing at this press conference. The light works. Maybe there's some way to get the light inside people, and that'll kill. And in the background is Dr. Fauci, and he's just going, oh God. And he's like, I'm on. he's on camera and he can't react, but he can't stop himself from reacting. And he tries to make it look like he's coughing. It's like, and it's just like, because it just, as he goes, he wants to double face palm, but he's just like, and as he goes, he realizes, there's cameras on me. And so he's, oh my God.
Yeah.
Ooh, Safa had his first drive by himself. Got his P plates the other day. Yeah.
Go Saf.
Yeah. Yeah, and here's a fun thing with Trump. Again, if we get past this horror, we'll be able to laugh at. I think Rudy Giuliani's decay into dementia as we watch, being, prior to being a Trump suckhole, he had this great legacy of having been mayor of New York when 9/11 happened. And everyone thought, he was inspiring and made everyone feel brave. He was America's mayor. He had this great reputation, and he's completely destroyed it. And just like in the last week or so, he did that thing of Trump says, I'm going to have a press conference at the Four Seasons in Philadelphia. And some idiot accidentally booked the car park at Four Seasons Garden Center. And they just went with it and pretended they meant to do it all along, which is hilarious. But today, like Thursday US time, but it was today for us, Giuliani had another insane press conference where he went on this bizarrely elaborate conspiracy of the global communists have conspired against Trump. It's a cabal that includes China, North Korea, Venezuela, George Soros, and it's this massive conspiracy. And just his dumb raving shit would have been nonsensical enough. But he'd sprayed some cheap hair dye on his very minuscule amount of hair, and under the hot lights, it started to melt. And so he has these black lines of stuff dripping down his face. And it's just like, my God, what is wrong with you?
Oh. And you've got to look at staffers and go, have you just stopped caring because your turn is not coming for 16 years?
Yeah.
Is that
and also, this was done at the Republican headquarters, this press conference. And so the tech on the live stream for it was done by, GOP staffers. And some of them accidentally had their microphone on in the control room. So when the feed's going out to the internet, you hear this people going, oh, Jesus, check out Rudy's hair dye running down his fucking face. And that's what they actually said. That's what went out. And then you actually heard someone go, can people hear us on the stream? It's just like they just don't care anymore. They've given up. And
I remember when I got taught to do student radio, Dr. Camo, a person
yes,
taught me how to do student radio, and he said, it's all very well listening to the monitors, but you can put one channel through one ear and another channel through the other ear of your headphones. Tell me more. And he said, and I always find it's useful to have the off-air channel coming through one of your headphones. Because I was sitting in Studio 4 one time, and there's this show running, and then the phone rings. And the guy goes in the studio to tell the boss of Studio 4, you've been off air for the last 2.5 hours. No one can hear a thing. The transmitter's down. There's nothing happening.
Yeah.
And he had the gall to ring up to MCE and complain.
Yeah.
And I remembered my lesson, and I went, I can't believe Boss of Studio 4 didn't know to do that.
Yep, no, bosses do that shit all the time. I actually like Blonde and Big Eye's question, who thinks Trump has been reelected? According to surveys that are being done, consistently about half of Republican voters say they think he did really win. So that's about 20% of the US population. That is about 60 million people who are so fucking deluded they are actually on board with the conspiracy that the evil Democrats and communists are stealing the election. 60 million people are that detached from reality. That is not good.
That's a lot.
That's what I love whenever you hear about percentages when in America, like 8% of Americans believe angels are literally real and visit you and whatnot. And you go, that's not so bad. But then you go in pure numbers, and it's like, oh, that's 30 million people. Jesus.
You know that 37% of Americans believe in evolution.
Yeah, less than 50% in most surveys come across as, oh, blonde big guys, what should we do with that 60 million? There's nothing to be done. All you can do is say, man, you've just got to keep moving forward and hope
47 is a
reality
tool
catches
to fight
up.
for right. Just saying. Second Amendment.
Yeah, but
you've just got to keep moving forward. You've just got to keep on fucking plugging science, and you've just got to keep on saying, "Hey, see that phone you're using? It uses technology that's heretical."
Yeah.
It uses
Why do you believe
science
when it makes your Wi-Fi work, but don't believe it when it, in your mind, contradicts your magic man in the sky theories?
Exactly.
But people are people.
I always love it when terrorists use American TV format to record their fucking hatred of America and use American fucking satellites to beam their fucking threat videos across to world media on the internet, which America set up. America must die, but please leave us with the internet and the technology and all of the cool stuff.
Yeah.
No.
Well, that's what I always said, like with those dead shits in the Taliban and ISIS and whatnot, saying like, there are the world's decadent, we don't know anything. Like, okay, yeah, we literally should. There are great big bits of desert. We should cut a deal. That's yours. And we're putting a big wall around it and fuck off. And anyone who wants to not be there, they get to leave and you can't fuck with them. Anyone who wants to be there can be there, but you don't get to fucking do your shit anywhere else. Because that's not really what they want. They say that's what they want, but it's not really what they want. They want power over other people. But
right.
Oh, Shannon says
they want revolution. In fact, they want advantage.
Creationist. God, I've had one drink and I can't say creationist. Oh yeah, no. Shannon's just saying from his experience with debating creationists in structured debates in front of an audience, you can't get through to them because they're just not in reality.
Yeah, no, they're not. A lot of people are stunned when I tell them that evolution is a proved thing. They say, oh, yeah, but they've never seen it happen. And I say, no, there are 37 separate experiments where they've witnessed it actually happen in the lab in front of them. Yeah. Right? This is if they've seen speciation happen for exactly the reasons it should. They usually use short-lived animals like fruit flies or tiny birds or tiny fish, and they alter the environment for the purposes of. But they see speciation happen over a very short period of time, and for exactly the reasons why it's supposed to. There are fucking warehouses full of bones.
Basically, what I love with the bones when they go like, oh, so if the evolution happened from here to here, like, why isn't there a dinosaur that's in between? And he goes, there is. We've got fossils of the transitional dinosaurs that are going from big lizards to birds. We actually have. They act as if something's not there, and it is. Oh, and I just have to point out.
There. And it's always there.
I have to point out, Blonde and Big Eyes, I know what you're doing. I know who you are, and my patience is very thin, and it will be worn out if you lie about the fact you're one of these stupid fucking trolls who thinks you're going to come up with a big gotcha moment. And I did not say Muslims are a problem. I said extremists are a problem. Extremists of any ilk, whether their extremism be religiously driven, politically driven, or anything else. So be a boring fucking moron, and your life here is incredibly limited. And you need to understand you are very fucking obvious. And if you lie about what you're doing, now that I've called out what you're doing, you can just get the fuck out, okay? Because I have zero time for stupid fucking cunts and their bullshit.
It's funny, you know, because
program.
When Angry says stuff like that, people often don't think that he's really close to pulling the pin. And I can say, with long-term experience, that's not the case. That when Angry gives you that last, and believe me, that was the last warning, pushing it that bit further.
Big guys, I said the Taliban and ISIS. How much more fucking extreme can you get? They are not representatives of Muslims, of whom there are several billion in the world. Okay, so which is always the thing. Like when the stupid fuckheads who go, "Oh, they're all like ISIS." Like motherfucker, if they were all like ISIS, we'd all be dead because there's a lot of them. Same as if all Christians were like, you know, the fucking Christian dominionists in the US, the ones who are, you know, the right-wing terrorists in the US. If everyone, and like even if every Trump supporter was like the insane ones with guns, there'd be a lot of dead bodies in the street. Okay. Yeah. So the really bad ones are a minority all around. Like, obviously, I have no time for Trump supporters. Someone who declares themselves an active supporter of Trump, I immediately write off as a fucking piece of shit. But they're not all the absolute deranged accelerationists who think they're going to stage a coup and be the white masters of the land after that. That's only a quite small minority.
Yeah, me, for example.
Blonde and Big Eyes, that's pretty much close to lying cuntery and shut the fuck up. It's just you might not have noticed it because I didn't actually draw attention to them last night, but there were several of these stupid shit-eating troll cunts in last night, and really? I just blocked them without hesitation, and which I have now done to that stupid fucking lying cunt. Because one thing that I can't really get on with is these they're stupid and they're obvious and they're liars. And when you say, I know what you're doing, they're going, no, I'm not doing that. And it's like, no, okay, you are literally just wasting my fucking time. And my time is worth more. So, Cest Lavi, and they're lucky I only had one drink, so I didn't have a real fucking full head of steam to go after them. But
you got heaps of time to have more drinks.
Oh yeah, no, this is Friday night is party night. Oh, and I also have to, as we know, Invisible Chicken Kelly's birthday, and she followed my recipe for the milk clarified oleosaccharum thing to make drinks with, and I saw the pictures on Facebook and it looked really good. I am very keen to hear how it tastes, because when I made it, it tasted really yummy. It's like a sugar syrup, but it's a little bit fruitier and it's a little bit more acidic, so it kind of tastes like sherbet. It's got the sweet and the fruity and the acidic thing, so it's this really zingy sherbety flavor. It's really nice. It's a bit of a hassle to make. Like there's an investment of time involved.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
it's really yummy at the end.
a good cake takes time to bake.
Yes. Yeah, and it is that type of thing. What was it? There's this platitude, and the writer, I forget who the writer was who said it, but she was a pretty good writer. But it was one of those sort of 90s aphorisms trying to sound deep or funny or whatever, and not really. That it's long lead up to saying the saying was, life is too short to stuff a mushroom. And people go, oh, you're so true. It's not true. That's like saying there is no point in taking the time to make something special for yourself or someone else and having that moment of enjoying how special that is. That's like life's too short to stuff a mushroom. That's like saying life's too short to hand carve a beautiful piece of woodwork. Life's too short to paint the Sistine Chapel. I mean, what the fuck? And yes, okay, stuffing
with roller technology and spray guns, you could get a nice aqua or a pink. I'm thinking Italian colours. Over that roof, you could get that done in an afternoon. You wouldn't even have to get union labour in.
Do you remember there was actually an ad for a paint company that did that? It was Leonardo's Last Supper, the thing that's because it's on the wall somewhere and it's in pretty bad condition. And this tradie comes in and goes, "You don't have to be a professional to know that's a pretty rough paint job there." And you think he's going to use the paints to touch it up and make it perfect, but he just dips a roller in and rolls over it. That was so good. It was just like, nice. And then it's just like this blank blue wall, and he just goes, "Yeah." It's just so good.
Somebody who shall remain nameless, but his initials are my old man. Basically, always used to knock wog lawn, which is green concrete.
Yes, yes.
And slowly but surely over the years, the backyard of our house has become more and more concreted. And now there's a bit of garden which grows food, and there's the chalk area, which is like chalk area, and there is the other garden. And so the strip of lawn basically goes from the other side of the Hills hoist to the shed, which is a metre past the last wire of the Hills hoist. And so there's about 5 square metres of lawn to actually cut. But then you've got to get out the front and cut that lawn, which has carefully but slowly shrunk over when I used to mow lawn, down to about literally a quarter of its side with a neat rock garden that I put the rock border in artistically. I'll have you know. But that's gone. It's interesting. There's nothing in that house that I put there that has remained. It's all been either chopped down or torn down or thrown out. And I don't know if that's psychological or just circumstance. But everyone else can point to something that they did many, many years ago, and I can't. There's nothing in there that I put there except for repairs.
Okay.
I repaired things while the three of us were playing dangerous, explosive games out the back that made fires and blew up pipes and, cracked brickwork. And I repaired that in the 15 minutes that it took for our folks to get home. And we never got sprung. And to this day, my brothers go around the backyard pointing out, "Oh, that's an easy repair job." And it's stayed together for 30 years.
Yeah.
It stayed good for that long. But the one that blows everyone's mind is soldering up the pipe. Okay. Now, we were the sons of plumbers. We'd soldered pipe before. Right?
Yes, you know how that shit works, yeah.
Now, one of the things about soldering pipe is you cannot solder pipe with water in it. doesn't work. You can't do it. It will not transfer the heat to the copper to melt the solder, and the solder won't stick to pipe with fucking water coming out of it. It just won't happen. Anyway, so me and the bros were playing throw darts up in the air behind us really high and watch where they land. We were responsible. We were playing outside.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's right.
And so one of these darts has come down and gone crack into the pipe that feeds the water that goes to the garage, and it's pissing out water. And my bros have gone, oh golly gosh, oh shucks, oh geez, oh whiz, oh whizzer, fuck pants. And we're going, we're in so shit for this. And I've gone, lads, no, we're not. It's all right. We're plumbers. We know how to do this. We get some gas. We get some solder. We solder the fucker up and it'll be fine. And we did, right? Managed to get the solder going, and I just, slap, bit more there, bit more there. The leak stopped. It's still good. And to this day, my brother and his son, 3 generations of plumbers have said, how the fuck that happened, they will never know. It goes against the laws of physics. It should not be possible to solder a pipe with water in it. There's no, and this is pressurized water. The water is still going. We didn't turn the water off and drain the pipe. It's still going. It was spraying water out as I was soldering it on. And no one knows how I managed to get it done. But the repair has held to this day.
Which is nice.
I am being summoned by the house. I will tell you if I need to...
aliens contacting you again.
Wrong coloured tie. Please address this fashion mistake. Of course. I'll fucking get the collar and tie on.
Oh, you've been told you're not wearing your collar and tie. There you go.
Yes, I've been pinged because of the collar and tie. I'll get the collar and tie on now.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Saf is asking, I don't think Aidsy's a qualified plumber. He just has a lot of experience working on sites.
No, I'm not. I'm what they call a plumber's dog. Which is a polite way of saying plumber's son. Apprentices are the lowest of the low on the job site. And the plumber's son works under the apprentice and under the actual dog. The actual dog has more status than the son of the plumber. And so they say plumber's dog so that you don't cry during smoko. Because you are arch nobody. And get yelled at for everything, which is, the job. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do there. And it's always kind of funny, actually, because there's always one plumber that thinks it's hilarious to fucking have a go at the boss's son. And the boss's son has a horrible habit of finishing his apprenticeship and then owning the business.
Yes.
Yeah. That
and
stings
keep the grudge.
for about 5 years until he decides voluntarily to quit. Because in many regulated industries, it's first on, last on, first off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Collar and tie.
There you go. Collar and tie's on.
Nicely done.
So, yeah, it's always funny to watch the plumber's dog become the owner of the business, and watching this old guy be asked to, someone's taken a turd down in one of the pipes. Could you clean that out? It's a longish one, so you'll probably have to get your hand down in there. We did have gloves, but I don't know where they are. So, tell us where they are. Tell us when you're done with that, will you? And then they'll come back and say, I got it, but I can't find the water. I asked you to put the water on this morning. Didn't you put the water on? And so they got shit all over him, and then they got to put the water on him.
Yeah.
You just watch these guys just torture these old fuckers. It's like, well, fuck, you had your fun, fatso.
Yeah, you made a very poor choice.
You fucking made your bed. Now fucking drink down that cum. Yeah, I've seen that happen with an electrician, actually. Particularly cruelly, I've seen that happen with an electrician. There's one thing that happens. The electricians, they have these capacitors, and they run these big appliances like air conditioners and things that need a lot of kick to start them off. Big engines like fans for various different bits and pieces in the house. Big capacitors. And you'll see them. They're like a little drum, and they've got two little prongs up. And if they're loaded, they're usually loaded with thousands of volts of charge. And and you'll see these guys hand these capacitors, and they'll grab it and zap. You can see their arms go.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it was loaded. Oh, didn't you check it? Because you're supposed to check it yourself.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to just grab a fucking capacitor. It's like someone handing you a rat trap, and you go, "Oh, thanks, crack." Oh,
I'm sure they do that on building sites too.
Hey,
I'm sure they do that on some building sites. Hand someone a giant rat trap and see if they're stupid enough to just
that was one of the things that Penn and Teller used to do on morning show appearances. They used to hand people live rat traps and mouse traps. And seeing Bryant Gumbel grab 3 loaded mouse traps was fucking hilarious. He said, "Ow, that really hurt." And it's Penn, isn't it, the talkie one?
Yeah.
He says, "Well, yes, it was a set mouse trap. Here, grab this one." And crack, off it goes again. He says, "Oh, ow." Again, a set mousetrap. Try this. He said, "Try this instead." Oh, okay. Crack. Ow. Again, a loaded one. And he's handed him a 4th one. He says, "That's loaded." And he says, No. Look. And then Penn grabs it and then, and then pushes it down. See, it's fine. Hands it to him. Crack.
Yeah.
Never I don't see how you can think this is funny. And Gillette, Teller fucking almost falls off the couch.
Yeah, because it's
and
very
he's laughing
funny.
out loud. Isn't pretending that he can't speak. He's just laughing out loud. Like, I can't see how you can think this is funny. It's like, you have just grabbed 4 live mouse traps, you fucking idiot.
Of course,
you come on like the fucking Voice of America. What I say is very important. I interview presidents, and to listen to that guy talk about the internet is fucking hilarious. Oh shit! I've got to take this. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, you take that and do that. There's Red Dead Lefty saying electrician jokes are hilarious. Yes, hilarious, and potentially fatal. The number of incidents on building sites that have been pranks that have resulted in serious injury or death as well. I think Penn and Teller, it just reminded me of the one they did with a mouse and liquid nitrogen. It was really funny again because for them it's all illusion, and they basically make it look like they're going to drop a mouse into liquid nitrogen, and they do a really quick bit of sleight of hand that looks like they've dropped a mouse in liquid nitrogen, and they put it on the table and hit it with a hammer, and it shatters because it's been dropped in liquid nitrogen, and red bits go everywhere. And then they say, like, okay, it was an illusion. We didn't really do that to a mouse. And he sort of pulls a mouse out of his pocket, holds it up, and he goes, "See." And then he, like, as if he accidentally drops it, and it's going to the liquid nitrogen, and he goes, "Oh no," and lunges and drops his hand into the liquid nitrogen and screams, and then smashes his hand on the table, and the hand shatters because and he does it so fast. Like it's in retrospect, it's obviously a fake hand. But he does it so fast, and the misdirection's so good, you don't realize. And just the shock of him putting his hand in the liquid nitrogen and then smashing it on the table. Oh God, Red Dead, you have been a tradie, haven't you? Left-handed screwdrivers, checkered paint. An ex-girlfriend of mine was a nurse. She said one that was done to her was when she was training. She was sent down to the dispensary and said, we need 15 million units of drug X. And they say, take this trolley with you to carry it. And she goes, okay, 15 million units, that's a fucking lot. And takes the trolley down to dispensary and said, I need 15 million units of drug X. And the pharmacist rolls their eyes and goes, oh, fuck, and walks off and comes back with a box this big, because it's like 15 million units is this actual tiny amount. And so then, she has to take the trolley all the way back to the ward with this one little box on it going, yes, okay, fucking fine. Because she can't leave the trolley. You have to take the trolley back to the ward with this little box. But what do you think of Angry Bunch?
I'm loving Angry Bunch.
Love an Angry Bunch?
I love an Angry Bunch, and I am so looking forward to answering questions in 2 minutes.
Oh, yes, we should do that. We should set that up, and then I can make a cocktail or two.
You can make a cocktail or two, and I can answer whatever question at all.
Yes. Okay. So for those familiar, you'll know what to do. That's the link to join in. Oh, and because Shannon has to get it on Facebook to get in because of God knows what the fuck is going on between our accounts on YouTube. We have not been able to work that out. But it is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Yes.
That's supposed to be the sound of a song that doesn't exist. It's like a
Hey guys.
Lee, how are you, mate?
I'm good.
Yeah, we give folks a few minutes. And yes, for those who aren't familiar with the format, we're talking about something you did a little while ago, and it worked really well. It's like ask Sadie anything, but he's got a 2-minute time limit on the answer. So answering anything, not a challenge to AIDSy. Getting it inside the 2 minutes, that's where it's flexing. That's where it's flexing.
Yeah, good job handling that person earlier.
It's just there were 3 of them last night, or possibly
I know.
one person with 3 accounts. And while it's fun, I just wanted to let them know, I know what you're doing. You're actually really obvious. You think you're clever and you're not. And then they continued to lie and say that wasn't what they were doing. And nope, fuck off. I'm not wasting time. If you're just going to fucking lie, I'm not wasting time.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
actually,
I just say to them, they can't fool me. I've done Mensa.
Yeah, I understand Abigail's still having the bad chronic pain. So while conceptually joining Angry Bunch is fun,
Abigail's the best quiz mistress.
Yeah. Actually, I reckon Safa's got a fun thing to pose to you, Lee, because you're in South Australia. As someone who's living in Adelaide, how did it feel to find out the lockdown was pointless because it was based on that one dude lying about the pizza place?
Makes people want to, including moi, want to go and track down that guy and find out where he lives.
Yep, he's in hiding, I think.
Well, the government was very, very cagey about even the suburb he comes from.
Oh, because they don't literally want him killed. They just kind of want him.
They're basically not going to charge him. They're not going to fine him. They're going to nothing him because they don't want any trace of his existence because they reckon fucking Adelaide's going to go and fucking hurt him.
Yeah. But also, there's actually
believe me, Adelaide will actually hurt him if they find out.
there's no legislation that allow them to charge him or fine him, because there's no legislation that says lying to a contact tracer is an offence. It kind of feels like there should be, but there isn't. So there's literally nothing. He didn't lie to a cop. He didn't lie under oath. It's a public servant asked him a question and he lied. And there's no legislation that says you get in trouble.
But that'll change. That'll change. I mean, you know, in the back end of next sitting of Parliament, there'll be some legislation about pandemics. And one of the little things in there is don't bullshit about contact tracing, and be more, you know, contact tracing is going to look like this. Yeah. And it's going to be shaped like that. And facial recognition cameras are going to be on every street corner to help us contact trace and to find non-Liberal voters. And
yes.
And effectively that'll change. If you bullshit a contact trace, they'll fuck your shit up. Yeah. You'll be in with the terrorists.
And speaking of people in weird situations, hey Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey Chris,
hi everybody. How you doing?
How you, mate?
I'm doing good.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not being gloaty. I'm being gobsmacked. Has the fabulous cousins of ours, the United States of America, managed to crack the 200 ton yet of new infections per day? Has that happened yet?
200,000 infections or 20,000?
Yeah, that's what
200,000 infections per day. It was looking good there for a while.
Let's look.
190 something.
Let's look. U.S. coronavirus cases. Doesn't tell me how many we got today. How many did we get today?
19th November was 187,000.
Ah, we're going down. Damn.
Almost.
Well, you know why that is? It's because the state I'm in is re-locked down. So is Oregon, and so has California. I know. And even in Idaho, they finally said yes to a mask mandate after a lot of people are dead.
Well, how many people have died?
So it's getting close to 300,000 officially confirmed, and the CDC said that there's about 200,000 that are related, but can't be confirmed until after everything ends, and they can investigate those deaths further. So probably about 500,000. Yeah,
there's the what do you call it? Excess deaths, which is getting tracked around the world, and I think in the because they're going okay, statistically you'd expect this many people to have died this year, okay. And so on top of that, we've confirmed, this many COVID cases.
Yeah, instead of here, now we're right here.
There's another 20%. There's another 20% that you would. There's 20% more people dead than you would expect. And they go, look, they're not all going to be COVID, but you got to think
probably going to be COVID. And if they're not COVID, it's probably because the hospitals got really bad. Did you guys hear about El Paso?
What happened in El Paso?
Oh, they got the trucks out. They got the refrigerator trucks next to the corner. They got inmates because they're out of healthcare workers dragging bodies into the back of trucks. And the hospitals in El Paso have pits where they send all the COVID patients to die. Doctors aren't allowed in there, only nurses. And the Attorney General of Texas said it is unconstitutional for them to have a lockdown. So what's happening is the city's turning into a ghost town anyway because everyone's dying.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy that I'm in a state that is locked down.
They're taking them to pits to die.
Yeah, it's a room like in a hospital. Style. It's a room in a hospital. It's probably a general purpose room that they're just shutting beds into. And then the nurses just sit there. And I think the one nurse was saying that they were interviewing, you get 5 chances with chest compressions. And that's it. You don't get a ventilator. You don't get medications. You don't because there's just too many people.
Yeah.
And right now where I'm at, we've been really good with COVID, and I'm happy we locked down. But right now, my county is at 85% capacity, and we just keep hitting our records for daily cases.
Yeah.
So I know in about 2 weeks I went shopping today and got everything I needed for the next 2 months because the hospitals are going to fill up and the trucks are going to show up to the coroner's office. It's going to happen, but because we locked down soon enough, I believe that's not going to happen. And also, there's a travel ban on the West Coast. They're asking people not to gather. If you do have a giant gathering, they're going to contact trace you. They're going to fine you. You know, so that's good news. But
yeah, it's what we learned from when we had our outbreak. The cases trail the infection by about 2 weeks, which is what the US has been experiencing since Halloween, the surge post-Halloween. But the deaths trail the cases by about 4 weeks. So
and that's nerve-wracking because we're not even close to that yet.
Yeah, they're going to be real fucking scary death numbers come out in the next month.
I mean,
horrifying.
I'm really worried for like Dallas and Houston, Texas cities, and El Paso. I'm really worried for that. I do believe that Texas may never recover from this. I mean, they may have literally destroyed their state for decades. Because the other thing is, it's not just the fact that all these people are dead. You have to remember, like a massive amount of people that get COVID are still sick. Like my best friend's family, his mom, she has an inhaler now. She didn't have asthma before she got COVID. So you have a growing part of the population that needs to be on disability for the rest of their lives. But Congress and the government won't give them any benefits. So it's just a problem that's compiling. So it's really, really bad. So
I mean,
it's depressing.
And really Texas not recovering.
It is.
And going, I mean, it's the resource capital of America. It's huge.
It's massive.
It runs itself. It's its own state. It could be a country if it wanted to.
It really. I wish it was.
It basically has its own. They every year they do the big fight on what goes in the science textbooks because it's so big that the rest of the country's textbooks basically run off McGraw-Hill's textbooks for Texas. And the idea of Texas infrastructure falling apart that much.
And it's not just going to be Texas. What's really concerning is that, states like North Dakota, states like Alabama, states like Iowa, these states that have always been backwater places and are already turning into third world countries are going to just keep crumbling into that, and it's horrifying to think of because in Sturgis, North Dakota, I mean, with them having what was that, the Sturgis bike rally that they had that this year, and so it's just like how much of the city is going to be permanently disabled for the rest of their lives. And what's interesting is some of the right-wing media here, they were complaining about they were only interviewing business owners that were upset that they couldn't stay open. They didn't interview anybody that died. So one of the local reporters here in town, they were asking people for, how do you feel about stuff? Well, shout out on Twitter. And I said, well, you see, my friend can't reopen because she's dead.
Yeah.
Not that you give a shit. So please keep interviewing these asshole business owners who want me to fucking die so I eat in their restaurant. Go. I'm at the point at which if you complain that about, like, you don't care at all about COVID, all you care about is keeping your restaurant open, you're kind of a shitty person.
We had a situation here a little while, Chris. People who visit us from the States say Coca-Cola is very expensive here. To get a buddy bottle of Coca-Cola, like that, a size like that in a bottle, costs equivalent of $2.50 American.
It's not that much money.
Hey?
It's not that expensive. I mean, it's a little bit more, but it's not that
bad.
It's more expensive, but it's not.
Well, I could be talking years ago here, and the person who was telling us about this was saying that the Coke equivalent was 89 cents where he was from.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot more money, but it's $2. It's not like, but that is a lot of money.
And what we had to explain to this individual was that all fresh food here is virtually untaxed.
Yes.
Hey, Grasshopper.
All processed food is taxed a lot.
Yeah.
And all prices are quite high because everybody gets a living wage. And there were all these restaurant owners who turned around and said, to open on the weekend, I've got to pay all these people penalty rates, and I've got to pay these people all of these benefits. And it's so expensive, I might not be able to open. And if you let me not pay them their penalty rates, I would be able to put so many more jobs on the table. And the outrage that sparked amongst human beings was just fucking uproar, because it's a slippery slope thing. Number one, these restaurateurs employ international backpackers and international students, and also illegals that have run out of visa, cash in hand under the table at a fifth the wage they're due.
Which is just exploitation.
It's just total exploitation.
It's terrible.
And, the other thing is to say, oh, you know, we'll be able to open and we'll be able to give more jobs. There's no more jobs. It's all going in their pocket.
Exactly. Like
in their pocket. That's all it was ever going to be.
Yeah, you know, that's really interesting because there was this girl about 18 years old that works with my mom at the hotel. It's a retirement hotel that she works at, and she's complaining she's so tired of COVID. So I'm gonna go get me a job at IHOP, and me and my boyfriend, we go out and we eat every weekend there for date night. I'm so excited to go to IHOP. She was supposed to start today, which was lockdown here, so they closed the restaurant except for takeout only and laid everybody off for a month. So she now has to be at that place for a month. What I found really interesting, but I know they only seat like 5 people in that restaurant, and she was just like, "I'm gonna get tips, and they're gonna pay me, and it's gonna be, so tips are part of her wage. Oh, so then you're not going to get paid because there's nobody to serve.
No.
Yeah.
So you're literally going to go from making a very good here about $16 an hour, serving people that are need assisted living, to working at IHOP for sub minimum wage, and then you don't have to get tested for COVID anymore, so that way you can catch it and spread it to other people.
So this was the other thing, was we were being asked by our American friends, how much do I tip these people? And we say, don't tip them unless you're utterly blown away by the surface.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tip them at all, because they're being paid a living wage. The prices are high because they're being paid a living wage.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing that happened when the COVID hit hard was that the people who got hurt by losing their jobs got fucking immediate welfare, and it was
nice.
Good.
Isn't there also
good? They often fuck people around really badly with welfare, but this time around they did pretty good.
That's nice.
Isn't there also instances over in America though where the restaurants actually keep the tips?
Yes.
Like they don't actually give them on to the bloody servers over there?
I mean, it depends on what state you're in. In more and more states, that's becoming a felony. But yeah, that is wage theft that occurs a lot. I know that anytime I eat out or I have food delivered, I'll tip $5 to $10 for whoever's bringing me my food, because it's a pandemic and you're getting paid shit. So you deserve the money. So it's like every time I go to eat, I'm gonna spend $5 or $10 more. So if I went to another country and I spent more money instead of tipping, it's the exact same thing. I just want these people to make a living wage, and I don't understand why that is. And the other thing too is if that conflicts with your business interests, you're a shitty business person.
You're a shitty business person.
Amen to that. Yeah.
You need to go out of business.
Amen.
Yeah. Well, this is why I
didn't
fucking campaigning with these fuckers who said, don't pay them benefits, or we can't open. And I was saying, don't fucking open.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing with people wanting to reopen their restaurants here during lockdown. People are all pissed off because, we have to stop indoor dining. We have to stop slaughtering people so we can order a $5 pizza. So I could be a jackass and go home and kill my grandma. I'm just so upset about it. Like, these people are fucking assholes. They're sadistic pieces of shit, and I'm tired of them. I'm tired of it. I have to.
Chris, fucking settle, mate.
Oh God, I'm so.
Chris, we don't say angry stuff on this channel, mate. We don't go off at people here.
Speaking of
forums that you need to bloody.
Speaking of, there's just one thing that I need to say though.
You're just going nuts. Sorry, Grasshopper, what are you saying, buddy?
No, you're right. There's just one thing I have to say. Did everybody watch the return of the Wangafat Wednesday video?
Of course I did. Twice.
Thank you. Oh, so Red Dead Lefty saying you cheap bastards tip. No. See, in Australia, people are paid a living wage.
It's a living wage.
Pay when we go out. We pay at least 50% more than someone in the US would, and that's because the staff are getting a living wage.
Yeah.
So
that's the idea. Is that it's at the end of the week, they're not sucking their boss's dick to get
those
10
tips.
cents.
Exactly.
They're getting the
you hear all the people over in America going absolutely fucking nuts about trying to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and and it's like as if you're fucking saying that we should kill the firstborn of every fucking person, like.
Exactly. Oh my God.
It's like, these people might want to actually live a fucking life outside of working 3 jobs. Because,
I have this argument all the fucking time with people, all the time. It's just like, for some reason, they think that if we raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, it's going to cost $75 for you to fucking drink a soda pop or something. It's fucking infuriating because...
And you know what, Chris? In Australia, $75 to drink a soda pop, don't drink fucking soda pop.
Hey,
in Australia, one of the things that is the worst is when you do go out to...
soda pop today now.
If you do go out to...
Right, I'm going to interrupt you to say I'm not going to interrupt you because I'm going to make a cocktail video and switch my microphone off. Everyone was just going, oh, your camera's gone weird because I put a different light on and I didn't have automatic settings on the webcam. So I put it on automatic on the webcam so the white balance and exposure went right. So
well, now you look much better, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm going to switch my microphone off and let you find people.
So we won't talk bad things about you.
No, we won't. Yeah, anything bad about you at all.
We'll back later. And then
no, not at all.
No, not at all.
No, I remember having this discussion when I was actually in America. I lived in Miami for the better part of a year, and towards the end of that, I was in New York for just under 3 weeks before I finally went home. And the first thing that I noticed about being in New York, when they say that it's the city that never sleeps, they fucking mean it. I accidentally broke the screen of my laptop at 2:30 in the morning. And at 3:15 that morning, I found a laptop repair guy that was like 3 blocks away who had the screen in stock ready to go. And, I just had to spend the money and get it fixed. And it was like absolutely amazing. That would just never happen here.
It's slowly happening in Melbourne. Slowly happening in Melbourne. And the best thing that we can do is continue with that 24-hour
push
for the public transport. When we get that through,
oh my God! Speaking of 24-hour transport, guys,
going to be the place because on the weekends now, from Friday through Sunday, the public transport runs 24 hours, and it's been fucking godsend. The congestion in the city has fucking died down. The pissheads on the road have died down. The trains are full of people so that the creepers don't fucking attack the girlies.
Yep.
If the girlies need to get away from the nasty guy, she can get on a fucking train and go. Or she can get a bus and go. She can get on a train.
Yeah, that's great news. That's great news.
They tried here for a while a thing called a lockout, and because they were going, there's a lot of violence on the streets because the pissheads get out of the pubs.
Oh, you want to talk about lockout? I'll tell you all about New South Wales lockout. It'll give you fucking nightmares.
It was a shocker here too. It was fucking a ridiculous joke. So the lockout basically said between 2 and 4, I think it was, you're either in the pub, the drinking place, or you're out and you're not allowed in. And so you had all these angry, pissed people running around the fucking city, waiting to get back into the fucking pubs that opened again at 4.
What could go wrong?
With no toilets, and the alcohol's starting to wear off. Their buzz is starting to go, and so it was the next part of the entertainment, which is to punch on. It was dumb, and the big thing they found was people couldn't get away because the taxis all fucked off.
Yeah,
All
everyone.
the
Yeah,
taxis
yeah.
just
Everyone leaves.
left.
The taxis also didn't want to deal with the fucking drunk
Yeah,
idiots as well,
yeah,
who
yeah,
get into
yeah.
their cabs and
Why would
throw
they?
And
up
bomb
everywhere.
it
And they
everywhere.
fucked
Yeah,
off.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we
No,
had
I mean,
fucking
I'm sorry.
rapes, we had fucking stabbings, we had it just
I've-
the police
I've-
told the government this is a bad idea.
I'm of the incredibly unpopular opinion that I'm actually perfectly fine with lockouts, provided that the lockouts are literally fucking everywhere. At like, say, 2
Yeah,
o'clock in the morning or
everywhere at the
whatever,
same
Yes.
time.
everywhere just shuts the fuck down.
Everything shuts.
And you got
Yeah.
that 24-hour
agree.
transit to keep people going to their home.
Although, unless it's like an essential service, like a pharmacy
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
No,
of
no.
course.
What he means,
Yeah, no.
You mean
Yeah.
drinking establishments, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I just
yeah,
mean
just
like, you know, your
places like
bottle-os,
that.
your bars, your clubs, yeah.
Yeah.
That
You
stuff
know,
can close.
yeah,
Everything else
This-
can be
because
open.
when they
So,
implemented that
yeah.
when they implemented that in New South Wales, all they did was basically force everybody that went to King's Cross and surrounding suburbs to go out and get pissed to a little bit further out west or further out east to a place called Newtown, and they would go out there and get thoroughly pissed and whatnot out there. And all it did was shift the problem of the drunk idiots getting into fights outside of bars, throwing up in cabs, and all of that sort of stuff that you get with drunk idiots. All it did was shift the problem. It actually didn't fucking cure it at all.
No.
So
And the coppers in both states said this is a bad idea. It's not a good idea. It's going to be bad and expensive.
Whoa! Hold on, wait. So you're trying to tell me that dumping thousands of angry drunk people into a location that they cannot leave for hours on end is a bad idea?
yeah, it's a crazy fucking idea. Yeah, but that's exactly when they first proposed these lockout laws. There's a place not far from King's Cross and that called not Kirribilli. It's a casino basically, and it's really like it was supposed to be inside of the designated no drinking area, lockout area type thing, and through some political buggery, the guy that owns that casino was able to basically make it so that the line got literally drawn around his fucking casino.
His area.
Yeah.
And basically at about midnight, everybody would start fucking diverging on this
Flooding
place
toward the casino, which is what they wanted.
And
oh,
at
by
the
the way,
casino,
my mum used to sort of do some work at Kirribilli, at a place called Kirribilli.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, so the security there, they knew every night, like on the Friday and Saturday nights especially,
it's going to be
about this time, it's going to be an absolute
it's going to be a
fucking
shit
show.
fuck. It's going to be a shit show. Yeah.
Yeah, and all the hospitals around there and whatnot, they had to bring on extra nursing staff and all of that
We
sort of
got to
stuff.
get the
try and
trauma
keep up
people
with
ready.
demand.
People are going to get stabbed.
So now they've reopened, or they've lessened the lockdowns or whatever out of these King's Cross areas and whatnot to try and spread the problem, as it were, as opposed to doing anything to fucking fix it. The original idea. Yeah, the original idea is a good idea, trying to stop people from getting into drunken, stupid fights at 2 o'clock in the morning and causing huge amounts of damage to innocent people and property and all of that sort of stuff. It's a good idea, but
it was horribly. First off, it has to be everywhere. Secondly, you have to have 24-hour transit and other services so that way people can get to safety and get home. If you don't have that, you're just trapping people. Because what happened in Portland is people went nuts for ever since as long as I've lived here about like why do they shut down why do they push a button and turn down the buses at 1 a.m. and sure enough about I think 3 or 4 years 3 years ago now we've had 24-hour buses. We have the night bus here in Portland that replaces all the train service, and it's so much nicer because it means that we don't have to have 75 people cram on the last bus all pissed off and cranky with all the other homeless people trying to escape the police sweeps at nighttime, cramming on there with their bags and shit. You have 24-hour buses, and like you said, AZ, it really helped. It also means that you don't have to spend like $40 on a cab if you're creeped out and you want to get home. You can just hop on the next bus. So it's really.
As Grasshopper was saying about the city that doesn't sleep.
It just keeps ticking, and it's really nice that we're starting to get that here.
Melbourne more and more and more and more has been
Yeah,
pushing its closing time later and later.
Why my sole trading business has been doing okay during COVID is mainly because the one of the services that I offer that a lot of other people don't offer is I'm awake at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning to take care of this or that or the other problem, and I've done laptop screen replacements at 3 o'clock in the morning out of bloody Circular Key.
Oh,
It's
buddy, you are a savior. That's amazing.
no, I'm okay. So this wasn't me seeing a vacancy in the market and trying to fill it. It's literally me just being a naturally nocturnal person.
Yeah, and it's awesome that you're doing it, though. That's really great.
But the other thing too, so much pressure is put on Australian productivity now that so much business is being forced to go later and later hours, and if the photocopy breaks down at 10 o'clock at night,
it's got to get fixed.
Ringing somebody to wake somebody up to fucking make that photocopy a go, and that guy's charging $2, and that guy's fucking worked out. You know what?
I charge a premium. If it's after 10 p.m. for me to arrive at a place, then I do charge a premium.
Damn right.
And I always tell
Melbourne running like that all the time.
Yeah, I would love.
Night. I need my computer fixed.
I would love to see like every service out there basically be 24 hours. I would love a 24 hours Woolies and a 24-hour, everything else apart from service stations and all of that sort of stuff, of course. Having said that, I want it to be reasonable as well, but that's my own personal bias coming through. For instance,
when you say reasonable, tell me about reasonable.
Okay, so like I say, it's from my own personal bias.
Yeah,
so
okay.
my own personal definition of reasonable. Like I completely stand in full support of decriminalizing all drugs and legalizing marijuana, but I don't believe that we should. And I'm okay with people drinking themselves into oblivion, but I don't think that we should have 24-hour bottle-os. I don't think that we should have 24-hour bars and clubs. I don't believe that people should have 24/7 access to alcohol. And if they were to legalize weed, if they were to decriminalize drugs, I don't think that there should be 24/7 access to that either.
Were simply fucking obeyed, as in, if you are drunk, you may not buy any more piss.
Oh my God, that would solve so many problems, but they'll never enforce it.
Have to shut those bottle-os or clubs.
But they'd make less money.
Sorry, mate, you're pissed.
But
not allowed to serve you any alcohol. Go
but how many kids have ever come up to you, AZ, when you've been at a bloody shopping center or whatever, and say, "Hey, if I hand you $20, can you go into the tobacconist to buy me a packet of smokes?" There's always going to be ways for them to find the way around.
Many have done this, and
they're too pissed
now not to go to the guy with the blue stick. Because I start shouting, no, don't hurt your poor lungs, your poor babies, as loud as I can.
Oh, that's awesome.
Screaming in the mall, and the whole mall just stops. And I had this one guy who was about 6'5", maybe 16, with a skateboard, skinny as a rake, and he's going, "Shut the fuck up, cunt. Shut the fuck up, cunt. Seriously, dude. Shut the fuck up, cunt." And I'm going, "No, I'm having way too much fun." And then continued screaming, "This poor baby is wanting the cigarettes to kill them. And people are starting to gather. And of course, kids hate a crowd, and they
especially if they're trying to get like smokes or grog or something like that.
If
the guy that they ask starts to create a scene like that, they're gonna fucking run.
Guard came up and he said, "What are you doing?" Kids approaching for some smoke.
I remember when
give him some.
For a very short period of time there, I was a security guard at a shopping center many moons ago, and all of the kids always wanted to start fights with the security guards. It was like a rite of passage almost to start a fight with the security guards.
The poor security guard.
The way that they would always try it with us when we were working there was always to look at us and go, "What are you looking at?" And so I just made up the most ridiculous things in the world to answer that question and just suck all of the steam right out of their sails.
Yeah.
If they were wearing a hat and they'd go, "What are you looking at?" "Oh, your hat," and just walk away. And
nice
another
hat,
guy,
though.
"What are you looking at?" "Oh, you got a green thing stuck in your teeth, dude. You might want to go check that out in the mirror." Or
that's
something
always
along
the
those
best.
lines. And
That's always
all
the
of these guys were just like, "What? Huh? What? Huh? Oh," and then they kind of walk away. "Hey, Nettie, how you doing?"
Hey, Nettie.
Hi, man.
Hey guys!
Nettie, I'm wearing a collar and tie.
Happy birthday, Kelly!
I have a caller.
Thank
That's about it,
you.
though.
You gorgeous, Kelly. On your
Thank you.
birthday.
You can't
I love
actually
your hair,
tell,
by the way.
but my mum put colours in my hair.
I can tell. It looks great.
Oh, nice.
Aidsy, you've got Red Dead Lefty saying that he wants to live with you now.
Good.
About time, really.
What?
I need more. I need
He moves
more help
fast.
with the rent. It'll be a little tight.
We all know that you're a fan of tight things, Aidsy.
Oh. There you go.
You can't deny it.
Well, I can do.
Angry, if you're
Angry.
talking, your microphone's still muted, mate.
Gotta unmute.
Fuck you, microphone. Fuck you.
Yeah,
Okay.
fuck that microphone.
I was basically saying to these people, Mr. that Melbourne going 24 hours would be brilliant. And then if we push for transport to go to 24 hours, we could have a proper city that doesn't sleep.
Yeah, you gotta
And
have that
a
transit.
better
Though.
city that doesn't sleep.
Do you really
you
want one
Because
though?
it's a really nice place to live. People aren't horrible here. We've just proved during the country's worst corona epidemic in the country that the Melbourne people were good to one another. The Melbourne people looked after one another really, really well.
What's that
I'm
like?
very proud of the people who lived in Melbourne. They wore their fucking masks. They didn't fucking yell at the girl behind the counter. They didn't fucking get the shits with every little fucking inconvenience.
Wow.
And they did grumble about not being able to do this and not being able to do that, but they did it and they handled it. And the fucking sky didn't fall over.
Yeah.
Though I did get.
This sounds beautiful. Keep talking.
Yeah, I was like,
This
looks like he's in a fantasy.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
look, to balance, the dickheads were really noticeable by how much they were out of step with everyone else.
Yes.
Yes.
Melbourne
In
was
the
really
media
good
and in
about,
politics and the
telling
fuckwits
people,
protesting in the
mate,
street.
you forgot to put your mask up. And they didn't say, "Hey, fuckwit, your mask is down." Sometimes they'd say, "Oh, it works better when it's on, mate." And people go,
Yes,
oh, yeah.
There was a very, very, very short-lived movement near where I live of a bunch of like anti-maskers trying out their bullshit, and they kind of got out the front of a couple of high foot traffic areas not too far from where I live, deliberately not wearing masks and holding up signs and all of that sort of stuff. And the funny thing about it was, it wasn't that they were confronted; it was the way that they were confronted. It wasn't that people were turning around to them and saying, "You're a fucking idiot, shut the fuck up, go the fuck home," or anything along those lines. It was people literally walking up with A4 papers, like stacks of A4 papers of scientific studies about how dangerous COVID-19 is and how masks can prevent the spread of COVID-19.
You know, it's a
And then-
shame they didn't have these pamphlets for the anti-maskers in 1918. It's a real shame. Yeah, somebody would.
The funny thing about that is that some people don't actually know. In 1918 was when electric light bulbs was starting to become the norm in people's houses and in hotels and all of that sort of stuff. And when the Spanish flu hit, there was a rather large number of people who thought that the Spanish flu was because of the electric light bulbs. Just like we've got these 5G idiots with coronavirus.
Yeah, so they got with some electric light bulbs, and they would gather in these massive crowds without masks on, at least, especially here in the U.S. And I remember there was this one county commissioner lady here that was just, I cannot believe that we went back into lockdown. I don't understand why everyone's got to be wearing these masks. So I retweeted her statement with a picture of the Anti-Mask League, and then a picture of a mass grave from 1918. I'm like, you know what? Here you go, Karen.
Yeah.
Go to the meeting. Here's your grave. We got it all set up for you. That's our anti-mask plan.
There's back in 1918 too. There was this theory that people had. It was a folk theory that that electricity had electrical fluids.
Yeah.
I don't want to sleep with my with electricity in my bedroom because I don't want electrical fluids running around while I'm asleep.
Yeah, you don't want that getting on you and giving you the flu.
You know, you go, oh ho ho, how quaint. But I was talking to a man 2 days ago who said that there has been, you've probably seen pictures about this, an engine that appears to work with no energy coming out of it and or going into it, and they've said to NASA, please test this, it seems to work, please test it. NASA's going, we do not go against the laws of physics here, we don't do magic, we do science. But they were at him, and they were at him for years, and then NASA finally said, to shut you the fuck up, we will do it. So they got this microwave engine and they stuck it in there and they tested it and they went, so that works then. Right. And basically they sat on it they didn't like keep it secret. They sat on it for a couple of years and worked it out. And it appears that, because remember that physics has been told to us for a while as being an incomplete theory. It's good, but it's incomplete. And they basically turned around and said the only way for this to work is for momentum to be not quite what we think it is. And they say now that movement is not caused by an object at rest forever or an object moving forever. Movement is caused by the quantum foam being less dense in front of the moving object as it is behind the moving object, therefore is able to move in that direction.
That makes sense.
And an at-rest object has the quantum foam equally distributed around it. And if you do that, instantly dark matter and dark energy disappear. It instantly disappears.
Man, quantum foam sounds
momentum
delicious.
is recalculated, and it explains almost fucking everything. And so, you know, it's quaint. We go back and say that the 1918 folks were talking about, you know, electricity fluids, but now when we have to turn around in you know 2020 and go, yeah, we might have fucked up that whole 3 laws of motion thing for a while, and might not have been quite on, because remember when Einstein did the calculations and Newton suddenly wasn't quite accurate anymore, close enough but not quite accurate anymore. And if you use Newton with your GPS, you get lost real fast.
Newton didn't come up with the laws of relativity. There's a big difference there. So no, it's the laws of relativity that make GPS work.
I really want to try this quantum foam. It sounds delicious.
It's a bit like you eat 5 spiders a year. You can't get rid of it. It's in everything. But basically, there's a lot of things that that we know for sure. We know, and we don't. Science is a continually perfecting thing, and a continually cutting thing, a continually mining thing. And
that is the beautiful thing about science, is that it is a self-correcting process.
Exactly, it is
what tells you that with a bit of humanity and a bit of care, you can take down COVID. you can fucking beat pandemics. You can fucking make people feel comfortable enough to take care of each other enough to get through any situation. If you treat all people with enough respect and enough dignity, then you can get all the wisdom that they can contain, and then you can dispose of them in the proper Nazi way.
God, I hate this country I live in.
Angry, I believe that Abigail's trying to join us.
Abigail.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at something else. Abigail, so lovely to see you.
Hello.
Right.
Dr. Abigail.
No
Hello.
one's asked me 2-minute questions. I've got to go to the toilet. Get your timer together.
So, get another drink.
So I have a couple. I have. There's an echo. Who's doing the echo?
I think it's you. It started when you came in.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's you,
not
Abigail.
this again. Poor Abigail.
That's weird because I've got my speakers muted and just a headset.
It's fine now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I can always
anyway,
do the method, but yeah, no. Let's just keep rolling.
So, AD was talking about a device called the EM drive, and
yes.
the tests that NASA did, basically, black body radiation is like more thrust than this thing was generating. So if you have a body that's heating up because it's got microwaves bouncing, and microwaves are a high energy ionizing radiation, and it generates heat. And okay, that's not me.
I
Sorry,
believe that might be
echo.
you, Nettie. No offense.
Oh, really? Okay. Well,
no, keep going. I can test.
Anyway,
okay.
So I'll keep talking.
I'll
keep talking. So as an object, a hot object in a colder environment radiates heat, and that's the photons, and that can generate thrust. And the thrust that the EM drive was within the error margins of this black body radiation emitting. It was so minuscule that if you wanted to lift up a car with an EM drive, you would have to use the entire power requirement for a city. It was ridiculous.
Small, very small.
Yeah, it was tiny. But the idea that it, of anything pushing against quantum foam is patently absurd, because that's not how it works.
When AZ was talking about that, there was a part of me that was like, I want to talk about that, but I knew that you were in the chat, so I was just like, no, I'm going to shut up and let Abigail take on this one.
All right, Abigail.
Lee looks like he's about to explode because he's been trying to say something for a while. Did you want to say something,
go,
Lee?
Lee?
As far as physics go, I've got a new physics rant. Everywhere our world's expanding, journeys through the soul, past all thoughts and understanding, science or control. And I've actually got to go because my son's needing to go to bed. So good night, everybody.
Good night.
Peace and love.
Live long and prosper.
And
you too, buddy.
And on the third point I wanted to make, Newton's laws and Newton's calculations. He invented calculus before he was 21.
Yes.
Give him some credit, because there was no math to describe the planets. The only way he failed, all of his calculations hold up to this day. He couldn't explain the orbit of Mercury though, because he didn't understand relativity. General relativity, basically.
Yeah, it's fair to say that Einstein's theory of relativity is the sister to Einstein's.
It's part of the puzzle. It's part of the picture.
To Newtonian's laws of movement. The laws of relativity are basically the sister to that. Like a lot of flat earthers like to talk about how Einstein's theory of relativity completely invalidates all of Newton's work on gravity. And it's like, no, Newton observed gravity, but he couldn't explain it. He didn't know what the cause was. He was just saying that it existed.
He didn't even try.
No,
he didn't need to. He just wanted to describe it.
Yeah, and then it was
So
Einstein
he
that
couldn't.
came in and said that, you know, these large masses are causing a disruption in space-time, and that's
Yes.
what's causing this well, and that's gravity for all intents and purposes.
Yes, and
Yeah.
even with that description, we still don't know what causes gravity.
No, we
Like
have
we don't
no
know
idea.
how
Yeah.
matter
And
causes
people also
gravity.
remember that I was
There's
very
no
careful to say-
particle in the standard model of particle physics called a graviton. There's
Not yet,
it's a theoretical thing, but they haven't found it.
Not yet.
The two favorite theories are string theory and quantum loop gravity, and
Yep.
no one even knows how to test for them yet.
Exactly.
It's like
No, that's right.
it's
Yeah.
Nobel
Yeah.
Prize waiting to
So-
happen.
But
Yeah,
still,
at this
Remember
point,
too,
we're not.
guys, that I was at pains to say that that our physics is very good but incomplete.
Oh, yeah.
Quantum fucking gives you what it's 6 or 9 decimal places now.
9.
That's good. That's very
So
good. But
yeah,
it still doesn't
the
tell us
analogy
about
I
what
like
it's for.
using. The analogy I like using is that quantum physics can make predictions about the world within a degree of accuracy that you could accurately measure the width of, say, the United States to within a millimeter. Like it's crazy accurate.
Crazy
Yeah.
accurate. It's
Yeah.
crazy accurate. But it still doesn't tell us why light goes through 1 slit and 2 slits and not both and not one.
Oh, that's particle wave duality. They've done that.
Right.
That's
and so
yeah. I mean
this
that like
incompleteness and the
pilot wave
wonder
theory,
of going
or is it?
forward and the wonder of finding out more and the wonder of finding out what is that cool next thing around the corner. I don't think I was talking about the EM drive. I think this guy, remember this guy that was talking to me was fairly vague on the deets, all right? And I know that I'm pretty sure it wasn't the EM drive they were testing. That's not what they were looking at. Not the because that was shown to be a hoax a while ago.
It's not the Alcubierre drive, is it?
I don't know.
The warp drive, basically, the Alcubierre. I mean, it's theoretical. We don't even know how to produce the Alcubierre effect, and even if we did, there are fundamental problems with it. You cannot actually move faster than light with it, because even though it bends space fore and aft of the ship, if you bend space enough that you are moving space at the speed of light, you actually create a horizon that you cannot detect into or to slow down. So there's lots of problems with it, and you need negative mass and exotic matter. And it's crazy.
And you only get tickets to those nightclubs once per Mardi Gras, and you'll never get back in.
I'm just glad. Coincidentally, I'm wearing this dress. To this my galaxy dress.
I'm wearing a collar and tie
for this conversation. Collar and tie.
No,
cool. Well, I've still got my Ravenclaw tie here that I wore that other time. It's still tied up, actually.
Ravenclaw.
The physics of even traveling at light speed is absolutely mind-boggling, let alone going faster than light speed, i.e.
like you have to have zero mass to travel. So yeah, I mean, if you have any mass, you cannot travel at the speed of light because you need infinite energy. And if you have zero mass, you have to travel at the speed of light. Like it's.
Suffer asks, can we play video games on quantum computers? At this point, no.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe in the future, but it would require some pretty
good night,
amazing
Stella.
programming.
Night, Stella.
Good night, Stella.
It just made me think of the old Stephen Wright routine when he's saying, when I go for a job interview and they ask me if I have any questions, I say yes. If I'm in a vehicle driving at 99% the speed of light and I switch the headlights on, what happens? And if they say, I don't know, I say, then I don't want to work here.
I think it's one of the things that drives a lot of people nuts is that in the scientific arena, the answer of "I don't know" is a perfectly acceptable answer to a question.
That's the best
Yeah,
answer.
let's find out. Yeah, it's
Exactly.
great. Yeah.
Let's find out. That's always the best way to figure things out. If you act like you know everything,
Yeah.
I'll never learn
You
anything.
were talking earlier about creationists and the fossils that they want to find and all of this. A
Yep.
lot of the fossils that creationists want us to show as proof for evolution would actually disprove evolution in and of itself. These fossils just do not fucking exist.
So the funny thing about fossils is that if you just if all the fossils of the world disappeared, we would still have insurmountable evidence for evolution.
Oh, yeah.
existing.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
no,
Like-
yeah. The DNA research
It's-
on evolution is the absolute complete
Yes.
fucking slam dunk that evolution's
Absolutely,
evidence did to make it a complete and utter irrefutable
Whoa,
fucking
whoa,
fact.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, you're trying to tell me that God didn't just invent this all a couple hundred years ago?
if
in
if
7 days, no
humans-
less.
if
But,
humans were the result of intelligent design, I want my fucking money back.
Exactly.
Amen,
And I still
sister,
have never.
yeah.
No,
I
yeah,
Yeah.
we
still have
should
my guilt.
sue them.
Because I have
still
had
have
the
my
worst
guilt.
fucking week for this flesh prison. I want my robot buddy.
Who puts a
That's
fucking
intelligent design.
amusement park next to a fucking sewage works? Huh?
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
that's it.
It's way
No,
too
I
much.
remember in a structured debate, I had a creationist try and tell me that we can't argue against the perfection that is the human body in one of his rebuttals, and my
You
immediate
see the
response
simple,
was
right here. This ain't perfection. What the hell?
my immediate response to him was to turn around to him and go, "Okay, say that to the next blind person that you meet. Say that to the next deaf person.
And that is really ableist to say. Yeah.
Say that, say that to somebody with cerebral palsy, or say that to somebody."
I'm just
You know,
waiting for the person with the motorized wheelchair to rush the stage and run them down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just,
You think
or
I'm
just go,
perfect?
then how come we have worse eyesight than an octopus?
Mm-hmm. You see
Yeah,
these glasses?
100%.
Octopuses
Yeah.
fucking poly-legged fucking unearthly beasts that were put there by Satan.
Oh, by the way,
I
And-
want
and-
a mantis shrimp sight. I want to be
Oh,
able
yeah.
to see what a mantis shrimp sees. It's
Yeah,
we've
that'd
got
be crazy.
3 tones, and a mantis shrimp has how many?
It's
Like
like
8 or
12, I think.
12? And
Yeah,
so we
that-
don't even know what that means. What fucking
Yeah.
wavelengths is the mantis shrimp seeing, for God's sake? And I
that's
also
Yeah.
want to be able to punch like a mantis shrimp who punches so hard and so fast, makes water boil when he hits something. The
Yep.
physics
Cause
involved
Water.
makes
yeah,
cavitation.
cavitation.
And poof.
Yep.
Yep.
Fucking
So-
Sorry, in Facebook, Fox of Fate says the problem with supercomputers and the like, they don't have good graphics cards because they are made for calculating, but they don't need to render graphics, as far as I know.
No,
So
that's
Fox-
completely not true.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
they have probably the best graphics cards that are available.
Yeah.
but
And
they-
dozens
those-
of them as well.
Yeah, they can have up
Yeah.
to. I've seen some of them with up to 16 of them, but
Yeah.
these graphics cards are not designed for graphics in games or anything like that. The physical equipment that is used on a graphics card has a much faster and easier way to crunch the numbers than the rest of the computer. So they use they use it very specifically for that. So it will give you a basic display of text and a desktop background type thing. But there was a computer that I built for a client about 3 months ago. And in that, I put in a $20,000 video card from NVIDIA called an NVIDIA Quattro. It's $20,000 for that video card, and he does a lot of scientific experiments with his PC.
That
And
is
just because I wanted to know, I called him up and I asked him and I begged him. I said, "Can I please? I just want to know." And he said yes. I just booted up Steam and I installed Steam on his PC, and I just booted up Half-Life 2. Old school game that most computers these days with onboard graphics cards, which aren't the best, can run. just to see what it was like, and it was like trying to play a claymation game. It was absolutely horrible. It was completely not capable of doing a damn thing. But that video card is literally worth 10 times what the video card is in mine or say Angry's new rig that Abigail bought for him.
Good
because
rig.
they are just they are very much dedicated to what it is that they do.
Yeah.
So hopefully that clears that up.
Yeah, speaking of new rigs, by the way, Angry, your newest video was in 4K. I loved it. It was nice to see all that glorious detail. Secondly,
every gross skin discoloration.
It was great to see. Secondly, I just want to say I want to say hi to my new girlfriend Megan, who's watching. Hi, Megan.
Hi, Megan.
Oh, hi, Megan.
Nice.
The moment that you ask a question about computers or physics or biology or science in general,
That's how you summon me.
I'm afraid
that's how you summon me.
That's the point that Abigail and I are going to come in and somewhat take over the conversation.
Yeah.
So I apologize.
Or talk about Star Trek or Lord of the Rings.
Sorry.
And also,
we'll fucking take you to town every time.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Get your 2-minute questions ready to go.
And also, Red Dead Lefty is practically, well, I don't want to speak for him. It's practically jizzing over this conversation. Seems to really enjoy it. And I was like, if we weren't so nice, Fox, you know what I'd be doing now? I'd just be like jumping down, like, yeah, son, you got fucking served, son. Sit the fuck down, son. But we're too nice, and we love you, Fox. So I'm not doing that. But
and how
it's
is
in
it?
here. Sorry.
How is it I'm still single? Like, how does that equate?
How is
I'm
that?
sorry, Abigail. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was
sorry.
single,
Look,
but, you know,
Abigail, some of the people live overseas. Some of us are already married, and the others who have tried to crack on you've been like, hell the fuck no, just no. So
some of us just aren't in your ballpark. So
the reason why you're single is because you have these completely unreasonable expectations of finding a nice person, and how dare you have such unrealistic expectations?
What the hell's wrong with this?
No.
It's okay for others. No.
And
I mean, to be fair,
Angry got banned from YouTube for full frontal nudity
and demonetized.
Was this ever monetized?
I mean,
when YouTube started getting
exactly,
I voluntarily demonetized. In fact, recently, and I don't know if it's trolls or if it's YouTube's algorithm getting weird, but every other day I'm getting a message saying your old video X has been age restricted. And I like, oh, the video is called "Why Don't You All Get Fucked?" And I went, yeah, okay, that's fine. It's a 14-year-old video, and so I think it's poisoned whatever minds it's going to poison at this point. So I don't know if it's a troll doing it, because I was like, dude, I actually agree that kids shouldn't be watching my video. I very rarely make videos.
I was just thinking, 14 years old. That may have been around the time I first watched Team America World. Team America World Police.
Yeah.
Oh man, shut up! I feel old enough already, chicken.
Yeah, I get surprised. Like I get this thing saying, "Oh, this video has been age restricted," and for a laugh, what video is that? And I click on the link, and it's like, it was a video that was put up in like 2006, and I'm like, fucking hell, have I?
There's a couple of very small videos on my channel, like one of my puppy dog playing with his toy and stuff like that.
I watched that video too.
But there was a video that I done on anti-vaxxers that was asked, like a bunch of my friends asked me to make this video on anti-vaxxers because they didn't understand how vaccinations work. They didn't understand why anti-vaxxers were the way they were. So they asked me to do the video just so that way they could watch it as opposed to having a full conversation with me. I was like, fine. So I did the video, uploaded it, made it public, didn't care because I'm not trying to make a YouTube career or anything like that. I was just answering the questions. And it was the most amazing part of that was one of them has been viewed, I think, like 670 times. It's like, okay, great. I've got 670 views. Yay me. But out of that, I had about 8 people whom I'd never met before in my entire fucking life just start messaging me out of the blue with, oh, you're a complete liar. You're full of shit. you don't know what you're talking about, all of that sort of stuff, just straight off the bat, just out of nowhere, simply because I happen to not be anti-vaccination. And, you know, I didn't bother responding to any of them because, they're internet trolls. What the hell's the point? And,
Exactly.
yeah, so I didn't respond, and then all of a sudden they started reporting my videos for hate speech.
Oh my God, that's right. How dare you try to
sharing it? You weren't sharing around that sweet farmer shill money, were you?
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
that's it. No, it was because I said that anti-vaxxers are fucking morons.
Well, they are.
And yeah, and they were like, you know, that's hate speech. So I
That's
get this
hate
email
speech,
from
right,
YouTube
yeah.
saying, you know,
Um,
your
Let me do
video
it.
has been reported for hate speech and all of this sort of stuff, and I'm just like, and
Yeah.
calling morons
Anti-vaxxers
moron
are pieces of shit. I mean, that's just what they
is,
are. They're assholes,
it's
especially if
not
they're
how we
spewing that
do it
everywhere.
these days, mate.
there's
Yeah,
reporting of,
unless you've got a medical reason why you can't have a vaccine,
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it.
And even if
Okay.
you are in that camp, people getting vaccinated saves your life.
Yeah, exactly.
herd immunity
You
is a
want
thing.
everyone
And that's
else
what I
to
mean.
be
Like, if
Everyone.
you, that's, I only mean the people who can't have vaccines,
Yes.
then, well, that's more the reason why everyone
Immunocompromised
else.
people.
Yeah, exactly.
Used
Those
to
who are going
be
through chemotherapy
in-
and all of the people with autoimmune disorders and whatnot,
Mhm.
they can't have
Yeah.
vaccines because they're immunocompromised. This is perfectly
And they just
acceptable,
don't
but
work.
that's what herd immunity is all about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
it's
Yeah.
protecting
bloody,
those people that can't be
okay.
protected.
I've got a couple of points here that I can relate to. The first thing is that I am immunocompromised to the point where I have what you would call technically a low-grade AIDS. And it happened because I was on arthritis chemicals. Looking at you, grasshopper. And that, well, Chris, I'd bail too.
I will return very quickly.
Effectively what happened was that they turned off my immune system and unfortunately didn't bounce back. Then I'm sitting there in the immuno clinic getting white blood cells pumped into me because without them I will, die and shit. And basically the doctor comes around and says, we're giving everyone flu vaccinations. Do you want one? I went, yeah. And they went, okay, you're immunocompromised. That puts you in a higher risk category. And I said, tell me of this higher risk. And he's gone, you are an 0.05 higher risk of getting some of the side effects of the flu vaccine. They include raised temperature, a feeling of nausea. And you can see this guy sighing and feeling down every time he had to go through these. And he'd had to go through this 100 times. And every time this poor bastard opened his mouth and said, yep, we're good. Give me the jab. Yeah, no, we're good to go, man. Shoot me up. No, I don't want the flu. Let's go with the squeezy. He says, I have to tell you the risks. And I went, dude, I survived Fournier's gangrene, being shot, and 5 different surgeries, and my heart stopping 7 times. I'm good. Let's go with the jab. And I went, you know what? I'm going to buy that. Just sign here.
Sorry, AZ, just hang on a second. Nettie, we can't hear you, sweetheart.
Really?
There you are.
Yeah, now.
I'm here.
Yeah, you said something before there. I saw your mouth move,
Ah.
but we couldn't hear anything.
I just didn't put any voice to it. Like I was just
right. Right, my apologies. Sorry, continue.
Anyway,
AZ.
the other thing was in Australia we used to have a thing called the yellow card. When you were a little kid, your mum took you to the district nurse, the community nurse. You got weighed, you got your shots, and you got marked on the little yellow card. And when you went to school for the first time, you took your little yellow card to school. And there was always
lost my little yellow
couldn't
card.
find their little yellow card.
Mine was
crying because the kid wasn't going to be allowed to go to school. And that was terrible, mums. And the teachers would go, "You're all right, dear. We'll ring the nurse. She'll be fine." And then they stopped it in the 1990s. They said, "Oh, you don't, because it's discriminatory. You don't have to have your little yellow card." This is when the anti-vaxxers were really starting to get going. And then at the end of the 90s and the aughties, they turned around and said, no more of this shit. You've got to have your little yellow card now. And so nowadays in Australia, yes, we've got a lot of anti-vaxxers, but if you want to go to school, and you have to have your little yellow card.
That's how it is here, yeah.
Yeah, and basically homeschooling has taken off here in Australia.
I wouldn't put that down to just the anti-vaxxers. I'd say that's also autistic parents. I mean, parents of autistic kids.
Yes, but
yeah.
there's a lot
Pumpkin
of reasons for
spice.
homeschooling, but unfortunately, it hasn't been the big success that it's been in other countries as it has been here. We've had correspondence school here in Australia for years and years and years and years and years. We've always been a distance nation.
I did my uni via
We've always
correspondence.
been, kids living on the farm. We've always had that.
Correspondence, yeah.
But we're talking the proper fair income. Mum makes the curriculum homeschool, and unfortunately, at the end of the process, you have to take the same exam as all the other kids, and it's been shown that the homeschool kiddies aren't doing so good. So we wish them well.
Really surprising.
One of my best friends was forced into homeschool. One of my best friends was forced into homeschooling, not because his parents were anti-vax or anything like that, but because they were incredibly religious, and they didn't like the fact that, they didn't like the fact that he wasn't being, force-fed, basically religious doctrine. So he and his sisters were forced to be homeschooled. Here we are now at 40 years old. He and both of his sisters are the angriest atheists that you have ever met in your life.
You can imagine, yeah.
Yeah. Not only are they, I would dare say that most of us here are an atheist of some description. We are all atheist light in comparison to these guys.
Really?
It is absolutely crazy.
I'm probably atheist super, super light, because I'm always at bat for people that do want to practice religion. So I'm not someone who hates religion at all.
Yeah, look.
And what most people understand agnostic to be.
Yeah.
Look, I'm completely atheist, but on that same token, I don't ever want to get in the road of anybody believing what they want to believe, provided that they don't get in my road or anybody else's road. Go nuts.
Exactly. Enjoy it.
Saying I disagree with what you worship, but I will defend to the death your right to worship it.
Exactly.
Yep. Exactly.
100%.
A form of my religion says I am restricted in this way, and doesn't say my religion says you are restricted in this way.
But that's right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where you cross a line. That's where you cross a line.
That's a line crossed. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it. I've been asked.
Most of the Muslims I've met are actually that guy.
I remember
particularly is virulently that guy.
A quick thing about Muslims. I used to work with a bunch of Muslim guys when I was repairing laptops for the schools. When Kevin Rudd and Julie Gillard give out all the laptops to the schools, I was working for the company that repaired them. We had 3 Muslim guys working with us who were the types of Muslims who actually prayed 5 times a day. So they would pray in the morning before they came and whatnot. Now, we before they ever started working for us, we already had the morning smoko, go out for lunch, the afternoon smoko, and then the end. And what the Muslim guys basically went, okay, while you're outside doing your smoko, we'll pray. While you're doing lunch, we'll pray, and then we'll have lunch. And then when you do your afternoon smoko, we'll pray. And when we go home, we do our final prayer. That's our 5 prayers for the day. And
no one.
Yeah, exactly. 98% of us at the workplace were like, yeah, no problems at all, and we actually set up a small room for them that they could go into and close the door so that they could do their thing. And they had a thing in there to wash and all of that sort of stuff so that they could do their thing.
That's nice.
This was going on for the better part of about a month and a half, almost 2 months. And we had to hire a couple of new guys to come in. and both of them as white as possibly could be, come in and, you know, first smoko, the Muslim guys go off to do their prayers, we all go outside to have our smoke, whatever, and these guys immediately just going, oh God, they're just trying to do their Muslim things, and, you know, it's, oh God, and just started in on this entire fucking Islamophobia bullshit. And
how long did they last?
well, I turned around to him and I said, well, what the fuck is your problem with them having their prayers while we're outside having our smoko? Like, what fucking difference does it make to you at all? And he was like, well, you don't understand because I'm an atheist. And I turned around to him and said, no, I am a fucking atheist, but I happen to not be a cunt. There is a gigantic fucking difference.
Fucking difference. You know, it's only this big.
So
I'd say
like
that.
to add.
Yeah, I can't show it with my camera.
So I would like to add a caveat to the idea of let people worship as long as you're not crossing that line and affecting other people. I want to add the caveat of not indoctrinating children. Including family worship and Sunday school and all that, because children, we are biologically wired as children to believe our elders. And as much as I hear constantly stories of kids growing up religious and becoming atheists, it's a form of brainwashing, and I think it's abhorrent. I think it's child abuse.
Here I am at 41 years old and occasionally still have that whole Pascal's wager thing going on in my mind.
Yeah.
I've been a pretty
and
firm
I've met plenty of adults who still have Catholic guilt from being raised Catholic as children, even though they're atheists.
Maybe it's not Catholic, maybe it's just psychological guilt. But, you know, they give it a Catholic spin and they like to have someone to blame, so they blame the Catholic Church.
However, remember too that culture is...
Yeah, I was going to say about culture.
Is passed from parent to child.
100%.
Yeah, you can have culture without religion, and you can have culture without...
Sorry. No, there is a difference there, because in Saudi Arabian countries especially, part of their culture is their religion.
Exactly.
So, you know, that type of it's where the waters get a little bit murky on making sure that you don't indoctrinate your children. I don't believe that we should be sending kids off to Sunday school and Christian camps and all of these sorts of different things for those forms of indoctrination. But I don't feel comfortable with saying that parents can't turn around to their kids and saying, this is what we believe. We would like to see you do the same thing, or whatever, you know.
In the light of, you know, frame it like, I believe this, you can believe whatever you want. Not this is the literal truth of the world.
That isn't practical, because then a Christian can say atheism is indoctrination, a capitalist can say socialism is indoctrination. It's you do what you do, and sometimes you fuck it up. Trying to objectively say you can and can't do these things is absolutely impractical. In essence, I actually agree with you, but in practical terms,
I agree with that as well.
Yeah,
there's a difference in the mindset, you see, because you're seeing religion as something optional. Whereas a person who truly believes, who has had a conversion experience, especially people who've had a conversion experience, or people who've been brought up with it, they see it as fact. In the same way that you see, I don't know, anything else as fact, like trans rights as fact. They see it as fact. So there's this real big problem between religious people and people who are not so at all. They really see it as almost literal.
Yeah,
they see it as fact.
The only thing that I would try, if I were capable of being a parent, the only thing that I would try when I was talking to my kids about theology and talking to my kids about that whole aspect would be to let them know that no matter what, if they believe, if they don't believe, if they believe in something completely different to what I believe or whatever, that at the end of the day, they're still my kid and I still love them, and that's never going to change. That's going to be the main thing that stays. I agree very much with an ideal that Abigail kind of put forward there, where when parents turn around to their kids and say, if you don't believe, you're going to burn in hell for all of eternity, that's fucking child abuse as far as I'm concerned. I don't give a shit what their beliefs are. That's fucking child abuse, because that is something that me and a lot of other atheists that I know still struggle with to this fucking day, is that fear that was instilled when we were tiny little kids. It's almost impossible to get fucking rid of. It is a really horrible fucking thing to put onto a kid's shoulders, that kind of fucking responsibility. That to me is fucking tantamount to child abuse. I'm sorry, but it is.
I think that a
agree.
lot of religious people would actually agree with you about that. That is not a subject for the small children or even the semi-small children. It is a subject for, adolescence or early adulthood.
It would be, except that they don't. They start in with the hellfire pretty early in all of your faiths. Doesn't matter what they are. There's the bad place. You learn.
I mean, I wouldn't know what statistics are, but I wouldn't know what statistics are, but I would say that shall we say, people who keep up with the times would agree with you.
Sorry,
because there are religious people who keep up with the times, but then there are religious people who are just like, I hate the world. I want to shut it all out. I want to create my own world, and I want to isolate my family. And they're the scary ones.
Sorry, I just need to bring up the YouTube comment section very briefly there. Hey, Foxy. Red Dead Lefty says that I'm wrong in regards to Islam. Could you please let me know what I was wrong about, Lefty? I'd love to know if I was wrong, and if I was, I'll apologize completely. Sunbear says everyone's indoctrinated in one way or another. It's called parenting. I completely disagree with that. My dad was an absolutely fantastic example of making sure that his kids made up their own damn minds about everything in the world, and that he was going to be there for them no matter what. Now, he would like, if I were to turn around to my dad, just saying completely, this is a complete thought experiment, not true, but if I were to turn around to my dad and say, I hate gay people, my dad would have turned around to me and said, okay, I love you, but here's why you're wrong. And he would have explained it to me and still let me make up my own mind. If afterwards I still said I still hate gay people, he would have just continually tried to show me that I was wrong in that assumption. He would not have disowned me, and he would not have tried to indoctrinate me to say the gays were okay. He would always try and get me to challenge my own beliefs. That is a parenting style that does exist, just not often enough.
It's very
teaching logic and healthy skepticism is on point parenting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
And it should be taught in school.
It would be if people knew how to do it, but they don't.
Lefty, go ahead and ask the question, guys. I will be right back. I need to use the facilities, and I am out of drink, so I will be right back.
I'm out of cocktail again. And you know what else? I'm out of Mac, and I'm out of whiskey.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I'm too clean now.
Yeah, I have to order some new drinks as well.
If only it was that easy.
Put it through the screen. There we go. Evening
Well,
to
email you some.
Manly spirits.
Well, you've been to Manly Spirits. Nice.
Oh, by the way, I have just sent my brother the link to Code Grey.
Dan Murphy's.
Oh, cool.
And my brother said, Okay, I'm 3 minutes into it, and he has just presented evidence of his immortality, and I am convinced he is in fact immortal.
Oh yeah, yeah. The evidence is in. The evidence is in.
I am
That's
too.
hilarious.
You can't die, Edsy. That's it. You can't.
Well,
Seductive Earth life.
if I
Yeah,
was
but-
Jewish,
yeah,
I'd be the
but-
second coming.
If you had to live as an immortal being with the litany of health complaints that you've had, would you want to?
I know.
Oh, you know what?
That's the
Somebody
big-
asked
2
me
minutes.
the other day.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
I was in a medical context,
My
and somebody
God.
said, "What would you have done different?" And I said, the only thing I would have done different is if I'd have known that the litany of health complaints was coming, is I would have got as strong as I possibly could have gotten before they hit. Because that gives you a lot of room. And now I find if I fall over now, I find it very difficult to get up off the floor. That's also the brain damage, but the Rona has made me quite unfit. I'm very unhealthy right now, and I got asked, you know, what bits of history would you have changed? And I would have lived the life I lived with my litany of health complaints. I met people and did things and was forced to go beyond and above what I thought was possible to do, which I wouldn't have had to do if I had had a smooth and easygoing health life. I would have just floated along being the mediocre comic that I was, not having to push.
I would
that
say
even
above
further.
average.
I would have not had to push past having to see, you know, for the longest time it was easy for me because I was big and I was strong and I could just fucking thump people. But now I can't thump people and haven't been able to thump people effectively first for a very, very long time. And I've got to, you know, it's a dangerous game. So now I've got to think past and through conflict very, very quickly, and I've got to think a lot faster and a lot harder with even less brain to do it with nowadays. And I would have run things politically differently. I would never have admitted to being a junkie to the health system ever, which I know is a shocking admission, but the discrimination you get when you are put in the program is incredible. They say they don't treat you any differently. They do.
They do.
They do.
Mhm.
And
So if I
my
may,
healthcare has gone downhill considerably since I got put in the health program. I was talking to my mum actually, and I was saying I worry sometimes because I go into these health situations, and the first thing they say is, "Oh, it's the drugs, the drugs, the drugs. That's the problem. The drugs, the drugs."
Yeah.
And she said, yes, with me, it's the diabetes. The first anything goes wrong, it's the diabetes, it's the diabetes, that's it. And, you know, one day they're going to miss something and I'm going to fucking keel. One of the drugs they had me on to stop me being a drug addict stopped you getting any opioid painkillers in you at all. And it's the idea is to stop you getting on drugs. But if I'd have got hit by a car and gone into shock, and they'd have given me a lot of morphine in the ambulance, would have done nothing, I would have died, and that would have been too bad, so sad. And I asked them what they were going to do about that, and they didn't have an answer for me for close on a year. And so I said, we're getting out of this. We're not doing this anymore. And I said, what would you do? And they said, well, we'd leach it out of you. And I said, well, how long does that take? Oh, it's very quick. It only takes about 3 days. And I was saying, so I've got a broken bones and I'm going into shock now. And I'm unconscious. And in 3 days, if you know that I'm on this, you're going to do this and I'm going to live how? Oh, well, no, we're very good. So I would never have told him I was a junkie, but I wouldn't have changed anything because the road that I'm on and the people I've met and the things that I've learned, the things that I've done and seen have been extraordinary. I live in grace and gratitude, and that in and of itself is the biggest gift. If I'd have been as rich and famous as Rove, which is I was on the way to be, what could you have told me that I would have listened to? You little people who know nothing. What could you have told me, me being the big superstar, that I would have taken any notice of at all? When in fact, everyone here just on this screen has given me wisdoms and understandings that I never would have had if I'd have been in any other situation. I wouldn't have been with Boss of the House, and that's been one of the most fulfilling relationships in my life. He uses me for sex. And he's abusive.
Hey, at least you're getting used.
Yeah. Fucking pay the rent, bitch, is, not the way I would say hello. So Boss of the House thinks he thinks it's funny to to injure me. He does, however, like it when I fart near him, and I don't understand that.
Just checking.
Oh my god.
No, I got the look. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh, I saw a funny mug today about how a person goes, I used to cough to cover up my farts. Now I fart to cover up my coughs.
No, that's funny. Yeah.
Sorry, I just noticed.
I just have to bail for a second.
That's a good one.
I'll be back in a bit, okay?
All right, yep. I just noticed Blur asking how long we keep going. Dude, it's a Friday night. We tend to take a long time to run out of steam on a Friday night, often till 1 or 2 a.m. But
but it's Friday nights is always on the best stream.
Okay, so 1 or 2 a.m. for the stream.
Yeah, no, I'm talking the stream. The stream often lasts till 1 or 2.
The after party,
your mileage may vary, but who knows?
I mean, yeah. You never know what could happen there.
Gin.
Oh no, you're running out of everything, Nettie. What's going on?
I know.
I'll give you some of my gin, Nettie. Yeah, have some gin.
I wanted something from Dan's, but I don't know what it is. I think it might be amaretto, but I've run out of whiskey. Anyway, the usual problems.
Blur's gonna join us. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Blur. Oh, by the way, I said it on Facebook, but I got carded yesterday when I was buying Cappy soda water.
Because that's suspicious, is what it is.
Yeah, and apparently I could look underage.
Well, you do look like a very suspicious chicken in our defense.
Yeah.
There isn't many chickens out there that look just like you, my darling.
I've never seen a chicken with dyed hair before, so I mean, really.
So
wow.
You're a very suspicious chicken. So I'd card you too.
I've got to color my hair, or else you can't see me.
Nice. Well, I think the rule they say is if we think you look under 25, we'll card you. So they're not saying you look under 18. They're saying you look like you could be under 25.
Yeah,
pretty much universal with the carding.
That's an extra 5 years. I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Blur, whereabouts do you hail from?
Sacramento, California.
Oh
it's
my
like 4
God.
o'clock in the morning here.
A fellow American suffering.
Yeah, look, Chris and Blur, the Insomniac Americans, love to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you feel about the whole Biden victory and Trump basically pouting?
It's more than pouting.
It's an ongoing train wreck, and I don't think there's so much back and forth and so much bickering, arguing. I'm convinced this is just nothing but a kindergarten class at this point. It is no more than just kindergarten, and
It's depressing. It's just depressing.
It is.
Yeah, entirely too many ways.
It's like if I'm living.
Sorry, I was going to share something, but AZ needs to see it. So
it's like we're. Have you guys seen any of like George Romero's zombie movies? It's like we are living in like Diary of the Dead or something, where it's just all like, you know, the disease hits and the U.S. immediately collapses. Everyone was all like, "That's not realistic."
I think it's more on par with a very Stephen King fan fiction-esque thing going on here, more than us.
Like The Stand.
Yeah, like The Stand, except.
Well, you know, that's where you get to like just making every fucking movie about the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
you look at, you breathe.
Yeah, I just thought it was. I was always really interesting that, like, you know, everybody would always say, "No, that's ridiculous. Like, that's not going to happen. They're going to get it together. We have things under control." Obviously, this is exactly what's happening, and I find it hilarious that as a teenager, I knew this would happen. Every movie taught me this would happen.
Yeah, it's like I've seen variations on the joke a few times of someone saying, "Okay, I'm never going to criticize a horror movie again by saying." No one would do something that dumb because, people will do dumb.
Never underestimate the ability of humans' base nature of doing something stupid completely and completely.
Every time I think we've seen rock bottom, someone goes lower. So
there's always got to be that one person to prove.
Right.
The other to prove that.
Right. So I'm about to go and make another cocktail video, but now as you're back, I just wanted to share something because we talked about it, but I don't think you've seen it. So I just want to share.
Megalith, yes.
I want to share this. That's Rudy Giuliani, and you can see his bad hair dye leaking down his face.
Wow.
That's the real thing that happened. That is
Watching the lectures today.
I don't think that's funny. I don't think that's funny at all. I think that's really quite rude.
That's because Rudy Giuliani isn't funny. He's just fucking offensive.
Attacked by them, basically the pod people, is basically trying to warn us of our impending doom, and we're just fucking laughing at him having mascara streaks down his head.
Yeah.
You know, I thought for a while that the United States of America was being run by idiots, but now I know it's basically an attack by the pod people, because no one would make such fucking stupid mistakes in such a fucking well-organized order to fuck up their entire population. Any other country's leader who killed 200,000 plus of his own citizens would be considered a fucking genocidal maniac. But
not in
the US is considered someone who's going to make America great again.
Yeah, but the thing is that, in order for it to be genocide, you got to have intention. And I don't know if Trump is smart enough for intention.
No, he has intention. He was literally recorded. It was literally recorded.
It is really hard to tell.
He was literally recorded saying, "We know COVID-19 is really bad. We know it's going to come out here and kill a lot of Americans, but I'm going to downplay it, and that's what I'm going to do." He was recorded saying.
Yeah, but did he really see it going this bad?
Well, I mean, 10 people. Woo!
No, you gotta remember that Trump also didn't believe that him spraying things in his bathroom was causing any damage to the ozone layer. That he believed that vaccines were bad and all of this sort of stuff. So him not accepting the science of COVID doesn't necessarily say that he's got intent to kill people, but his complacence is just as guilty as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
criminal negligence.
Is he complacent or is he a retard?
Well, no. He actively from the beginning wanted to downplay it. He knew it was dangerous. They told him it was dangerous. He accepted that yes, it's dangerous on tape, on audio tape, and he went ahead with downplaying it. So he's as guilty as anybody else. It's like literally, I'm gonna build a pit in the middle of a freeway and not tell anybody. I'm gonna put a bunch of spikes in the middle of that pit, and then I'm gonna say, "Look, guys, there's no pit in the freeway. Just keep driving."
I think my wife said it best once, America, where healthcare is a privilege and gun ownership is a right. When you've got the Republican Party in power over there, they have got a complete backwards view on what should and shouldn't be an inalienable right. As a human being with fucking empathy, I believe that healthcare should be an inalienable right. It boggles the mind.
According to some of the NRA and the way that these people have structured their whole thought process, is that they believe that the true meaning of freedom is to be able to supposedly protect your land, own property, and own your weapons to help protect your property and land. So that's like the tool or instrument that they hold as like the holy grail of all important of the whole structure and the basis of freedom in their minds. That's how they structure
freedom to own land, the government can take away at a moment's notice, and you can't do a fucking thing about it.
Blue,
freedom.
Chris, tell me this, and this is something I've always wondered. You have rights, inalienable rights, okay? And the first right is the right to life, okay? But you also have the right to bear arms and to take away anyone else's right to life that scares you. How does that work?
Okay, so the way it works is I don't know, and I'm gonna die probably because I'm stuck in the United States of America. Please help.
The way that this is the way that I understand it from their structures is if they feel like they're threatened, that it's their right to take another life in the context of them being protecting their property, protecting themselves.
Especially if they're taking it black. Let's not forget that.
When I did US politics, I actually wrote about how basically America, they say that they're the land of the free, but how can you truly be free when this whole society is living in a constant state of fear?
It's not
fear of other people,
really good
fear of their government. It's like this constant, pharmacy, science, medicine, everything. They're constantly under a state of fear, and you can't be free if you are in a constant state of feeling like you're about to be attacked and have your rights taken away. Or your life.
It reminds me of that clip that kind of went semi-viral from, I think it was called The Newsroom or something like that. And Jeff Bridges is playing a reporter who gets asked, what makes America so great? And he goes, it's not. Oh, sorry, what makes America the best country in the world?
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah, and he goes, it's not. And then he goes on that tirade about, freedom and all of this sort of stuff. He absolutely nailed it in that speech. Like, whoever it was that came up with that speech deserves an absolute high five.
Yeah.
Because it not only...
Talking, and he's painful because everything he does is wish fulfillment. Like women who write strong female characters get accused of writing Mary Sue's. Like, it's just your wish fulfillment. Literally,
I know, right?
Everything Aaron Sorkin has ever released should be called the Mary Sue, because it's always completely unrealistic. It's always his idealized version of what should happen, and it's always completely divorced from the real world. But because he's a man, he gets away with it. And I'm going to switch my microphone off and make a cocktail.
And so I'm going to go to bed. So
good night, Chris.
Bye, Chris.
Bye, Chris.
If it's a male character, it's a wish fulfillment power fantasy. But if it's a female character, it's a Mary Sue and a badly written character.
Yeah, but what would you know? You're a chick.
Hey, I'm not a chick. I'm non-binary.
Eat that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, happy birthday again. You're looking gorgeous.
So how you doing anyway? Anyway, nobody. We haven't heard from you yet.
Your hair
I'm
is
all good.
fucking great. You're killing it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Seriously, did you go out somewhere? Did you do something for your birthday? Because you just look great tonight.
Me? Yeah. I went out and had Japanese, but apart from that, I have been at home. I played some video games, but yesterday was fun. I went out for cake at Sanchuro's. It's a really great cake. It's got like layers of mousse and like caramel stuff. It's great. And I've also just received a few parcels from me for my birthday. And I'm planning a trip to Brisbane as my birthday present from my parents.
Nice work.
I'm going with my mum.
Nice work. Is anyone at all interested in 2-minute questions to AZ, or we don't care?
Always.
I'm totally up for 2-minute questions to anybody in the cast. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Dr. Abigail, do you want to do the timer?
I can't do the timer at the moment, sorry.
Okay. Do you want to do the timer on a watch? And just say stop.
No, I literally am struggling to even be a coherent person at the moment.
I have a timer.
I can do a timer.
Yeah, if someone else could do a timer, that would be great. Unless we're
Hold that.
talking about Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, or physics, I'm in too much pain to talk.
Okay, sorry.
Talking
There's something that I
about
just
Lord
need
of the
to.
Rings.
Sorry, Chicken. There's just something that I've got to raise now before it gets away. Red Dead Lefty. I don't believe AZ, if he was really concerned about his health issues, then he would have stopped vaping and drinking. Red Dead Lefty, how about you go well and truly fuck yourself? You don't know what the hell AZ has been through in order to get to where he is now. If vaping and drinking Gatorade for the sake of fuck is where he's at now, in comparison to where he was, then he deserves all of the fucking credit in the world. To say that he doesn't give a shit about his health issues is complete fucking bullshit, and fuck you for ever saying it.
That's a kind thing to say, Grasshopper.
that.
This is actually Barocca. The bottle I just use because it's got a stop top, and when I go to sleep at the desk and I tip it over, it doesn't drip on the desk. It's actually vitamins. The other thing I drink is coffee, and vaping was to stop me smoking because I smoked for 32 years, and there was no chance of me stopping smoking.
Also, I would like to add that this channel is not for debating. It's not. That's not its purpose. We're not here to debate anyone, okay? And fuck, I fucking hate people who say debate me, damn you. That's not why we're here.
Well, we could discuss.
We're here to have a nice chat.
Probably get better. They would. For those who want to really debate, you can go on Poll and 4chan and debate your heart's content, because there'll be people willing to spend hours debating stupid
or Twitter
or Twitter for
Red Dead
no reason, for no benefit whatsoever. So, and another thing about assumptions of who takes care of their health based on what you see, instead of actually asking AZ himself how he handles his health. Making just blind assumptions based on what you just see here.
Well, if you've been subscribed to Angry for years, the way that we have, we've been taken a little bit on the journey of AZ's health. Not all of it, a little bit. And there's, the little bit that we have been taken on the journey of, to see him where he is now versus where we knew he was in the fucking past is chalk and fucking cheese. So anybody that comes in and goes, oh, you don't actually care about your health because you're still doing this and doing that and doing the other, fuck you. absolutely fuck you.
I'd like to second that.
Yeah,
I think all of us will second that. Red Dead.
Motion is passed.
Yeah, Red Dead, you're a fuckwit. Just fuck off. Okay? You've got nothing positive to contribute. You hang on shit on someone you know fucking nothing about. Just fuck off.
See, the thing that he's talking, the way that Red Dead is kind of going on about it, is almost similar to the argumentation that Trump supporters use, and they start going into ad hominem like attacks like this. It's like Red Dead. Nobody gives a fuck of what you're saying right now, and you just do yourself a favor. Stop. Time out.
Maybe
Angry is the only mod on this channel. No one else is a moderator.
When Angry gets back, if Angry read anything that he had been typing in, Angry fucking tore him a new one and banned him already. So Red Dead, keep on going, talking about how AZ's apparently killing himself and how we're not debatable and therefore we should feel bad about ourselves and all of that.
Apparently we need to take responsibility for our lives. As if we're not fucking doing that already.
I mean,
like,
let me put it this way too.
Lives and not taking responsibility are two fucking different things. Like, come on.
My question to Red Dead is: are you his like parent or something? Do you like have any personal relationship with AZ that you would actually care for him in such a way that you're going to criticize him for the way that his lifestyle is? Because it seems like
we're addicts now.
I mean, it's like,
what am I an addict of? You know me so well. Tell me, educate me. What am I an addict of?
I would just like to put in a quick apology to AZ as well. Sorry for speaking out on your behalf without actually passing it by you first. I should have done that. Sorry.
No, that's cool. I was maybe gonna maybe help bring the heat down by saying that there was a time when I was very young, very fit, and very healthy, and unfortunately I got an autoimmune disease called necrotizing rheumatoid arthritis and psoriatic rheumatoid arthritis and calcifying rheumatoid arthritis at the same time, which happens. And I got that at 26, and that pretty much put the kibosh on my health. And they fixed that by giving me lots and lots of chemotherapy drugs, which destroyed my immune system. And because my immune system got destroyed, I got a lot of different diseases and a lot of comorbidities. And I was also trying to resurrect my career at the time, which was telling jokes to people on stage and around the world at that point for lots of money under the table. Jesus Christ, I was making a lot of cash. And it was a good life. And I was surrounded by lots of very intelligent, very clever people all the time. And I was being paid lots of money to make people laugh all over Australia and all over Asia. And basically that all got taken away. I was about to sign a deal with either Channel 7 or Channel ABC to be Rove McManus's opposition on the TV, and then I got sick. They heard about it and my career died in the arms. To resurrect my career, I decided I had to get past the pain. I put myself on my own pain program that made me very, very, very addicted to codeine, an opioid, a very strong opioid, which was available over the counter here for a long time. And I did that for a lot of years and did a lot of extra damage to my health. I had a lot of things go wrong all at once. I have basically muddled through with a lot of help from a lot of people, and I basically put back where I can. I can't do a lot physically these days, but I can still write a joke or two, and the vaping itself was at the insistence of my new boyfriend, who I hadn't actually come out to my parents until I was 45. And I was due to go back into the hospital with a coma, and I didn't want my boyfriend at the foot of my bed, looking across the foot of my bed to my mother at the foot of my bed, and both of them going, "Who the fuck are you?" And so I introduced my parents to my boyfriend, and they came to immediately and met him. And the first thing my mother said to my boyfriend is, "What do you think of our boy?" And he said, "Well, the smoking's got to go and the drugs have got to become a thing of the past." And she said, "Shit, I like him already." And a lot of other partners have said this, and he actually made it happen. Within 18 months, the drugs were gone and the smoking was gone. And now I vape instead of smoke, which is FDA tells us 23,000 times better for you than smoking. Not harms, but 23,000 times better for you than smoking. And I don't drink alcohol very much at all. I don't do the drugs much anymore. I'm on the addiction medicine program. Excuse me just for a moment.
Okay, so I'm just going to take this up. Red Dead Lefty, I was in AIDS's position. I made no excuses. I beat life. Stop making excuses. Sorry, Abigail, you wanted to say something there. I won't actually respond. I'll let you go for it. Sorry, darling, go right ahead.
Okay. I had severe chronic depression for over a decade. I didn't let it take over. I stayed fit. I was working on my research. I developed fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue in the last 2 years. I still haven't let it beat me. Red Dead Lefty, you can just fuck off with this failed in life bullshit. I'm a single parent. I had to drop my PhD because of all my health issues. That is not my fault. And I've worked so hard to get where I am.
Okay.
I'm not
making advantage of me not being here to be a cunt.
Angry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Angry. Yeah, sorry. I'm just going to say one more thing, and then Angry, please, for the sake of love, ban this fucking Red Dead Lefty fuckwit.
No, I've already done it. Yeah.
Okay, damn it. They're already gone. Damn. Okay, well,
can he still watch the stream, or is he just
No, he's
completely
banned from my channel now.
Cool.
Well, good.
I think it's the same person who keeps setting up multiple accounts. Because they are very sad and have no fucking life whatsoever.
So they think
Nettie, I love the dress.
Oh yeah.
Oh, damn.
It's a pretty nice dress.
Fashion parade time. I love it. Oh, those would be great.
Nettie, I don't know how it happened, but you have just made me more of a lesbian than I already was.
Oh, by the way, Dr. Abigail,
that is a compliment.
look what I got recently. I don't know if you can see it.
Is that Frodo?
That's Frodo. Cool. Yeah.
I actually got it in a loot crate. I thought I was getting a Deadpool loot crate, but I got a random one. So yeah, I got a Frodo.
Nice.
Very nice.
And Raiders, I'm not a mod. I don't know if I can become a mod.
I don't know if you can set up multiple moderators or administrators on
YouTube. Yeah,
StreamYard.
Well, you can set up on YouTube itself individually multiple moderators by giving them the right click and
yes, I know you can on YouTube, but I'm not actually on YouTube. I'm on
StreamYard.
StreamYard's, yeah.
YouTube. Yeah, no, it doesn't besides matter, that, I wouldn't have gone in with the ban hammer simply because there may have been a point there that Angry would have wanted to come in and absolutely tear them a verbal new one before he banned them, and I didn't want to take that away from him.
They're a fucking coward. They waited till I wasn't here to be a complete fucking piece of shit.
So,
they're
pretty much, yeah.
Absolute coward.
Right?
Yeah, good riddance to bad rubbish.
So was that like? I was in and out during all of that. Was that some kind of troll thinking he was doing some sophisticated social
It was not
engineering?
sophisticated at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was
anything
like a
but.
toddler using it.
I'll ask.
It sounded more like the
Whatever.
typical pull your bootstraps up type of argument.
Yes.
Yeah.
Regurgitation from.
I'm better than everyone else.
Yeah. I had a tough time and I pulled myself up. Why don't you do the same thing?
You just need to be called by name because I'm awesome and you're not.
AG's trying to speak, guys. Sorry, AG, go ahead.
I feel like I've built myself up with a lot of help. I feel like I've come back from a few mishaps and deaths. I feel like I am always looking forward. I was admittedly at some point when I moved in here, every time I put my head up, I get punched down. But you've got to expect that in entertainment. 90% of what you set up basically falls apart, and 90% of that erodes away. So, what was this guy?
Oh, it was just a really sad little troll.
Look, I'm just gonna say it in here right now. We like this group of people is the group of people that I would want humanity to aspire to. We've got a trans woman that we have got zero judgment for. We have got gender non-binary that we have got zero judgment for. We have got LGBT representatives that we've got zero judgment for. We only care about, like, we've got atheists, we've got religious, we've got all of that sort of stuff. Sure, we all lean. Yeah, we all lean left, politically speaking. But if we met somebody, who was right-wing leaning but is still a reasonable human being, I would like to think that we wouldn't call them a shit.
Look, okay. For instance, the only example, Frankie the Skin, who pops in every now and then, because he's in a very bad time zone. He's in London, which is a very bad time zone. But he's a Tory. He's a Thatcher lover and whatnot. But he's stridently anti-bigot. He's stridently inclusive for other people. Just politically, he's a Tory. And it's like, cool, dude. I mean, we can, if you ever feel it's productive, say, well, I disagree with this for this reason. But he's a good person, and he's stridently anti-bigotry.
Exactly. It's possible to disagree with someone and still respect them.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
in our group, we do
talking about people we hate. I've been designing some merchandise, and I want to get these things screen printed.
It says caution. What's the little print say?
Aspies may bite. And this one,
and that's beware
unfiltered Aspie.
Oh God!
What is that? Unfunded.
Unfiltered. Oh, that's a dangerous thing.
That one.
Very far removed family friend of ours. Their son has Tourette's syndrome, and he has the very stereotypical bursts of profanity. Tourette's syndrome.
I just swear.
His parents for his birthday got him a shirt printed up that I absolutely love, and it says, "What do we want? A cure for Tourette's. When do we want it? Cunt."
Speaking of that word, this is one I've been thinking of wearing to church.
What's it say?
0 to oh yeah.
0 to cunt in 0.8 seconds.
Yeah.
Mad acceleration.
Basically,
I do
time. Sorry.
And one more for you. There we go.
Oh, what's that one?
Warning, short fuse.
Short fuse. That's really good.
That needs to be a shirt.
We
for
should
angry.
get that one for you.
That's a shirt for angry.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep, that is definitely a shirt for angry. We need to get that.
Put them on like Redbubble, and they're like,
we can do that. So I've got to get off to someone. I need someone to do a better job. I just did these in Windows Paint, and they look.
Actually, if you need someone to do a better job, I know a guy. I know a guy who might be able to.
You know many guys.
Maybe
I know a guy
maybe I should find a way of sending him to you, AIDS.
Graphic designer I used to work with.
Who could probably fucking do you some diagrams that would blow your mind.
You reckon AIDS knows a lot of guys, but do you really know someone when it was just a truck stop for 15 minutes? Or,
It could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 15 years, but I loved them all in their own
Yeah,
way.
yeah. No, the
I
the
loved
genuine
them
emotional
all.
connect was there. Yeah.
And every man tastes different.
Yeah.
And every woman buys the same. So I think it's time for us to let go of our fears of sexually transmitted illness. Just accept that rubber is our friend.
Yeah.
Also, categorically, girl dick has a much better mouthfeel than boy dick.
Well, I have to defer to experience in that.
I'm going to go.
Yeah.
All things genitalia and wonderful. The Lord DNA made them all.
Yeah.
I
want to do that.
Guys, I just gotta.
They smell for us.
I think we
in the
just broke
morning.
Nettie.
They spurt for us in the afternoon. They give us all the baby batter that we could possibly ever swoon. I'm really just making shit up as I go along.
There's somebody that's currently watching this live stream that I just want to call out. If everybody could just say a quick hello to Emma.
Hi, Emma.
Hi, Emma.
Emma has asked me to let you guys know. They're not very comfortable right now. We had a discussion about 3 weeks ago. Emma's been suffering a lot with mental illness and anxiety and depression and whatnot, and has been struggling to try and find out where most of this has been coming from. And having discussions with Emma over time, the discussions then turned to trans, to gender non-conforming, all of these sorts of different things.
Yeah.
This spurred Emma on to do some research.
Yeah.
And she has found 100% uncategorically that she's been suffering from gender dysphoria because she absolutely 100% identifies as gender non-conforming.
Yeah.
And through the discussion with me and now others, they've been able to properly begin to express how they feel in regards to their gender dysphoria, and it's making them feel a lot better about themselves and a lot better about the future. They're in the process now of organizing top surgery and all of these sorts of different things. So, Emma, this is me saying that, like, your experiences. I know that you don't mind me saying this. Your experiences with telling people outside, like in your own friends group, has been wildly supportive and fantastic. Here it is showing a bunch of strangers that have never seen you, who most likely will never see you. All of us are saying, "Good on you."
Yeah, we
Emma,
totally
you
support you.
fucking
You're
rock.
valid.
Stay awesome.
Yeah.
We love you.
Coming to that level of realization is such a big challenge. Because
So much soul searching.
It is.
I'm still like in the early stages of coming to terms with my own amount of gender dysphoria. I don't know where this is going to lead me. I am looking into changing psychologists so I can find a person who can actually help me on my journey to better understand who I am and what my needs will be in the future. And it's going to be interesting, but it's just something that it's hard to pin down when you look at a world that is mostly binary.
You know what?
Yeah, of course.
You find
And
the strangest things put you on the pathway to understanding. I gave up a shitload of opioids, and I had been taking a shitload of opioids for a lot of time. Like a lot of time. Angry will remember when they busted me in hospital and they took me off the opioids. Just took me off. They just went no more. And I was not a happy camper. And they gave me Valium for 2 days. I thought I was going to fucking die.
Yeah.
Anyway, I eventually got with Boss of the House because they put me on these drugs which basically stop getting high from opioids. Stop opioids from working, but you can climb over those walls using dangerous amounts of opioids, and I did quite happily. And I basically said, this is not working, this is not good. And I met Boss of the House, and he said, no more. And he's a strange little man in the sense that he can be very fucking persuasive in his own little way.
Yeah.
And angry or smile because he knows what I'm talking
about. Boss of the House is an individual.
I'm beginning to imagine.
Hey, I was getting the idea from the title "Boss of the House."
When you see Boss of the House, you'll fucking find what the joke is. You'll meet him one day. You'll see what's Boss of the House.
I sincerely hope the Boss of the House comes on one day so that we can all say hello. It would be lovely.
That would be awesome.
He will not.
No,
not even on
real life. We're talking about in real life, I think.
Yeah. Oh, in real life, he'll come to one of the meetings and meet everyone, and he's a really lovely guy. But anyway,
that would be cool.
I gave up the fucking drugs. Now, what I didn't know was that the opioids had been masking massive high anxiety for 20 years. And screaming out of the cellar came this insane anxiety that just screamed up into my consciousness. And I was spending 3 days a week in the fetal position on the kitchen floor for between half an hour and 4 hours.
You know what sucks about that?
Knowing I was going to die. I knew I was going to die. I had the fear. At one point, they thought I might have had a heart attack because the terror had taken me that long. That it skipped my heart a couple of times.
Sorry, can I really quickly want to say hi to Danny on Facebook, just back from their Day of Remembrance barbecue, which barbecue is a nice thing. And I feel like nobody, your experience with anxiety is something you wanted to say as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't want to interrupt Daisy, so I was going to just put it in the comments thing. I was just going to say the really shitty thing about that fetal position thing when you're having that attack is that, at least in my experience, you're still actually really super aware of everything.
Oh yeah.
And so you're aware of how kind of humiliating it is.
The seconds click by like minutes.
Yeah, it's fun.
You are totally aware of everything going on around you.
From what I've been told and from what I've been able to read. From what I've been told and from what I've been able to read in regards to anxiety, the levels that I exhibit and the levels that I've suffered with aren't would be a walk in the park for other people with chronic amounts of anxiety. Like it would be like a 1 on their scale. I'm not saying that it makes my experience any less frightening. I'm just saying that what it does is it gives me a lot more empathy, and sadness wouldn't be the right word, but
insight. It gives you insight into what it's like.
Before this, appreciated that people with anxiety had a rough time. I always appreciated that. But when I actually started to experience, I realized how fucking debilitating it was. You can't do anything. You're fucked. And I had to fix this. And basically, I hooked up with the right people. And they usually would put you on antidepressants. Unfortunately, antidepressants make me kill myself, which I'm politically and morally object to. So
I've tried it.
Thoughts of suicidal ideation, like, oh, this is not my brain, this is not how I work. Something's wrong, and I put up the red flag. People who know me know that I call them and say I'm getting suicidal thoughts. I don't fuck around. I say I'm getting suicidal thoughts because I'm not interested in dying by suicide because it kills the mothers.
But that's where your board of directors comes in. I mean, that's what, like, you've always told me that, and going like, you're not telling me you're going to kill yourself. You're telling me you have very clear, concrete ideation, and you're aware of it, and you're going, that's fucked up, and I'm not going to do it. But yeah, the wrong dosage of antidepressants is ugh.
Yeah, or any dosage of antidepressants. So they've tried different ones, and they've tried different sorts, and we've had a proper go. We've had 5 goes at 4 different kinds, and they've all fucking taken weeks to clear out of my system. So now I'm on benzos for the hyper-anxiety. But what we did to look for the source of the anxiety was we went through all of the environmental anxiety and went through all the techniques to get rid of environmental anxiety. You know, the kind of thing that makes you upset in a day. You know, the traffic light goes red at the wrong time, you get late for something, you get yelled at by someone, you get ripped off at the fucking fruit shop, you get arrested for pissing on a kindergarten child. Stupid. And
just
Generally
normal
frowned on.
everyday things. Normal everyday things.
Normal everyday things. But the techniques that I developed to get rid of environmental anxiety became incredibly powerful. And so now environmental anxiety, when it hits me, I'm able to matador out of the way straight away. And in fact, I wanted to talk about matadoring here and now because it's a really powerful technique for everyone. But what we found was my anxiety is chemical. One of the things that was the big clue was I woke up and have done a couple of times in the middle of a panic attack. You can't be worrying about something in your sleep. You can't be working yourself into a tizzy in your sleep. If you wake up in a panic attack, then that's something that's going on in your brain. These things come out of nowhere. Like, clear blue sky day, everything's fine, nothing's wrong, and pow, there it is.
Do you just get high anxiety days, AD? Like it just comes up and stays there?
It just turns up out of nowhere. Bang.
Yeah, and just stays there. Like I've had entire high anxiety days. And do you get the chest pains with yours?
Oh yeah.
You know, that feeling like somebody's inflating a balloon inside your chest while doing up a ratchet strap around the outside.
Yep.
Oh yeah. In fact,
that's a good description.
I have
mate, it's
core
fucked.
muscle. I have core muscle cramps where my heart seems to stop, my whole diaphragm stops, and my
fucking hurts, doesn't it?
Muscles around my intestines squeeze, and I shit and piss myself. And can't
I've been
breathe
fortunate enough not to have endured that aspect.
But
the chest pains bring tears to my eyes just from the pain.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I also have chronic pain. So, unfortunately,
you kind of
if
used
one
to
of the
it.
signals of getting one of these is pain, I can't see it coming because I'm always in pain. I'm always traveling.
On reflection, that comment of mine was a little insensitive.
No, not insensitive at all. Everybody's pain is their own pain. Don't consider your pain any better or worse than anyone else's. My pain levels usually run at around 7, 8, 8.5. If I can meditate and keep my spirits up, I can usually keep them down at about a 7. But it hurts to do anything since I had the brain damage. And this is the cruelty of it. You have 2 nerve lines in your system. You have the sensative nerve line, and that gives you your sense of touch and your temperature and your sense of spatial awareness. And that nerve is the same nerve in this finger, but it sends different digital signals to your brain to tell you what's going on. Pain nerves, and they're AC. Pain nerves are a fatter nerve, and they're DC. And they go through several processes in the brain and then arrive where they're supposed to. They rely on you being miserable. They rely on you being in a certain frame of mind. So if you can keep your spirits up, you can actually cut out a lot of the sensation of pain. Unfortunately, it also means that as I'm hurting myself, I don't know that I'm hurting myself. I'll often turn up at Angry Studios with a cut hand or cut knee or something like that. And Oh my God! Excuse me.
Sorry, that's just me. I feel like reading an essay. I was just reading it. It's just about making an old-fashioned cocktail because it's hilarious. But I know, like AD was saying, his anxiety only became apparent when he got off the opioids. But I remember incidents when we were working and he was still taking the several fucking hundred Nurofen pluses during the day. And we were in a shopping mall. You know how loud and brightly lit shopping malls are?
Oh, they drive me insane.
Yep. I'm with him, and I notice his eyes are just flicking from side to side, and he's tensed up. And I'm going like, you're either going to run for an exit or punch the person closest to you really soon. So I just grab him and say, buddy, should we go outside now?
That is not far from what exactly we feel like doing. I'm an Aspie, a diagnosed Aspie since early childhood. And I not that long ago, like a matter of just a few months, I spent probably about 15 minutes pulling pieces of bark. Hang on, I'm going to move that so that I can hear myself. Pulling bits of bark out of my knuckles from the tree that I punched repeatedly, repeatedly and hard.
Ow.
Like if I'd have punched the person that hard that triggered me, I'd have killed them.
Oh yeah. But I mean, this was back when, like I said, AIDS was taking the opioids, and we attributed this to the Aspie side purely. But in retrospect, as I was talking about times where we were in this shopping mall and the light and noise got a bit much, and I kind of recognized the way you were looking like you were either going to run for an exit or start punching people. And I said, let's go outside, buddy. Let's go outside. And I think in retrospect, that was the anxiety coming up under it as well. At the time, we attributed it to the Aspie side of things because you weren't conscious of the anxiety at that point.
Call it both.
It's something that I need to take into account when I'm with my brother, because I'm my brother's full-time carer. With his brain damage, he can be very, very susceptible to, and he's very susceptible to fits. So going into various shopping centers that have got like colored stained glass on their roofs and letting all of those lights come through and stuff like that, I need to be very choosy in regards to where I'm going to take my brother in, so that he doesn't fall to the floor and have a fit in the middle of a shopping center because things are just too bright and too overwhelming for him. I can only imagine what that must be like for somebody with Asperger's or more severe forms of autism. It must be an incredibly difficult thing, because usually they're left to their own devices on that one.
One of the things about Asperger's is that you get two choices. You get to get the world to change around you, or do you get to change for the world? When I was young, there was no such thing as Aspie. There was only the weird kid in the corner, and you got to change for the world. And I was the reject kid for a long, long time, and very gullible, very trickable. And then I discovered drugs and sex and wanted much, much more of that. Much more of that. And so I had to learn how to convince people to give me much more of that. So I had to learn what people were thinking and how what they said differed to what they did, and how they felt about it. And I knew that other people felt things because I saw them cry and I saw them laugh. I saw them do things. And I was very lucky in the sense that it was beaten into me as a child that there were other people besides me. And a lot of your spectrum folks don't see other people as real. But the thing that happened with me was I had to learn about other people, and it didn't make me empathetic so much as very observant of people's tells, of people's micro expressions. And I learnt to model them on feelings that I would have. And it's very quick and easy to quickly
that's exactly what I do.
Someone else's micro feelings, and then model them on yourself, mask them on yourself, feel them for a little while, and then put them back. I was studying people from when I was 12 till I still do. When I was 24, I was driving along with a fellow comic of mine, and he, no, I was 28, and we were driving along Beaconsfield Parade, and there was this couple walking across the pedestrian crossing, holding hands, and I said, "Oh, how terribly sad." And he went, "What?" I said, "Oh, they're about to break up. It'll be days at most." And he went, "How the fuck did you know that?" And I took him through it. And he went, "How did you pick that up in half a second?" And I said, well, blah, blah, blah. When I was told I was Aspie when I was 34 by a trained psychologist, I said, "Bullshit, that's a lie, it can't be real." And then finally I worked out it was real, and it was like coming home, because I realised all the things that I couldn't do. I could stop pushing shit uphill with my nose, and I could start getting good at the things that I was already good at. My friend, for example, in the car tried to teach me how to play poker, because he would put me in front of his Foxtel and say, "Now, tell me in this tournament who's going to fold, who's going to do this, who's going to do that." And I picked 99% of the plays. And he saw ching dollars in his eyes, and then tried to teach me the maths of poker. And I failed. 3 months, this guy put me in intensive lessons of maths, and I failed and failed and failed. And at the end of it, he was just in tears and said, and his dreams were burning.
You're a savant.
You thought you were Rain Man.
A shopping mall in Christmas time, I can't turn off the telling of what other people do, because it's also a protection mechanism. It's also telling me what they're going to do to me next, because I trust no one. I just decide how far I'm prepared to let people burn me, and I go with that. I can't trust anyone because of family difficulties, and because it always hurt to be betrayed. So rather than be betrayed, I just go, I know this person has enough regard in my life that I will be prepared to be burned to this point by them. And some people are more than others. Angry, for example, has a lot of burn left to go.
Angry, my darling, you look like as if you're really enjoying that drink.
I'm just jizzing in my pants while I drink it. Don't worry about me.
Speaking of drinks, my wine glass has a leak.
Yeah.
I'm going to fix something.
I had the idea of what would be perfect with this Archie Rose I just got this week, the Archie Rose Rye. It's like an old-fashioned variation, but with a little bit of this French apple walnut liqueur. And so the rye whiskey, French apple walnut liqueur, and some bitters, and just like a squeeze of sugar syrup. Probably didn't need the sugar syrup, actually, but...
Sorry, Chicken, you've been trying to say something for ages now, so please go ahead.
Okay. One thing, I totally get the whole thing about not trusting people and the degree of which you let them in, because you know that, like, yes, you think that they're going to burn you at some point, and you've got to try and judge how much you're going to let them burn you. The thing is that, in my situation, I have found it's really hard once you do let someone in, they do burn you. You try to keep that relationship, like platonic relationship, whatever, but you've got to find a way to scale back that amount of trust and how much you expect from that person in regards to how they will be there for you.
Okay.
Because,
Okay, Kelly. No one's going to be there for you.
No, what I mean is, like, when you like just hanging out, just being able to chat occasionally, just I'm not expecting like all the time, always.
No, Kelly, no one's going to be there for you. You are responsible for value adding their life. The more you value add their life, the more they will be there for you.
But you can't value add to their life if you can't be in their life.
No, you don't have to be in their life. You just have to value add to their life.
That's what I mean. You can't do that. It's
any
like
contact, any deed, any gesture which brings them actual value, brings them actual regard. See, too many people, when they're having the sex thing, okay?
I know, which I don't.
How am I going to enjoy the sex thing most? When in fact you're sharing yourself with someone else. If you're sharing yourself with someone else, then you're sharing the best of you with someone else. And if you're sharing the best of you with someone else and making them feel amazing, they are going to want to make you feel amazing.
Sorry, I feel the need to butt in now, and I don't want to speak on your behalf, Kelly, but my understanding from talking with Kelly is Kelly's asexual, so that whole thing is completely
I tried to say
I'll change the I'll flip it out.
I get the gist from like
I'll flip it out. I'll make it easier. Okay. All right. You are transacting with any person.
Yeah.
Try this with someone behind a counter. Okay, especially a younger girl. A younger girl behind the counter is stuck there for 8 hours a day. She has been taking shit off Karens who've been had their power taken off them from their husbands or their work all day.
Yeah.
And now the young girl behind the counter is fucking for it. She's going to fucking cop it. She can't run away.
Just need to interject something.
Yes.
Sorry, just very, very quickly. I got to get into work in about 10 minutes, so I'm going to jump up the stream now. My love to you all. Thank you all for a great night. It was good to see you all.
Great to see you.
Hope work goes well.
See you, Grasshopper. Have a good night, mate.
See you guys.
See ya.
So, when you see the girl behind the counter, open up your heart light to her.
Yeah.
Make sure that she has the best 5 minutes of her day. Look at her through her and go, this is a woman with a story. This is a woman with a family. This is a woman with dreams.
Sounds like a lot
This is a
of
woman
work.
with ambitions. This is a woman with hopes. This is a woman with real, actual life goals. And she deserves so much more respect.
Yeah, it's actually less work than you might think.
Just wanted to say, to defend myself a little bit, I am the type of person who will go to, who goes to Kmart, and I have people who know me at Kmart and Coles and stuff like that, they go, oh, hi, this is you. And we have chats and conversations. Because
Absolutely.
as I said,
Absolutely.
I know, my brother worked in hospitality. I've seen both sides of it. He's had to deal with a whole lot of stuff. And so, if you want a certain service, then you should treat the people who serve you with the respect and stuff they deserve.
How about if you don't want a certain service? How about if you just want to make their life a better day?
Then you should do that. Because
Absolutely.
How about if you made a habit of doing that?
Yep.
And if you made a habit of making all the people that you interact with and value add to their life, then no matter how you are, and no matter how you're trying to destroy your life with vapes and Gatorade, you are leaving the world a better place.
Hey, I don't. Yeah. I don't actually see because I have anxiety, depression, and I'm sort of I feel like a bit like I have like a disconnect with myself and the
Absolutely.
world.
Absolutely.
So it's sort of like I am in this different place to everyone else.
Absolutely.
However, whenever I'm always thinking about how can I help people? How can I make people's lives better? Oh, this is really cool. This is something people are interested in. What can I do? And I think it's sort of like sometimes while it is a thing that you really should try and push to add value to other people's lives, there is only so much.
At some point, you've
You
got to
can
hope
do
that the value will
inside
come
it.
back to you.
Okay. The reason I'm so emphatic about this, the reason I'm so infatuated with this, is that part of politeness is distance.
Mhm.
Most people come up to a shop assistant and say, "I'll have a packet of Winnie Blues, thanks."
Yep.
Which is immediately saying, "Give me smokes, slave." Because by saying thanks, you are assuming that they will already obey your command. If you say, "I will have a packet of Winnie Blues, please," that gives them the option to say no. They're not going to say no. They're in a fucking shop. They're going to give you a packet of
I would extend that to actually saying, "May I have?"
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. May I have a packet of Winfield Blue, please? They give you the packet of Winfield Blue. Thank you very much. You give them the money. Then they're supposed to say thank you for the money. And you say, "You're welcome. Have a great day." And that's when you can really insert it in. Why am I doing this whole value add thing? Why am I doing that? Because it gives you that safety distance. This politeness gives you safety distance whilst making someone's day better. Now, once you've made someone's day better, you change the vibe around you. I've changed fucking whole supermarkets to be better places simply by being the guy in the queue who fucking made the girl not feel shit. I've been in places where, and it was disgusting, it's unseemly, where I walk in and all the serving girls race toward me because they want their 5 minutes of AIDSy before anyone else gets it. Because that's the only 5 minutes today. They're going to be treated with dignity, with respect, and with a little bit of cheer. And it's not hard. It costs you nothing. It costs you no pain. It costs you no anxiety. It costs you no anxiousness. And if you go with the simple rules of politeness, if you go with the simple rules of pleasantness, simple stuff, you don't have to go out of your way. You don't have to fucking crack jokes. You don't have to fucking, blow their genitalia. You just have to be cognizant of their dignity and cognizant of their life. They're not a cardboard cutout of a serving bitch. They are a person who's come from a place too early to work for a boss they don't like, selling crap over the counter that they don't care for to people they don't like. Be the person that breaks that cycle.
Abigail's just going sleepy bye-byes by the sounds of things.
Abigail, it saddens me to see you go because you're much loved.
Thank you.
Sleep well, Abigail, and I hope you're feeling better soon.
Be with us again soon.
What? Abigail's going?
Yeah.
I'm in a buttload of pain and I'm really tired and exhausted.
Take care of yourself.
How are you going with your meditations, Abigail?
I haven't stopped anything. It's just I've had a bad week. I've just had a really crushing week.
Yeah.
Do you have the
that I don't want to. Sorry.
Kiss
Do
up
you have the happy
now.
face?
Yes.
All the
Just go there before you go to bed.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night,
Good night.
Abigail.
Good night.
In the chat, Danny, who I assume works in Coles, we were talking about the people who serve. I think from what Danny's saying, she works in Coles. When feeling sad, I compliment customers in Coles. That's a lovely little touch. I like that. That's really. And Danny's also super into your cat, Nettie. So just throwing it out there.
Speaking of cats,
I've actually started to try and like step up a little bit. And if like a person is wearing like a really cool shirt or they've done their hair really nice, like because as I said, anxiety. So I'm a bit like of an introvert. So it has taken a bit of time before I've been able to do this. But like I try and go, hey, your hair looks amazing, and yeah, just try and go like because hair is like hair color and stuff is a choice that people make. You don't, you compliment people on the choices they make, not the things they can't control.
That's right.
Yeah, that's absolutely bang on.
That's right.
I just want to add in here for Kelly. I hope that that we're not this advice that Daisy's giving is not making you feel like you're being accused of not doing those things.
Yeah, I kind of am a little bit, but yeah.
I was a little concerned about those. I was watching your reactions and
I'm saying this is how to refine that stuff to make you feel like you're more in control of your interactions and your giving out of the value add. Because sometimes if you feel like you're just value adding, you feel like you're just throwing fucking coal on the fire for nothing.
Yeah, but
more
the thing
control
is,
of it.
Yeah.
You're in a better mode to use it to rotate the vibe.
I will always continue to value add not because I want anything from it, but because it is the right thing to do. However, I have also been coming to terms with the fact that saying that like with the idea of unjust world theory, where just because like the things that you put out won't necessarily come back to you.
No.
And if you think that way, then you kind of get into a headspace of constant blame whenever something goes wrong, regardless of whether or not it is your fault to what extent and etc.
I get so many people who get sick and they say, why me? Why me? And
exactly.
I can tell them that the disease fairy is random, and sometimes you're just the guy with all the diseases, and I happen to be that guy. And you need to come to terms with that. I actually need to have a deep talk with my father, who has lived a very physical life, and he suddenly got the diseases, and he's going, why me? Why me? And I have to basically sit him down and say, mate, it's random that it happened.
Why not me?
This is the pathway through. Unfortunately, he had the habit of every time I mentioned I was sick and what was happening with my health, he would say, "Oh, that's boring. Get beyond sick. You can handle
I totally
get
that.
And it's basically because he's terrified of illness.
Mm-hmm.
He's terrified of the sickness because all of the sickness is catching, and if it's not catching, the punishment for it is. That's a long story for another time. Look, I'll put it.
I just want to do Pratchett quotes at the moment. That whole what we're saying about things aren't necessarily fair, summed up in Hogfather with Death explaining why believing in Santa Claus is important. It's the Hogfather in things, and this is in saying like why it's important that people believe in things that aren't true. And so it's his daughter saying, "You're telling me humans need fantasies to make life bearable," And Death says, really? As if it was some kind of pink pill? No, humans need fantasy to be human, to be the place where the falling angel meets the rising ape. And she says, but tooth fairies, hog fathers, little. She goes, yes, you have to start out learning little lies. So you can believe the big ones.
Big lies.
Justice, mercy, that sort of thing. And she says, that's not the same. And this is the quote. You think so? Take the universe, grind it down into the finest powder, sieve it through the finest sieve, and show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy. And yet you act as if there's some ideal order in the world, rightness in the universe by which it might be judged. And she says, but you've got to believe that, or what's the point? And Death says, that's my point exactly.
That's my point exactly. And that's why the Hogfather has to
Fox, you did wake up your kitty. Yeah, sorry. Nettie's gone out and come back, I think.
And basically, basically the
that's why I'm very much for the United Nations like treaties and conventions and stuff like that. The aspirational stuff to in terms of like human rights and all that sort of stuff, environmental rights, all that. Not because I believe that they will be followed always anywhere at like in the future, but because it is something that we are trying to achieve that we can work towards, and it's not just like we don't just give up and we do look forward.
Funny, Kelly, I talked to a guy that I was a comedy partner with, and he was a bastard. And he basically had a big fight with me because he said, "Don't you believe that human rights are real?" And I said, "No, they're not real. They're wonderful. I love them. They keep me safe in my bed, but they're not real. They are trampled on every day. They are fucking brushed aside second by second. An AK-47 bullet will destroy human rights faster than I can piss blood. Essentially, they're not real." And he said, "I can't believe you can't believe that human rights aren't real." And I couldn't get through to him that we make them real. We make our universe, and people with anxiety and people with Asperger's and people with difficulties have to basically go one day, I don't belong. I am looking at the world from the outside, and I wanted so much as a teenager to belong. I desperately needed to belong. I wanted to be in that fucking comfortable hug of humanity, and it took me so long to work out that I wasn't, and that I was always going to be on the outside of the circle looking in. But what that gave me was the power to observe the circle as a whole, to make predictions that no one could, and to make help when no one could, and to use my power when no one could. I had to learn early on that I was very, very manipulative, and it was manipulation, and then I had to use it for good or ill. I've got to go. Excuse me for a second.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, I just want to throw in another Pratchett quote because I'm just sitting here looking at them and laughing. They're saying about similar because this came up earlier. I think it was Grasshopper who said, what's that philosophical thing that says you might as well believe in God because what does it hurt? The Pratchett version is, this is similar to the suggestion put forward by the philosopher Ventre, who said, possibly the gods exist and possibly they do not. So why not believe in them in any case? If it's all true, you go to a lovely place when you die. If it isn't, then you lost nothing, right? But when he died, he woke up in a circle of gods holding nasty-looking sticks, and one of them said, we're going to show you what we think of Mr. Cleverdick in these parts. So you think you backed us into a corner, did you? Well, we're going to sort you out. That's why the Norse gods are great, because they're shallow and venal and flawed, and the Vikings were always okay with the gods fucking them up, because in their religion the gods were all going to die one day anyway. So it's just
I like my god.
I'm wearing a shirt that I got today.
Yes.
And it's from it's Tanya from the Saga of Tanya the Evil. I think it's a good title.
Yeah. Is it? Oh yeah, nice.
Anyway, she is often referred to as Lolly Hitler, but she's not, because the war that she's actually fighting is actually World War One, not World War Two. There's no Nazis in existence.
Okay.
Anyway, the thing is, she was a 45-year-old or middle-aged office worker, human resources worker, who talks to a being who refers to themselves as being God, and it's a very interesting take on the whole thing, because for this being to be God, it also shows how much basically their interests would then supersede the lives of everyone who doesn't matter to whatever they want. Because Tanya, she gets told, okay, if you pray to me, I will give you superpowers. Literally. And so she does that, prays, and she does it with like so much like hatred in her heart, but she does it. And there's some of the greatest speeches. But other people who are around her are praying to the same God, like on the other side and all that sort of stuff, and they're getting slaughtered. And it's sort of like this being X is what she calls her. Like, yeah, how do you think about that? Like, how do you contextualize that? Because in our real world, that's what you'd really be thinking, because some people have good luck, some people have bad luck. It doesn't matter if you're a good person or a bad person, what you do in life. In order to justify God, being
as called the Odyssey.
The problem with most people's idea of whatever God they believe in is that they think of this this old man with a white beard and a walking stick who grants wishes to people, and
like a genie.
Most of the major religions, that is not what God is for. When we pray for, people pray for their soldiers, bring them back home, make sure we went. The other side are praying the same thing.
Exactly.
The church I'm in, we do not ask to be granted wishes, because we know that is not how it works. What we have is we seek a better connection and how we can do a better job. If we want the world to be a better place, the first thing we can do is start by being better people.
Yep.
And Aidsy would definitely agree with that. And you may or may not invoke a spiritual being into that, but there's an old hymn, and it's "Let there be peace on earth and let it begin with me."
Mm-hmm.
When we pray to whatever God we believe in for selfish reasons, we aren't going to get what we want, because that's just not how it works.
I love the idea of people who think they're going to fool God. Like, AZ and I have this mutual friend, Mr. Blumenstein, who's Jewish, and we joke sometimes about the great Jewish tradition of tricking God, because they're all Judaism is about arguing the finer points of theology. You don't go along with anything. You argue all these tiny infinitesimal points, and you get Jewish people go, okay. So the Talmud tells me I must do this, and I honor God, and so I will do that. And then they go, but what if I did this? Technically, I'm not breaking script. And you go, dude, you are literally talking about trying to trick God at the moment.
Sin by proxy. Sin by proxy. Usury, for example.
Favorite thing. It's so good. The idea that people go like, no, I've got a loophole. And Christians don't have loopholes. You're just supposed to be good. You can't convince yourself.
Here's the catch with Christianity. You can't ever be good enough.
No.
Well, and saying you are good enough.
That sounds really harsh. It sounds really harsh.
Yeah.
But the idea is not to say you lot are all fucked because you're going to hell. None of you can be good enough. It sounds really harsh like that, but that it's because we're supposed to. And a lot of us fail at this, by the way. You've observed this with people who claim to believe in Jesus. The really important thing to remember is that it's not about being good enough. It's about acknowledging grace and being gracious.
Yeah.
And being humble. And funny enough, whether you believe in God or Jesus or not, being humble actually turns out to be a really useful and valuable thing to use in this life. And for the Christians who don't know how to be humble, I say just this. If you don't have humility, you are denying the cross you claim to believe in.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, there's also, like, as Betty Bowers, the
America's greatest Christian.
Yeah, like praying in front of other people is like
it's a no-no.
Yeah, it's a real no-no.
You do not grandstand.
It's explicitly in the New Testament.
Yeah, that you don't do it because then you aren't truly being humble and being faithful to God. You are just making a theatric out of it. And America does this to an extreme extent.
Televangelists love doing the whole posturing thing. It's like the major thing.
It does, as
even
Kelly Blackley
churches,
points out.
The whole point of a church and having mass and saying your prayers in mass is
I will
sort
offer
of
some balance. I will offer some balance there.
Yes.
Because there is, when we have a personal prayer, you are to, that is a private thing between you and your God. So, that you do in private. The idea of the church mass and the communal prayer is for people to unite for the spirit. So some people use it to grandstand, and that is wrong. I'll just what is it, Fox of Fate, and even we have Hillsong and other similar places. US, yes, I prefer to call them Hellsong.
Yeah, they're of Satan. They are definitely.
Oh yeah, they're fucked. There's a church. Some of you may be familiar with City Point. I call them Shitty Point. I attended one of their services. I will never go there again.
The Christian City Church.
Yeah, they waffled for an hour. Now, the priest at my church will say more in 15 minutes than they spent saying in a fucking hour. And there's two things to that. One, they suck at preaching and the prosperity gospel, which is completely alien to the Christ they claim to represent. And two, Clay's actually really, really good. And boy, am I privileged to be in that church.
Nice. I had an Irish Catholic, because I grew up Catholic, and my local parish priest was actually Irish Catholic, and some of his sermons were fucking hilarious. Because he goes like, people talk about, and I'm not going to even try and do an Irish accent, but people talk about heaven, and you get these pictures of a little cherub with wings playing the harp on a cloud. Because that's the worst, most boring thing I can think of.
I like that.
It's not relatable to heaven. Is not relatable to a human experience. It is a state
100%
of pure,
accurate.
a state of pure grace, and trying to equate it to how you feel on earth, you're never going to understand it.
The closest thing to experiencing it I've had is when I managed to open the nothing box in my head. And now, being an Aspie, the nothing box is very, very deeply buried. But I've done it, I think, 3 times in my life. Oh, isn't it lovely? I've opened it 3 times in my life, in my entire 35 years of being on this planet. And
lucky bastard.
it is really good. I managed to shut down. I'd actually had a bit of a heated discussion with somebody, and I was kind of getting a little bit triggered by him. And I thought, right, I'm basically being the unofficial roadie for the band he's playing in, so I can't beat the fuck out of him no matter how much I want to. And well, it would be more noble to not want to beat the fuck out of him. You know, Christians aren't supposed to do that. We're not supposed to, like, you know, sin against people. We're supposed to be.
Until the
but hey, I'm a flawed human being, right? I'm a flawed human being. So I've gone, right, this gig is going for another 2 hours. They're playing in the next room, and if I don't cool it, I'm not going to make it. So I've gone, right, let's do some mindfulness. Let's do some breathing exercises. Let's start trying to ignore my senses. And fuck me, I stopped existing in space-time. I became completely unaware of anything. And I don't know how else to put this other than literally seeing the lights come back on.
Okay.
My senses slowly started coming back, and I started to regain consciousness, and I was missing 2 or 3 songs that the band had been playing. I had skipped through them, and I did not hear them. I did not see the lights. I did not hear the music, and I did not think a single conscious thought for fuck knows how long.
That's great. And
yet I was still somehow awake and aware, but with no time.
Yeah. Oh,
I reckon.
How energized
I think,
do you feel when you come out of the nothing box?
Fucking awesome. I have spent every day of my life trying to find the fucker again. It was the single most refreshing, fantastic feeling ever imaginable. Now, I have a friend who can do one better than me, because he was just about pronounced dead. Now, you also, AIDS, have been pronounced dead. You've been there, my friend, many times. So you know what I'm talking about. Well, my friend's experience, there wasn't some white light. There wasn't a man in robes. There was just a complete lack of awareness of anything. Somehow you're still there, or in his case, he was still there. I think at the time they were still calling him she, but, you know. He's doing liturgical. He's doing liturgical assistance at my church, by the way, my trans friend, which is fucking awesome. You can see why I like my church so much, because they're affirming and modern and actually not full of bullshit.
The best.
He said he was somehow alert. You know, there was no sense of there being any time. But when he didn't want to come back, but they kind of forced him back, and you come back from that and go, right, I wasn't in this room, but where was I? And there's just, I think that's the closest thing to comprehending eternity there is. And I can tell you, it's a lovely place. I'm looking forward to being there. I tried to make my meeting a bit closer year before last, actually. All I can tell you is don't use asphyxiation, it's fucked.
No.
Oh, God, no.
No,
tried that. It's not
that.
Pleasant. It's just because depression's not very nice. I've actually
Yeah,
There
no.
might be a new upload to my
Negative
virtually
5
non-existent
out of
channel.
5. Do not recommend.
Yep, I
Yeah,
think we're going to go
Very
with the
unpleasant.
official slogan of Team Angry, as in Team Atypical, is depression, not good.
Depression's not good for you. Depression's very painful.
A t-shirt,
and
depression, it really sucks.
there's a point that AIDSy made that I want to acknowledge here. Well, you made many very good points, but the one about not being terribly fond of suicide and everything because of what it does to the people around you. I regret to say that I reached a point where I stopped caring. But the only thing I could care about was just wanting what I was going through to end. And it's really super lame in a lot of ways.
No,
because
that's what happened.
Super understandable.
It's real, but it's not real. It's real, but it's not real.
It is real to you.
Yeah.
So that's valid.
Yeah, that's it. It's this internal torment. I've actually written a little
shut down, and there's only one path forward, and it is the path to the end of the pain. And
exactly.
That's it. Jesus Christ! At one point, my mother was calling me twice a day. Basically, now you're not going to do anything silly now, are you? Because I had just been kicked out of the Melbourne Hospital Health Clinic, and I was taken off all my pain drugs, and so my chronic pain came back, and they had a month before, but they didn't tell me this. They had an apprentice years ago, and he hurt himself in a job, and he had to stop being an apprentice, and he became a public servant. He had a couple of daughters and a wife, and he was going ahead, but he was in chronic pain. And then one day he up and killed himself with a note saying, "I can't handle the pain anymore." And basically, my poor dear mother basically understood his injuries and then understood my ailments and said that if anyone was going to fucking walk away from pain, it would be Hazy. And trust me, I will do anything to get away from pain. I mean, I just fucking damaged my brain to try and get away from pain. Accidentally.
Yeah.
I thought I was doing the right thing. The first fucking time I actually properly researched a drug, and it fucked me up. You should put the warning labels before the fucking we did a really good job for 150 years. Just a bitch of mine.
Yep.
Anyway, she was upset because this guy killed himself, and she said, you're not going to do that, are you? Now, what a lot of people know, but when I was in high school, I had 3 of my friends died of AIDS when I was I just turned 14, and these guys. I mean, this is 1983, 1984, and basically they back in those days, you got HIV, and 3 months later you died of AIDS. That was how it went. And one of these kids, his family rejected him, and he died alone in the AIDS ward. And I was lucky enough to be with one of the other kids when he died, and the other guy died overnight. And he was in this AIDS ward, and you had to scrub up and put a gown on and a face mask on and this on and that on, and you weren't allowed to touch them. And they ate their dinner off plastic plates with fucking plastic knives and forks. And at the end of it, they had all of their stuff scraped into a garbage bag. It was put into a biohazard bag, which was sealed in front of them and then taken away. Any piece of dignity they had was basically taken. And one of these friends said to me, can I do anything for you, mate? And he said, can you hug me? No one has touched me since I've been in here. So I did, and the nurses raced in and fucking dragged me out of there and screamed at me, and they made me decontaminate And they gave me tests, and they did this and they did that, and then I was able to go. And they said,
So this is
pull that
obviously
shit again, you
before
can't
they
come
knew how
back.
AIDS works.
And
there was a period where, sorry, just to clarify for you, Nobo and everyone else, there was a period where we literally didn't know to what extent AIDS was communicable. People were scared to touch anyone who was HIV positive. And we later learned that's all horseshit. You actually need bodily fluids or blood to get into your system. But there was a period where it was ugly as fuck. And people, and it wasn't just homophobes. Gay people were scared to touch other gay people who were HIV positive. It was a real thing.
I'd just like to
And
say,
it was like the way that coronavirus, I mean, COVID-19 is being, you know, we've got all these shields and everything, you know, you can't touch someone who's dying in your family. You can't give them a hug goodbye.
When someone's in intensive
It was
care.
like that.
Yeah.
But it was mostly only happening to people that, you know, society tends to push to the margins.
I mean, that was the perfect storm with AIDS, a communicable disease that predominantly affected people who were already on the margins of society.
Yeah.
So basically this was happening, and then later on in high school I had 5 of my year mates kill themselves. And
that sucks.
The first one was my boyfriend, and I couldn't tell anyone about it, and he killed himself 2 days before my birthday.
That is so fucking awful. Words don't describe it.
On the day before my birthday. Oh, no, on the day.
Hey, just you telling me that, I'd give you a big Aspie hug if I could. That's just fucking awful, mate.
I carried his coffin on the day of my birthday, and he'd written letters to all our friends, but not to me. And that's stung a bit. He might have written a letter to me, but I wasn't told of it. The letters that he'd written to his friends, the priests wouldn't give them. And they're gone. And they've never given them out. So basically, what I noticed with these kids that were dying was the mothers never get over it. They never ever get over it.
You're not supposed to outlive your kids.
Every morning, and they ask themselves what they did wrong, and they melt like a candle from the inside, and they just implode and fade away and die. And you'd never do that to your mother ever. So I am very against self-harm. I'm very against suicide, and I when they say, you know, take these antidepressants, I say no, I don't want a suicide. No, I'm politically and socially against it, and philosophically.
These are my life force. These things are my life.
And
without these, I have a bad time.
I also reject pain. I don't think pain's necessary. I don't think that taking drugs is bad. I don't think that being comfortable and bombed is bad.
I think taking the right drugs is actually good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that interesting? Why then aren't the right drugs being given to me?
Sorry, I'm laughing while you're saying something because I shouldn't have been watching what I was watching. That just made me laugh hysterically while you were saying something really serious. I'm a bad human, and I'm going to take myself out the back and flog myself. So
no, don't do that.
The Bible has a problem with that too, Angry.
Okay, but I will just relate. I randomly watched this video. You know, I showed you the thing of Rudy Giuliani leaking hair dye down his face. There's video of him. He realized it was happening, and he wiped it off with a tissue or a handkerchief, and then he blew his nose with the handkerchief that had the black stones. No, it doesn't stop there. Then he, after blowing his nose on the handkerchief that had the black stains on it, he wiped his entire face.
No! Unintentional blackface ahead.
And it's at that point that I start, AZ saying the most personal, deep thing, and I start giggling hysterically because Rudy Giuliani is wiping his entire face with a snot hanky, and it's just, oh my God. It's the Twilight Zone. It is the fucking Twilight Zone.
I'm kind of feeling bad for AZ here because he was taking
I know. AZ
stuff.
was doing real stuff, and I definitely have to go out back and flog myself for a while in to fucking make up for this. But
you shouldn't flog yourself because I won't go to sleep because I'll take that image with me. And
but you know, but what if it excites me?
I've been accused of being an empath, but I don't see it.
Well, with Aspies, it doesn't necessarily have to be an empath.
Oh, look, with Aspies, you know, they are able, as AZ has pointed out, they are able, if they focus on it, to pick up the most minute movement of muscle.
I'm not as good as AZ at that
expression.
sort of stuff. AZ's a savant. AZ's a savant. I'm not that good.
It's just training. One of the things that I realised early on.
AZ, don't kid yourself, brother.
Nobody, don't listen to that savant versus ordinary Aspie argument, okay? You don't know. Every moment of every day is about discovering new little things about yourself, and eventually they add up to something.
Well, I'm skilled in other areas.
This is actually where I'm going with this, is that
I'm the church's sound guy. I don't know how I ended up in that position. I just sort of... I got to do something about these wine glasses. It's empty again. It must have a fucking leak. I think it's this big hole in
Okay,
the
you
top.
better run away now, nobody, because we're talking about emotions.
Well, basically, what I
Not again.
Is that comic, I had to be a skilled comic. I couldn't rely on raw talent. I had to put skills together. And it's the same with people's emotions. I had to put skills on top of skills. And that's a good thing because you can only fall backwards the last step you took. You don't fall all the way down to the ground. You just fall back one step. And so by doing that, you put yourself in a very commanding and very strong position to go forward, and you are able to produce savant-like patterns. But what it is basically just a one of the things that Aspies do have is the ability to do freewheel and gear change their subconscious and conscious mind very, very quickly. You're able to have an idea, catch it, and throw it into your conscious mind half-baked, trusting that it'll fix itself as it goes through its cycle. That works really well. That's an Aspie thing. It's why you're able to draw quadratic curves by sight, but you're not able to do arithmetic at all. It's why you can learn what words mean verbally, but not write them down.
I always loved how you explained to me the difference between an aspidacious day and an aspidastrous day, as in a good day and a bad day. It's beautiful. I know Danny in the chat saying she's been diagnosed with ADHD and medication really helped. Yeah, there is no absolute with medication. For some people, it's absolutely right. For some people, less so. And for some people, you have to experiment with multiple medications. There's no black and white. There is absolutely no black and white.
Yeah, my nana was put on antidepressants, and she nearly killed herself. She nearly died. She she did try to kill herself. Yeah, she was put on different medications and she's been fine mostly since. But some medications can work, but it really depends.
Yeah.
Brains are really complicated.
Oh yeah, brains are fucking weird, man. Brains are so fucking untrustworthy. You've got this lump of meat in your head that works off our fucking electricity and chemicals, and it's like if you get the slightest imbalance in the chemicals or the electrical charges, it tells you stuff that's just not fucking true.
I was the luckiest boy in the world. When I was in year 12, I was late for my second last semester of work, and it was ACT, so you didn't do your HSC or your VCE. You had to do this randomised test that you couldn't study for, so you had to get good grades in all your subjects. And I had to get all these assignments in last week, and I hadn't slept for 5 days. And I was young and fit and strong, and had a lot of coffee. But I was starting to tire. And
I'm living out the definition of insane. Repeating the same experiment, expecting a different outcome. I've refilled my wine glass and seeing if it lasts this time.
Yeah, this is the time it won't vanish, man. I'm on board. We're going to defy physics.
What happened toward the end of the week was I started hearing these fucking noises, and what I started hearing was my name being spoken over and over again by hundreds and hundreds of people who were whispering, Adrian, 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 Adrian. And then I thought,
that's a bit spooky.
And I looked around and I went, no one's actually talking to me, and it's not ghosts. And it occurred to me that what's actually happening is it's random sound being generated by my nerves, which have got dirt on them, and they're being triggered. And your brain is a context-making machine. So what's the first sound you know? What's the first sound you understand? It's your name. So it's basically looked for the first thing it could contextualize, which was my name. And I realized that all that was going on is I was hallucinating. I was orally hallucinating.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first hallucination I ever had. My first visual hallucination came soon after. And it was a group of primary school students crossing a lollipop crossing, and they were in yellow t-shirts and brown shorts, and
Scouts and guides.
No. It was a public school down the road, and it was sports day.
Okay.
And they were going across the road, and then they turned into bees, these little fat bumblebee little wings, and they all sort of buzzed around.
Why not?
And I just thought that was the funniest thing and started laughing, and the teacher ushered the children away, the 12 student. And then as I was walking along further, there was this tree that had was parked just in the road off the curb, and it looked over at me and looked over at me again, and when I looked back it wasn't looking at me. And then I was walking down the street, it picked up behind me like a puppy dog. You know how a puppy dog isn't really following you, not really, but it's just following you. And so this tree followed me most of the way to the bus stop. And I just
sent me after it. I've got a history of punching trees.
And I got home, and I had to make the dinner, and so I made the dinner, and I had to go up and do my homework. As I was doing my homework, I'd fallen asleep on the desk and my nose bled all over my homework. And I was just so disappointed when I woke up in hospital because my parents couldn't wake me up and I was bleeding out of my nose and the ambulance didn't like it. And
generally they don't.
No.
Because that happened to an ex-boyfriend of mine, and his mum copped a big serve from the Ambos. Carry on.
Bleeding out of his ass, man.
Basically, the doctor talked to me and said, "What's going on? Have you been on drugs?" And I said, "Well, I have, but not enough, clearly."
Not enough for this.
And I said, "Well, I had speed at the beginning of the week to keep me awake, but now I just have run out, so I don't have anything, and I've been just trying to get these assignments done." "How long since you last slept?" It's 4 or 5 days. "I've been here for a while, clearly, because it's evening, so I've been here for, since all afternoon. You've been asleep for 3 days. And we left you asleep because you were fine, but your brain chemicals were such that you were leaking brain fluid out your nose." And
what? Brain fluid?
Yeah,
That's
it started to started to expand within its cranium, and my nose blood barrier had just started to drip brain fluid out of my nose because it had needed to unpressurize, and it also was coming out of my ears. That was actually the thing that freaked out the Ambos, and that's why they put me on the stretcher and took me away. My old man was keen not to have me go to hospital because it was just another fucking excuse for me to skip school. When the Ambos were going, "He's got a brain injury. We really should take him in." And his
how did you get the brain injury?
How much am I going to have to pay for that? And the Ambo said, "Well, he's going to hospital, so nothing. Don't worry about it." And I went, and they basically said, "So why have you not slept?" And this is why I've not slept. And, "Did you think it was wise using speed to not sleep?" "Well, yes, of course. Otherwise, I would have slept." "What the fuck is wrong with you people?" And they said, "That speed's an illicit drug." And I said, "Of course it is. All drugs were illicit once." And they said, "That's not true." And I said, "Of course it's true. Oxygen was illicit once." "No, it's not." And I said, "Look it up. Look at the preparation of oxygen and Anton Lavoisier did, and the commercial preparations that were going on after that, and the amount of countries that banned it as a stimulant drug." And they went, bullshit, and they read it up, and of course, it's true. They said, "Well, we're worried about your attitude toward drugs." And I went, "Oh, I'm worried about your attitude toward drugs because you don't seem to go that hand in hand."
Because your attitude towards drugs
sucks. It's necessary. Yeah. And they said, "Well, we don't think you should stay here." And I said, "Well, I don't think I should bloody well stay here. They've got what to do, and I'm fucking late already."
AG, there's a question in the comments I'd like to direct you to. It's in the private chat. Fox of Fate, maybe you'd like to just ask the question directly.
Okay, so it's a few years ago, right? My mum heard that people with ADHD, Asperger's being closely related, will take speed because it does the opposite, slows us down. Can you confirm that? Since you've taken it?
Adderall does that. Adderall is essentially an amphetamine, and if it matches a particular person's ADHD, does the opposite of what you think it would do. Whereas someone like me who doesn't have ADHD, if I get a good fucking medicinal grade Adderall, I'll be like, and Trump snorts Adderall. Clearly, you see him in those things when he can't stop sniffing. He's clearly snorting Adderall.
I think he should try something stronger. Maybe cyanide.
He should snort PCP. Honestly, he should just fucking snort PCP. And then he's got to run out into one of his rallies naked, throwing baby oil everywhere, and he won't lose a single supporter. He will run out naked, rubbing baby oil on himself, saying, "George Soros made me do it."
Part of me would laugh my ass off at that, and the other part of me be sick at the gruesome sight.
I know, right?
It would be pretty gruesome.
That's fucking comedy gold.
Oh, and no, instead of he should be throwing paper towels.
Twister with some washed up bloody supermodel.
Oh yeah, he should be throwing paper towels like confetti paper, not confetti paper, like you know those rolls of like streamers.
Yeah, I think AZ's
paper
trying to
towels,
respond.
streamers.
They used
I think
to
AZ's
give,
trying to respond.
Obama
There's a little note on my medication. It says, may cause drowsiness and increase the effects of alcohol. No
Fuck
shit.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm getting very easily amused. I feel my IQ dropping as we speak.
I don't see it. No,
get on my level, bitch. Sorry.
Mate, if I drank to your level, I would be comatose. My tolerance is down to the fucking floor.
I've only had 5 cocktails tonight, so
I used to be able to drink quite heavily. Not any fucking more. This is like I feel this glass fairly tall.
Nobody.
It is kicking my ass, and I'm loving it.
Nobody. Since you mentioned me in that last comment, your medication increases your sensitivity to alcohol. Well, I don't know what you're taking. Did you mention
Metazapine.
Okay, I don't know that one.
Avanza.
I do know that red wine and Zoloft kicked my ass 20 years ago. And
Red wine, baby. I've got 4 liters of it.
It's the red wine, darling. And
I've got 4 fucking liters of this. Because it's cheap. Oh, Moscato. That's very smooth, Fox.
Let me tell you the story. The guy that I thought I had this really super close connection with and that I left my husband for.
Angry's holding up a turd.
Off to Melbourne. And so I drank a lot of red wine in Newtown. Okay, maybe.
Oh my god, that's a country and western song. I drank a lot of red wine in Newtown. I drank a lot of red wine in Newtown. I'm not proud.
On King Street.
Safa, I feel you, brother.
Sorry.
Yeah. Safa's pointing at Safa can't drink because Safa has.
Oh, because he's just got his peas. Yeah. Oh, look, okay. The term that is amusing me all over. An American YouTube friend sent this to me ages ago with some Halloween stuff, and I just picked it up again because I used to have like turd wars with my son. Like I'll put this in his bed, and then it'll show up in my stuff. And he never acknowledged that like I put it in his bed. I'd just find it either in my bed or in my clothes or something. And so I think, I haven't done it for a while. I'm going to stick it in his bed, and he comes back from his mum's.
There's a person from another parish. I may have bitched about this in one of the previous live streams. There's a person from another parish. There's actually an event coming up. I'm on duty for it tomorrow, so that's going to be fun. Because one of the people from this other parish actually, in a conversation, completely invalidated me, and I got quite offended, quite upset. When I left the church, my tires were still spinning when I got to second gear in the car.
Oof,
so
that's angry. That's angry.
So
wheel spins in second gear.
It spun into third.
God damn.
Because it's just the right foot's become really fucking heavy, in my old Magna, and that's what I did to it. I did get noticed. As you know from a previous discussion, there's new tyre marks in the driveway of the church that kind of come from my car.
Yeah.
So I go through tyres kind of fast. Like they're less than a year old, and I had to replace them because I burned the shit out of them. I've got to work with this person.
Wow.
I wish I had that turd that you were just holding up, Angry, because I dead set would put that on her seat just to fuck her day up.
Yeah. Well, because like when I opened the box, it was full of Halloween candy and this, and I went, "That's dumb. It's too big. It doesn't look real." But you put it in someone's bed, and for a moment they think it's real.
I'd totally do that. I've heard stories from my family because a lot of my family members are, they've been a lot older. My mum's the youngest of like 5, and she was born a long time after them. One of the things they used to do was get the old when you had brown paper, shopping bags.
Yes.
Apparently, if you rolled them up the right way, apply a bit of water, you could make them look just like a lump of shit.
Oh yeah.
Toilet paper rolls or paper rolls.
My uncle's got many a backhander for that.
So that's the inner roll on toilet paper also makes good fake turds. You're absolutely right. Plus, I used to love the old paper shopping bags for Ned Kelly costumes when I was a kid. It was just one with the eye slit and one with the body armor, and I would just run around the backyard going, "Yeah, Ned Kelly, motherfucker!" Woo!
One of my favourite things to do with
some of the best toys
was to turn them into penises. So you wrap the top, and you have a penis sitting out at the top, and then you deliver them to the old people with the penises. And all the old men used to look at them and go, "Oh, that's disgusting!" And all the old ladies used to look at them and go,
waving a poo at you, Angry. AZ, I'm just waving a poo at you. I'm going to get a courier to take the poo around to your house and say, "This is a poo for you, AZ. You need to think about what you've done."
Well, do you know what I did today?
Oh, no.
Oh, Christ.
I want to hear about my turd story.
No. I want to slightly switch. Danny was talking about she takes Dexies that help. Also, Danny, I saw your barbecue photos on Facebook. They were awesome. Danny was being barbecue operator.
Why aren't we?
I think.
I shouldn't have mentioned that, Danny. Don't.
I think I found a gauge that. I think I found a gauge that measures AZ's concern for you waving a poo at him. See if I can get this.
Yeah, it's 0. Yeah. 0. The give a fuck meter is on 0. Yeah, that's all right.
I
think that's
and also, just talking about Dexies made me think: is that what Dexies Midnight Runners is thinking about?
That's what it was. Dexies Midnight Runners were Dexies.
Come on, Eileen. Oh, I swear what I mean at this moment. You know, they kept releasing music. Like their only big commercial hit was "Come on, Eileen." But they still record, they still perform. And basically, every Dexies album sounds completely different from every other Dexies album because it's just like
that's a good way to lose your audience.
That's why they're not superstars. But I heard an interview on a podcast with Kevin, what's his name, from Dexies Midnight Runners, and it's fascinating. He's just like, we could have done Come on, Eileen Mark II, but that was boring. Like, probably would have made me a lot of money, but I just don't care. And so he's just had a consistent but not stellar career for 20, 30 years. And it's like, oh, okay, buddy, good on you. Good on you.
It's really one of the really interesting things about the show Hannibal was the fact that the tone and the way it was put together, the themes and everything shifted so much. Like it changed genres almost with each season. So it went from like a crime procedural to being like something else. And in season 3, the first half of the season was sort of like a dreamlike reality. And it was just such a complete random mix of genres. It was really cool.
Cool.
But a lot of people went on board with that.
Cool.
The wine's kicking my ass, but I can still touch type. Nice.
Good man.
I
Sorry,
was just reply. Fuck it, I'll reply to Fox's.
Yeah, no. Answer, because that's a really interesting question.
There's a question
actually
about
want to specify it.
Is it a bad thing for not Catholics to take bread and wine, especially from another Christian dominate? Well, we Anglicans take bread and roll. Try that again, fucktard. We Anglicans take bread and wine, and if the Catholics don't like it, fuck them.
No,
there we go.
bread and wine's fine. It's
yeah.
always said it's the body and blood of Christ, and whoever.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, Fox. Fox, what did you want to say?
I'm a former Seventh-day Adventist, raised as such. Not anymore. Something we take because we're closest to the original Jewish faith. It is a thing that they borrowed, took, whatever. Not religious anymore, don't care about that. But not other Christian.
Just to be clear, I'm not religious. I'm Christian. I don't even like the term Christian, actually, because anyway, proceed. Go on.
Yeah. So from my upbringing in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, it's fine. It's the Last Supper, basically.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. It's our.
That's the whole point.
It's part of our thing. It's part of our thing. And I have been drinking. You can tell.
Buddy, we all... No, actually, that's an exaggeration to say we all have, but several of us have.
With wine in it.
Oh, no, dude, something's wrong with your glass. It keeps being empty.
There's a big leak in the top.
So you found the leak. It was in the top.
That bottle I held up before Moscato. That was early tonight.
Moscato?
That's awesome. I remember very well. I did some work for someone. They needed some painting done. Now I'm not a painter, but they just they wanted to spray paint the cupboard doors for some reason. So
how hard could it be?
I gave it. It came out okay. It was a bit blotchy, but I'm not a pro. So go inside the house because there was cupboard doors inside the building. So, rattle cans, spray these fucking doors, go outside, breathe for a few seconds, go back in, spray the doors, go back outside, breathe. Should have paid me 2 bottles of wine. The trouble is, I'd cycled there.
Oh, goddamn.
And the bike I rode had 1 bottle holder. I think you know where this is going. I drank the other bottle on the spot. It took me probably about 10 minutes to go through the entire fucking bottle. And then suddenly... That's interesting. There's this weird sensation in my head, kind of numb, and the room is now rotating. Okay.
Uh-oh.
My cat needs feeding, and I'm intoxicated. Fucking great. So I attempted to walk the bike home, trying to be responsible, and found that I could not walk. But it gets better. It gets better. No. It turns out that at 30 kilometers an hour, no problem.
Ooh.
No problem. Yep. 30, 35, yep, no worries. Bike holds itself up. They've got the gyroscopic thing, keeping the wheels going around, riding a relatively straight line. Actually fine. It's only when I got back off the bike and tried to walk into the house that I realized I'd drunk an entire bottle of wine on the spot. It was fucking great. When I went to bed that night, it was like watching a silver ball on a pinball table, just bouncing off the walls as I stumbled through to my bed. It was fucking fantastic. I loved it. I did do one thing right that particular evening. 1 glass of wine, 1 glass of water.
Good man.
That's good.
Do that shit.
Yes.
If you don't want a hangover, 1 for 1 water to alcohol.
I'm just relying on the ice.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm relying on the ice when I shake cocktails to hydrate me.
Well, at least it's got some water.
When a high school friend of mine came and visited me in my first year, and I was a reject at high school, and he was the coolest kid in high school, and he fucked up his first year of uni and hated it. So he was in his second year of uni and dropped out, and he came and saw me in my first year of uni, and we were having a festival, a theatre festival, and he said, "This is the best thing ever." And I said, "Mate, it's not like this all the time. This is the big deal." And he said, "No, I want to be a part of this." And I said, "Dude, it's not. It's boring most of the time. It's just us learning fucking theatre technique." And he said, "I want in." And so this guy who had gone ahead of me in school and was the coolest kid on earth, I basically coached through the audition, and he got in. And to be fair, the lecturers kind of let him in as a favour to me, and I can say that now because a lot of them are dead. And
killed them.
Basically, he turned into the golden boy. He was the best student ever. They changed the course to suit him. No shit. He was the first guy, because I would get written off every fucking night. I was a bad bastard like that. My day consisted of going, trying to figure out what the fuck they were trying to teach us in theatre school, getting hammered on some style of drug, fucking some human.
Sounds all right to me.
Getting more hammered and then going to bed. And he insisted when I was going to bed, and we lived in the same space for a couple of years, it was, that I drink 2 huge, those big fucking almost 750 tumbler glasses.
Yes.
He made me drink 2 of those with Barocca in, and I just felt like getting sick every time. But he made me drink them down, and I would wake up in the morning, and of course we'd wake up in the morning at like fucking 6:30 in the morning because we had to be at fucking rehearsal at fucking 7. Jesus.
At least I don't have to be at church until there's fucking 10 or something.
We get there, and most of my compadres would be just going, "Please kill me," and I get in there. I need coffee or I'm going to die, and I'd have a coffee, and then I'm going, I feel okay. I feel okay.
Yeah.
I feel kind of toxic, but I feel okay. And then I'd feel this terrible feeling in my stomach and go, "Oh my God, excuse me," and then run out of the warm-up and drop this massive grog bog, which smelled like diesel oil and kerosene and nastiness, wipe, flush, all gone, fucking wash the hands, back into rehearsal, and felt like amazing. And I was saying to him, "Dude, this is fucking, that's the go." And he said, "That's the secret, dude. It's the secret. You can do anything. And with 2 big glasses of Barocca, you'll feel okay." So when I was doing heroin, I was doing big glasses of Barocca and still not feeling okay.
No, doesn't work all the time.
I did heroin 4 times when I was 19, and at the 4th time I realized I love this. I think this is so fucking good that if I keep doing this, I will only do this. I will do nothing else. I will not become the rich and famous actor. I will become the junkie begging for coins in Bathurst. I won't even get to Sydney. I'll run out of money by then. I'll be in jail. I'll be fucked up the ass, and I don't like that very much because it hurts a lot. So
it's not on my to-do list.
It took me 9 months. 9 months to stop thinking about heroin every day.
Oof, it's that good,
4 times of taking it. I can tell you it's a 5-star drug, no question. But
control those things. Half of me wants to try it. The other half thinks I better never go near it.
No, don't. Just never go near it. Just don't. There are so much ecstasy will give you the fun without the high. And really, a man like you is looking for the fun, not the high.
Agreed. And I shouldn't be drinking this shit, but fuck it.
Oh,
Well,
Okay,
we shouldn't be
okay.
doing a lot of fucking things, nobody.
I just
The,
want to
the
make
liver is an evil creature, and I'm just
must
making
be
an effort
punished.
to destroy mine.
Yeah. I'm a couple of things I want to raise. Safa asked where churches get their wine from. There's a whole industry that makes altar wine.
They actually order a communion wine. I believe it is a Shiraz.
It's usually non-alcoholic, but not always.
Ours is alcoholic.
Okay. Yeah.
About
I was an altar
average
boy.
30%. Yeah, ours is alcoholic.
Catholic
I went
stuff.
to your church,
wine.
nobody, just for that.
Anglicans are basically moderate Catholics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Catholics use non-alcoholic.
Very, very
Foremost,
moderate.
yeah.
And also, I also wanted to throw.
Foremost,
Sorry,
I'll
I just want to throw in. Nobody. I'm really enjoying your baritone burps that go off your baritone voice very nicely.
Yeah.
And
I
I just wanted to throw in. Sorry,
do
I
have a
don't
talent for belching.
This is something that's relevant only to Aidsy and me, and I want to know if you know who I'm talking about. But it was a crossover between you and me, and you must know. It's this guy. The course we were in when I was there, normally most of the people who got into it were over 25. Aidsy actually got in straight out of school because of talent. But there was also this guy.
That's not fair, but it's nice.
Yeah, there was this guy between us who was a musical talent, and he was like, he got in straight out of school because he was such a musical talent and loved the musical theatre and was doing musical theatre, and everyone thought he was a genius and he was great at music and whatnot. And then he wanted to write his own thing that was inspired by Andrew Lloyd Webber's Starlight Express. And at the point when he decided Starlight Express was so good, he had to essentially do a fanfic of it. I thought, this guy's probably not the genius you think he is, because Starlight Express sucks balls.
Sucks balls, big time.
Did not go well.
But I tell you what, amazing voice.
Oh no, he was very good at music, had a good voice, but artistically he was fucking shallow. He was a mile wide and an inch deep.
And an inch deep. He was really. I know. I was surprised when I got to know him that he was so fucking wan.
Oh no, he was boring. He was a boring person. Okay, we're leaving everyone else. This is me and AZ having reveries that mean nothing to anyone
You
else.
commented on my burps before. I've heard them echo off buildings in my neighbourhood when I do them loud. Just want to put that out there.
I love it. I love it.
I have a talent for that shit.
I want nobody to be in as I was walking down the stairs badly.
No. Nobody is a voiceover person, definitely.
As the narrator. Which nobody means.
We see the nobody
getting a lot of
attempting
scripts,
a voiceover.
and you're going to be getting a application called Just Press Record for your phone or computer. Do you have an iPhone or an Android?
I have an Android. It is an old Android. It's Galaxy S5.
Download it. It's free. It's called Just Press Record. It will basically record as soon as you hit the button. It records you, and it will transcribe what you've said. So you.
I talk a lot of shit sometimes. Is that a good idea?
Talking shit.
It's a great way to make notes because
talking shit and it transfers.
Have meetings. I'll be getting Just Press Record to do our meetings so that we have a record of it. And effectively, what will happen is I will give you a script. You will read that script, and you will also be getting. You will be getting the rest of the script. So that all of the other characters, you know what all the other characters are doing. The other characters will not be getting everyone else's script. Okay.
You know, the last
time they just need to do their lines. They just need to be shown how to do their lines. And
this, I'm going to need to turn my
what I
gain
want to do is try and keep your time to a minimum, but your amount to a maximum. And by doing this. By doing this program, what eventually happens is you get to give me the spoken word with the scripted word with it, and I can see any changes that need to be made through listening and reading the script.
I did do one radio commercial. It took something like 25 takes before I got anything that I was prepared to actually commit to recording. And the commercial was great. I was going to turn the gain down on my microphone and give it a belt, but even if I turn the gain down, it's probably still going to overload your speakers or something, because I have quite a loud voice. But the commercial, the commercial in question wasn't a "come and buy my product. Your product is brilliant. You know you want it." It was more the "I'm shouting at you and I'm going to blow the microphone up."
Yeah.
And it was for a local business on a it was a community radio station I volunteered at for a while. This wouldn't happen when I haven't had a series of drinks, but I see.
Here he goes.
Frustrated with your computer problems? Eggfell Computers proudly offers the best professional support for all your technical needs.
That's awesome.
Something like that. I forget the script now.
Because that brings me back to the days when I was punished and had to write 30 by 30 seconds of copy and record and produce it every day. Back in the old days, there used to be two institutions called the Department of Social Security and the Commonwealth Employment Service. You went to the Commonwealth Employment Service and proved to them that you were looking for work. Then you went to the Department of Social Security with your form that said, these are the two jobs that I've looked for this week, and they paid you money. Anyway, it turned out that I had some work that I forgot to tell them about, that they found out about. Anyway, I was heavily involved in radio at the time, and I was doing some comedy as well. And there was this barbershop quartet, and two of the guys were on the board of the community radio station 2MCE, and they said, you should do some sponsorship spots for 2MCE. And I went, oh yeah guys, I should do that. I should do that. Fuck off. And they pursued me for a couple of years, and I was polite, because I respected them because they were very good at what they do and they were great guys. And then one time, fuck me, I got sprung $16,500 down, and I was in shit up to my nose. Back in those days, you could get to jail for $6,000 of fraud, and I was just nadless by the time I was sitting in that fucking office, and the manager of the DSA came in with a folder, and he fucking slapped it down in front of me, and fucking red-faced yelled at me, if it was fucking up to me, you cunt, you'd be in fucking jail right now, you fucking thief. You stole from the Australian people. You're a dull-bludgeon cunt.
I didn't have to worry about that with 99.7. The place is top-heavy with... never mind, I better not say it.
These two barbershop quartet guys came in, and I went, hey guys, how you going? Good to see us, but probably not a good time. I'm in a bit of shit here. And I said, yeah, we know. Let me introduce ourselves. I am head of the CES, and I am head of the regional DSS. Oh, we noticed that you're about 16 grand down. Have you got 16 grand in your back pocket? I don't at the moment. That's awkward, because we could put you in jail for that. And I said, I really know. And I'm thinking, oh, Vasso, your ass, Azy. It's all over.
That situation is what I call a bum sandwich.
What we're going to do, we think would be better for your rehabilitation, is if you worked for 2MCE for at least 9 to 18 months doing sponsorship announcements. And I went, really? And they said, yes, we will expunge this 16 grand today. Your dole won't change. And because you're doing work for the dole, you know, an activity, you'll get your dole. And you won't have to sign on. And I'm going, this works. And I got fucking trotted up to 2MCE and every fucking day, apart from Saturdays and Sundays, I had to fucking do radio ads. And Jesus Christ, I learned a lot doing that. It was some of the best training I've ever had. I was so grateful for it afterwards. It taught me to write fast and lean and hard. It taught me to write to the point. It taught me to write away from the point. It taught me to write outside the box, because no one wants an ad that's the same as everyone else's ad. And it taught me to write to time. I used to have to write 15:30s, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. And unfortunately, I had, out of the 4 managers I had, 2 of them thought it was an actual punishment. And they were the first 2. And they made me do 10 hours a day. And I was just exhausted. And they made me do these 30 spawn spots a day. And I was just... It takes an hour to write 1 good minute of comedy. And I was having to write fucking 15 hours of comedy in effectively 10 hours. I was really fucking moving, which was good because I had to learn how to do it. And it stood me in good stead for when I went to TV. But then the managerial staff changed and my life got easier, and I was valued by those people because I started to get asked for by name by the clients. And one client particularly launched my career there because he wanted me to do something different, really different. And I did something different. He said, no, go further. Okay. I went further. He said, no, further still. And I went right out there and he said, yeah, we're getting close. And I went, Jesus. And I went really, really out there. Basically, it was for a framing shop, a picture framing place. And I had aliens and gunshots and fucking explosions. And I had... What was that ship that was supposed to have disappeared and reappeared again?
The Marie Celeste? Oh.
No, the American experimental ship.
Oh, I know what you're talking
Pennsylvania.
about.
Philadelphia.
Yes, Philadelphia. Yeah,
The Philadelphia experiment. So it had the Philadelphia experiment in it, and at some point I put that framing place in. Anyway, the fucking thing went off, and they loved it. And I was his guy from then on in, and he put thousands of dollars into that radio station. And his mates, there was a cabal of young bloke businessmen in Bathurst who were all friends, and they all wanted, because they'd been fucked over by the local commercial radio station, and the local commercial radio station was a mob of fucking cunts, and they came to us and they said, we pay next to nothing of what they want, and we get so much more out of you, so we want to pay more for you. And so I was very, very busy making stuff up for them, and we got a lot of work. The good times were rolling, and occasionally they'd slip me a bonus, which was nice. It came in many forms, and I learned so much. One of the things I've learnt is how to put together radio plays. I will see if I can't find a copy for you. Or you might be able to find a copy. It's called Quasimodo's Dream. It was run by Triple R and produced by Laura Milky. It was written by me. So if you look up Quasimodo's Dream, you might be able to find it.
It's a real song. I never wanted to be Quasimodo's dream.
That was how I ended the play. And it was pretty good. And we did it live to air, like an old-timey radio show. And it worked really well. We're going to do it again soon, all of us. But in the meantime, we need a deep-speaking narrator to narrate what happens in this house. And we're going to get different people to do different voices. And the producer's going to cut it all together. The producer being, of course, our esteemed leader. He's going to love it. He's going to
love it. Gonna love it. Hey, you know what I'm going to do? Absolutely randomly. It's time to share a meme because I was looking at other things and
it's just occurred to me that I'm communicating in the private chat thing, and I've realised, I've got this nice loud mechanical keyboard. What is this? Waiting for my mum to finish talk to her friends at the grocery store so I can tell her poop my pants.
Because Trump just can't stand.
Gold.
There's something wrong with him. He can't stand like a normal human.
That so fits that photo.
Oof. But anyway.
But then what can he do like a normal person?
Well, that is a good point, Kelly.
The only thing he can do is scream on Twitter and fire some of his
it has
through
been
Twitter, which is like highly unprofessional and not even like any way in politics whatsoever. Out of like whatever the 100 and so plus years, no one has ever had this much difficulty in succeeding, trying to hold on to power, even though this election's a mess.
Yeah. It is. It is a mess.
Yeah. If I was speaking to Trump, there's just one thing I'd say. Mate, you fucking lost. Piss off. I could be all more... don't waste wit on him. He fucking lost. Just tell him to piss off.
Out of all the evidence is supposedly found of dead voters supposedly voting for Biden, the machines making an error. It's just like...
Yeah. I love the joke about, he wants to recount, do it so we can watch him lose twice.
Or actually lose for the first time, as I think in the case of Georgia. I don't think he had Georgia. I think Trump had Georgia and then he lost Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah. Just before the recount, they sort of called Georgia for Biden, but they did a recount and confirmed, no, Biden won Georgia.
Oh, yep.
No.
And they have one claim, the pro-Trump Trumpsters or whatever, trumpets, they have like one claim from some USPS worker, just one guy, saying that he was like ordered to like get rid of ballots for Trump, which makes no sense because you would have to open the ballot in order to see if it was voted because it's
sealed.
Yeah, it's in a sealed envelope. So
he'd still be there today.
Yeah, and then there's the Lindsey Graham thing.
Oh.
The what?
So they're more likely to accuse someone of something they're doing than the other side actually doing what they say they're doing.
And they're gonna probably try to do 5D chess and say, well, the thing about the meddling of possible Russian influence and Russian hacking was mainly due to not hacking the ballot system or whatever, but hacking into advertisements to change opinion, not votes themselves, but opinions of voters.
Wait,
so
I didn't think that they had gotten past, noughts and crosses. How do they get to 5D chess? Or
They don't see when it comes
or
to
do
the
they think
minds.
noughts and crosses is 5D chess?
The thing is that they have unchecked whatever medications they're off of at the particular moment is come up with some really insane conspiracy theories just being pulled out of thin air about how supposedly this whole election is rigged, and then they're making points back from the previous election of the last 4 years somehow that the Democrats called that rigged, and however it's just like
it's funny to me that Trump declared the election rigged when he actually won the election the previous term. He's just given it the old, oh, if I don't win, it's rigged. It's fucking rigged. Meanwhile, he's got people in Russia that are basically hacking things to try and influence the result. He's going, oh, it's rigged. You'll see. It's a big conspiracy. Oh fuck, I won. What happened there? Well, the right result came through. Yeah, and now that he's fucking lost, it's like
it is rigged. I can prove it was rigged.
Also,
I have all the best evidence.
Yeah, folks, that's not camp enough. You need to be more camp.
Wasn't there also?
My trans friend said Trump is definitely a fag. He said, well, actually, he didn't say he's a fag. He said he's faggy.
Well,
which I just found. I
disagree.
I find that amusing from somebody who's in the LGBT to actually say that, and I'm particularly easily amused now that this shit is messing me up.
I thought it was interesting
So
that Trump chose to dance to YMCA, which is a song about gay men having anonymous sex in saunas. And his supposed dance move just looked like he was jacking off 4 guys at once. It was just like, and it was just like, dude, you okay? No, come out, dude. Just come out. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Annette asks, what the fuck is this? Annette, my contribution is that
you're back.
Mirtazapine plus wine equals my head has decided to give up on rationality.
I look at like 1:30. I normally would not mix another cocktail at 1:30, but I'm seriously considering it.
It's just one of those nights.
Because I found one in the book, the Bible. I don't know if I've ever made this. It's called the Bombay cocktail. Brandy, sweet vermouth, dry vermouth, curacao, and bitters. And I've got it all lined up here. So, and because there's nothing that's not alcoholic in there. Cool.
Referring back to Mega Leach's comment there about the USPS worker was recanted. He was forced to lie about those ballots because.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, I kind of figured that's what was going on, anyway.
Yeah. There was a funny thing that happened here in Australia when the referendum on marriage equality was happening. Various people worked out
fucking referendum.
The envelope they gave you to put your referendum vote in was totally see-through. If you held it up to light, you could see what was inside it. And so someone who is just a massive shit stirrer, which I applaud, he posted a picture of how if you held a ballot envelope up to the light, you could see what the person had chosen to vote for. And he just put a tweet out with a picture of an envelope held up to the light saying, "Hey, I work for the post office in this branch, and I'm holding all of the things up to the vote and throwing out all the no votes." And he didn't work for the post office. It was a total shit stir. And the right wingers lost.
Oh, they would have gone off their fucking tits.
They lost their shit, and they're going off.
I've actually, as I mentioned before, I've got a friend who is transgender. Actually, I've got a couple of trans friends. Funny enough,
we got a couple of trans friends just here.
I've got more LGBT friends than I have. In quotation marks, normal friends. The shit that the fucking campaigns.
Terminology we use is straight, sir. Not normal.
I put it in inverted commas. I was hoping the point would come through.
That's what I want to know.
Normal is bullshit. I was hoping that would come through.
What
but,
out?
The point that I'm making, I am a bit slower now. Metazapine plus red wine equals not so fast.
Metazapine.
Yeah. Drugs are bad. Okay. The no campaign shit. There was somebody probably from the church that this friend attends or did attend. He and I attend the same church now. There was some no campaign shit that was really fucking vile. I mean, there was stuff you saw and on the TV and heard on the radio, you know, that was just lying. We've all heard it. It was just lying. There was stuff that was directly personally sent to him that said transgender men are pedophiles. Yeah. I'm not making that up. No, I know, right? That is all kinds of fucked, and it's a very a good thing for whoever sent that it was anonymous, because largely I try to go by the not being judgmental and being forgiving and all sorts of things. But if I knew who that person was, and I would fuck their shit up so fucking bad. I would stick my fucking steel-toed fucking boots so far up their fucking ass they'd taste their own shit.
Yeah. I think possibly my two favorite sayings I've got off the internet, which were both from African Americans, when you're pissed off at someone. One is, and it's usually accompanied by a picture of a really angry black woman facing down a cop, and the slogan is, "I wish a motherfucker would." And like just waiting for them. And the other one is, "Bitch, I might." And just when someone's pushing you about as far as you can be pushed, those are the two that always pop into my head. I wish a motherfucker would, and bitch, I might.
I channeled there's two sides of me. There's Mr. Nice Guy, you know, the more Christian side of me, the nicer person who tries to be peaceful. There's another side of me. Now, everyone has this person in them, but it's basically a matter of how much provocation it takes to trigger what I call Mr. Bum. I call him Mr. Bum because he's a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Now, I channeled a little bit of Mr. Bum in the peer support group I attend on Friday mornings today, and Mr. Bum came out to the extent that I felt the need to apologise to the group afterwards because of just how fucking aggressive I was. And I'm going to... AG, are you okay, mate?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fading, but at the same time I'm listening and I'm really relaxed for the first time in about 6 weeks. So
far be it from me to fuck up your relaxation. I will leave you to it, my friend. I just wanted to make sure that you are okay.
Me in the talk, I was just imaging all the things you said. My eyes have got to get better used to it, and I've got to
okay.
Always pretend like.
I may talk a little more shit because I am just ever so slightly intoxicated.
Do it.
Well, look,
it's been a while since I've had a few drinks.
I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm not slightly intoxicated either. You see, today I went to the Dr. Bidone.
I can still pick the glass up.
Did my urinary screen and picked up some things on the way home. And
I'm supposed to be on a diet.
I'm supposed to be on the diet.
Yeah. My light and easy turned up yesterday. My light and easy delivery of food.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I got hungry while I was drunk. Oh no!
How do we get the munchies when we're a bit fucked up on something? That's so funny.
I have no such excuse.
What's that, folks?
Chocolate. That looks yummy. I want that.
Sounds all right.
I can see the word chocolate and macadamia.
I have a freezer full of ice cream. I've got many different flavors that I have been buying.
Ooh.
Big question, nobody. Is there mint choc chip?
Not yet, but I'm sure there soon will be the next time I go shopping.
If I'm not careful, I will spend an entire summer on just living on ice cream.
There's one bit of a problem that
You
I
have to be
found.
very vigilant.
Hang on. Yes, AZ.
No,
Sorry,
there is
you've
one
just
bit
reminded me of
problem
a
with
song
that,
I
no,
really
actually.
like.
Yeah, we're all talking over AZ. Sorry, AZ. Go ahead, mate.
No. Wasn't very important. I was effectively agreeing with Nettie.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
There is one problem I found with the extra. I bought these ice creams. My brother and I, we're very habitual creatures, us Aspies, as everyone knows.
Yeah.
So surprising fucking no one. Didn't need to say it. Listen to me waffle. Now that we used to get our ice creams at the place we get lunch, but they stopped doing that. So I started buying the ice cream for home. Problem is, now that I've got the ice cream at home, I have access to it on other days of the week. Consequently, I am now gaining weight, and if the spare tire around my middle gets any bigger, I'll be able to fit it to my car.
That's fair.
Yeah, I gotta say,
Lots of
I got a
face
bit
comments.
overzealous in my buying of fudge.
Well, fudge me.
Yes, and I got like 11 different flavors of this fudge, and it's amazing fudge.
Ooh,
it's like
good.
It's not
Confirmed my wine
it's
glass
not
leaks.
dry or anything. It's really good. But yeah, I've got all this fudge. And it's like 250 grams each. So yeah, like I ended up yeah a lot. And yeah, I'm still like working my way through it.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that, Kelly. That's okay. Sorry, I had to look up some lyrics because Nettie, when you talked about eating ice cream all summer, there's definitely a Billy Bragg lyric. I looked it up. It's from Greetings to the New Brunette. And I love Billy Bragg because, like me, he can't actually sing. And he's made a whole career.
I just wrote a song. I can't sing either.
Yeah.
Anyone?
So, the lyric is, here we are in our summer years, living on ice cream and chocolate kisses, with the leaves fall from the tree. If I was your old man and you were my missus, with my greetings to the new brunette. Sorry. I've always had a soft spot for Billy Bragg because he can't fucking sing.
He's a big old lefty, isn't he?
Old school communist is Billy Bragg.
Yeah.
He did a great version of what's the communist song? The Red Flag song that the commies sing, because the traditional way people sing
Red flag is flying.
is boring because it's to the tune of O Tannenbaum, the Christmas tree. It's a real dirge, but there's another way to sing it, and apparently it's a traditional Celtic tune called the Black Cockatoo, and the rhythms that is much faster. Instead of like the workers' flag is deep as red. It's like dun, 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 dun. The workers' flag is deepest red. It shrouded us down, martyred dead. Ere their limbs grew stiff and cold, their hearts blood stained its every fold. Raise the scarlet standard high. Beneath its folds, we'll live or die.
The most often I heard that.
Sorry, what?
The most often time that I heard that sung was by Helen Razer and Mikey Robbins in the morning. On Triple J in the 90s. All of a sudden, they'll just like break out into it.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was a weird time for Triple J in the early 90s. They were a bit lost for a few years there.
They were they were the best years.
You think?
I'm wondering if we should give AD permission to go get some sleep.
AT can make his own decisions.
I know. I'm getting into listening to you guys, and you know, maybe if I started snoring and annoying you, then sure.
Well, if you're fine with
nodding,
it.
you're nodding very quietly.
Yeah, you're not being a disturbance, mate. I just kind of feel bad, like we're keeping you up. That's all.
See,
you
we're
know,
not.
you know, we love you, AZ. You know, this group loves you, mate, and we just care. I'm not sure if he.
Yeah, no. See, we're not keeping him up at all. Nobody. See, yeah, so.
You might have a point.
No, he's well and truly asleep.
I can thoroughly recommend this one.
Good night, AZ.
From the Apple. The Applewood Distillery also has a winery on it, the Unico Zello winery, and they make this vermouth. It has the Japanese citrus yuzu in it, and it's
I love yuzu. It's
a very rich red vermouth, sweet vermouth. It's really good. I definitely recommend it. This particular thing called a Bombay cocktail. It's got brandy, and I bought this one just. It's another Australian one. I bought it just because it's called Not Your Nana's Brandy. So it's got brandy, sweet vermouth, dry vermouth, and curacao in it. It's very tasty, is all I'm saying. I love that he's gone from saying we're not keeping him up to losing consciousness. Sorry.
Is dry vermouth and white vermouth, are they the same thing?
Most white vermouths are dry or semi-dry, but I think there are possibly some sweet white vermouths. Red vermouths do tend to be sweet. I could be wrong, but I don't think there are any dry red vermouths, or if they're Italian, Rosso.
I got Cinzano so that I at least have something.
Yeah.
You know, when it calls for a vermouth, I got him. The red one and the white one.
Yeah, Cinzano is really cheap and he's perfectly serviceable. And look, good vermouths cost about 3 times more than Cinzano. And if you don't have a much, Cinzano's fine, quite honestly. In the 70s, Cinzano was very, all the Italian shit. And I know from my parents, all the Italian shit was very sophisticated in the 70s. Cinzano and the various sweet wines and, Marsala and other things. Everyone had Italian. Look, he just fell off his hand. There you go. No, he's still not conscious though. That's okay. He's gonna fall out of that fucking chair though. But
you know what?
That's okay.
I am fading pretty fast.
Yeah, no, it's
go, guys.
1:45. Yeah.
Have a good night's sleep, Nettie.
Night, guys. Are we going to
night
tomorrow? Will we come down again tomorrow?
I have a date night tomorrow night.
I thought it was last week.
Well, that sounds excellent.
Because Offspring are off somewhere else tomorrow. So me and Mrs. Angry went, hey, fuck it, we got a night to ourselves. Let's and we are actually,
this needs more wine.
Actually going out for the first time in 6 months. All our date nights have been at home for the last 6 months. This one, we're actually going out. So that's a bit of a fucking adventure.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
So I am literally going to have a cocktail made for me by someone else for the first time in 6 months. I mean, I have had some bottled cocktails, but that doesn't really count. I'm going to be somewhere where someone is going to make me a cocktail fresh for the first time in 6 months. So
I don't know if I can give up my level of control over my cocktails now.
I know a lot of bar staff were worried. They said, oh, God, everyone's been at home. making themselves really fucking strong cocktails.
I just got a message from a mate. I said, "Sorry, Angry. I have bad manners now that I've had a few." I got a message from a mate that makes me feel a little bit better about the fact that I've had a few and I'm kind of a little bit intoxicated on camera. My friend just had a few and just drove home.
Oh, fuck no.
That is so fucking bad.
No,
it was very rude of me.
No,
it was very rude of me to interrupt. But
not at all, man.
I'm noticing something. This empty wine glass, the effects of that are starting to wear off because there's only one screen in front of me again. Might have to rectify that situation. Because for a little while there was actually two of everyone, and that was pretty interesting. There was two sleeping AIDSies kind of overlapping. There was two angry Aussies. You get the picture. I had two of them.
Yeah, I didn't finish my story.
I'm a lightweight these days. Oh,
Nettie,
sorry, Nettie. Please proceed.
I did have a story that I was telling 20 minutes ago. That
get back to it.
When you first asked me about red wine and antidepressants, who's snoring?
Was that I'll mute him. Don't worry. That is pretty funny. It is pretty funny. It is pretty fucking funny, honestly.
Don't snore through my story. No, I was in Newtown and I'd left my husband for this fella, and this fella was a crazy fella, and the fella ran away to Melbourne with a 16-year-old.
Oh no!
Oh my god! Okay.
And he given me some bullshit story, and I was like, I didn't believe it. But I was like, I should believe it. I should be mature and rational. And anyway, so I'd started on Zoloft because this guy was fucking with my life in my head. And and I was out with friends and I downed a whole lot of red wine, and there was a blurry bit. And then what I remember was lying almost literally in a gutter, just on the side of the road, in a tutu, in a black gothy tutu, in the middle of winter.
Oh, fuck.
Unable to move. Absolutely unable to move in the back streets of Newtown, which it's not terribly safe.
Not all.
Not terribly.
Not in the late 90s. And this fella came past. He walked past this with his little fluffy white dog. He said, "Hello, how are you?" And I'm like, He goes, "Right, I'll check on you on the way back." And he took off to his friend's place.
Yeah.
And then this girl stopped her car, rolled down the window. I said, I mean, it is foggy now. Like I could barely see her through the fog, right? She goes, "Hello, are you all right?" And I'm like, I don't think that's it. I don't know. I might have made a noise. And she goes, "You should go home." Rolls up a window and fucks off. Then
good advice.
Hey?
Good advice. You'll get right on that.
Yeah,
How come I didn't think about that?
You should go home. Fucking.
If I can find my legs.
I can find my body. I was about 2 feet outside of it, and then the gay fella with his little white fluffy dog came back, and he said, "You're still here." I'm like, He goes, "All right, let's see if we can get you to stand up." And he says, "Don't worry, love, we've all been there." And he was just like the most lovely, lovely, lovely gay fella in the middle of the night person. Yep. And he just put me into a taxi. He said, "Don't worry, I've paid for it." He put me in the taxi, took me back off to my God knows what it was. I used to call it the Grunge Palace. It was it was an old crumbling sort of Victorian mansion in Stanmore.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Angry knows Stanmore.
I know the area, yeah.
It's been turned into a boarding house. So, and it had rats, really big, noisy ones. But luckily, they didn't come into my bedroom. They just stuck to the little kitchenette, which had been put into the covered over balcony part. Yes. So, that lovely man with his little fluffy dog, he saved me.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to share a Newtown story.
And that's all often red wine.
Yeah, I want to share a Newtown story from a New Year's Eve. I ended up with a couple of people, and because there's actually a pretty cool cemetery in Newtown. There's a church with an old
St. Stephen's.
Yeah, and there's actually it's from Sydney perspective, it's quite cool. They actually have the grave of the first white child born in Sydney. They died as an adult, but they were the first white child born in Sydney, and their grave is in this cemetery. And New Year's Eve, goths always want to go to this cemetery, but it's one of those things where it's not Catholic, it's Anglican, I think, and the priest or whatever lives there on the grounds and tries to chase you away if you go there on New Year's Eve. I was there with a couple of people that I didn't really know that I just met on New Year's Eve, and the priest comes along and he's asking us to go away, and without missing a beat, one of the women I'm with just goes, I understand. It's just, and she just points to a relatively recent headstone and just goes, this is my husband's grave, and I just wanted to spend a little time. And I was like, I was trying not to react, but just like, fuck me, that was good. How did you come up with that? It's a complete lie, and just randomly coming up with, I'm just visiting my husband's grave, was such a good way to not get thrown out of the cemetery. But,
lots of people had sex in that cemetery.
Oh yeah, sorry, my stove's
Yeah.
Shut up, you motherfucker. By the way,
I certainly had some snoggins in that cemetery.
Blair, I love your little comment of tucking Ace. Look at him, he's fucking gone. He is fucking gone for all money. That's priceless. That was like a 5-second gap from him saying, I'm fine, to literally just funch. Just gone.
He's gone.
Just fucking gone.
Night, AZ.
Yeah.
I guess we can take pleasure, I guess. There's another word, I can't think of it.
Solace?
We've helped, solace, kind of. We've helped AZ feel nice and relaxed that he could fall asleep on camera.
Yeah.
We can congratulate ourselves for that.
Good night, sweet prince.
Good night, AZ.
Oh my god. I'm going to have to, I swear, I'm going to have to sleep on
Because my liver has no say in it, I refilled the glass.
Oh, well, just fall unconscious and catatonic in your own home.
It's a soft,
in the back
fruity
streets of
red. Fox, I agree. Fuck the liver. It's the most evil creature in the world. I'm doing my best to destroy mine.
The liver is evil and must be punished.
Yep. And
shit.
What just happened? What just happened? I heard the sound of something breaking followed by an expletive.
Yeah, no, I just knocked the glass over. That's okay.
You know, I remember I was having a few beers with a mate, and Fox, you want to see the bottle I'm drinking from? It's not a bottle. It's a 4-litre cask. Yeah.
No,
They're
it's not
inex-
fruity
it's-
Lexia, is it?
Anyway.
Hang on,
Oh, no, hang
I'll
on,
mute me.
Lambrusco.
I'll mute me. This is for you, Fox. I'll get it.
Just read Megaleech's comment about going around the room and saying one thing you can appreciate about AIDS. You can watch it back later and you hear nice things.
I'm fucking sweeping up glass.
Let the record show that now, thanks to Fox, I have the alcohol directly next to me. I don't have to get up to refill.
Which is good. There's less chance of you accidentally having a little accident with the double vision. It's right next to
that's
you.
the trouble. The trouble is, there's one of everything again. I get sober as quick as I get drunk.
Rain's come on at 2 a.m. and surprised to find us still live. Except it's, oh God, I forget where you are in Europe.
Good evening, or good morning,
It's a
Rain.
fucking day for you or something.
Hi, Rain.
So nobody's been drinking, and is slightly less coherent and quite a bit less intelligent.
Yeah.
And actually, to tell you the truth, I don't know what else is going on.
So I just fucking smashed one of my good glass. Well, no, actually, it's not that
Well,
good.
that's
It's a rocks glass, but I've got some spares.
well, at least nobody saw it happen.
Yeah. No, it was weird because, like, the other
wait
side
a
of
minute.
my laptop there, and I moved the fucking. I've got a baguette there just for no real reason. There's a baguette there, and I moved it. There was a glass between the baguette and the edge of the bench, and so when I moved the baguette, I knocked the glass off the
That
bench.
goes down well.
Oh yeah, Rain. It's classic AIDSy. Yeah, he's actually he has completely lost one. I could spare him some dignity and not have him on there, but it's more fun to have him on there. Just
I like
He
how
doesn't need dignity. He's not into that shit.
he's not into dignity. No.
yeah, Nettie. Actually, you got a good point. I was about to
Oh, by
defend
the
him,
way,
but Nettie, you got a point.
I never told you, Angry. I have tried the oleosaccharin mix.
Yes.
And I tried it both with lemonade and without lemonade, and it's really good.
Yeah, I think it tastes kind of like sherbet. What do you think it tastes like?
Yeah, it's sort of like lightly flavored fruity lolly.
Yeah, fruit tingles. It tastes like fruit tingles.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but there's one side effect I'm very much enjoying.
Yeah.
My motor tick. My brain's
Oh,
too
you were
busy
meant-
dealing with the effects of alcohol that it doesn't know about. It's forgotten to tick. I'm enjoying that.
Good.
I'm very much enjoying. I'm very much
that was
enjoying that my brain
that
has
was
forgotten
really-
its tick.
That was really mean of me to do that. Anyway.
Many doctors have tried to find out what the fuck makes me tick. I've been to a CT, I've been to an MRI, I've had an EEG. And none of that is as amusing as what you just did to Azy.
Oh,
What's
God.
hanging on AIDSy's bloody
Poor
cupboards there?
Azy. Poor
What is
Azy.
hanging on his cupboard?
Yeah, well, I'm intrigued by his background there.
I don't know. That's tea towels, I think.
Yeah, but the black thing looks like clothing of a
He is
dubious
alive,
type.
isn't he? He is alive, isn't he?
What the hell's up there?
I mean, with
Is it
Azy,
like
the
beans for a
scary thing
beanbag?
is...
Could be. And there's like, that's probably a picture of him and boss of the house there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are totally T-holes on the handlebars.
Yeah.
Oh, there
Yeah,
it
see,
is.
we're gonna feel real bad if we find out he's dead. So it's just like
I would feel exceptionally bad. That
when he's okay tomorrow, I'm gonna tell him you were like on the live stream and it super looked like you were dead, and we made fun of you. But honestly, if
I'm
you were
already
dead,
feeling.
I would have felt bad. I would have felt bad.
I'm already feeling a little bit bad about that. I'm
Just
sure he's
turn his
fine.
mic back on and see if he's still snoring.
I second
that's
that
what I was
motion.
thinking.
I second that motion.
Yeah.
No, he's dead. Sorry.
You better call
I
boss of
fucking
the
hope
house.
not. I really hope not.
I think boss of the
I'm
house
sure
is
he is
there. He's
sleeping.
probably asleep just off screen. But, Megaleech reckons he moved. And Stella
We would feel
joined
so
us
bad
again,
if that
but,
actually happened.
Stella says, "Hey, I was in the shower. What did you do to Aidsy? I don't know what you were seeing. What you were seeing is what happened to him 5 seconds after he said he didn't have to go to bed."
Yeah, I was being all
And
nice
he's
to him, and
fine.
he just passed out.
He
I was
does this
saying
all
some
the time.
really nice things to him, and he passed out.
It's pretty
That
funny.
just shows how boring I am. I take
You
after
are.
my dad. My dad is exceptionally boring.
My dad
dad
is a
has
pretty
this
terrible
boring-
snorer, and so
I swear
when he
I've snored when my dad's talking to me.
Sorry, is that him snoring?
I think it might be.
Or was someone
AZ
taking
lives.
a piss?
Thank fuck for
No,
that.
no, someone was playing games, I think. I think Blur or Fox of Fate was playing
that was
games with us.
cruel. That was cruel. Fox is muted, so it wasn't Fox.
Okay.
Fox, why are you muted?
Well, okay, look. Stella's saying she's naked out of the shower. Fine, here we go. Okay.
Um,
I'm doing an
he's
AZ now.
really
that's a
nice
good
too.
image. Thanks. No, legitimately, a nice image. Because I'm a single man who lives alone, so those are the only images I get. Cheers.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Here we go. Appreciate it. Oh shit! What the fuck did I do then? Okay. Oh god! Now I'm stuck in my shirt. Help!
Grasshopper would like to join us. Oh, Grasshopper, what are you joining, my friend? What are you joining?
It's the fucking same bitch. Sorry. Okay,
Angry,
was someone
I've had
taking
a-
the piss, and
I've,
it was that AZ.
I've overfilled my glass several
I've been
times. What
eating.
is your excuse?
That's him.
Oh my god! See, he's alive. All right, I'll
Glad
put
to
the
hear
link
it.
on Facebook. Let me fucking handle it. I'm in control.
Grasshopper is backstage and waiting to enter this chat room.
Is he?
Apparently, he says so.
Oh, he is too.
You just
Cheeky
got to let me in.
Stella's
Oh, there he is.
so naked.
Welcome back, Grasshopper.
Hi, Grasshopper.
What you've missed while you were away is nobody had too
Rain's
many
joining
drinks.
us. Yeah. No, it's black. So your camera's not working, Rain. Your internet's not as good as you think it is.
Okay, so
A new face. Hello, Rain.
I've come back to a dead AZ and a person whose face I've never seen before.
Yeah. Oh, there we
Well,
are.
if you're not very-
Oh, Rain's out and about. Nice. With a mask and everything. Good to see, brother.
Excellent. Oh, who brought that up?
Yeah, what I was going to say earlier was my dad is a really bad snorer, and sometimes he falls asleep in the couch in the lounge, in the chair in the lounge, and he isn't snoring, and I have to double check to make sure he's alive because he's just so quiet and still. I'm like, are you okay?
Yeah. Like, in all seriousness, I'm probably gonna sleep on the lounge because if I have a few drinks, I snore really loudly, which is a really fucking rude thing to do.
Angry. I have a tip for you.
Yeah.
With snoring. Somebody in a support group offered this tip, and it actually has helped me.
Yeah.
So I can. I've got these headphones on. I can't tell how loudly I'm speaking. This mic is
No, you're
sensitive.
good, man. You're
If
good.
I'm too loud, I apologise.
No, you're good.
Yeah, vapor rub. Just a bit of rub some vapor rub on your throat before you sleep. It helps keep your airways a bit more open. It might help you with the snoring. It'll probably help you sleep a little bit better. Although my brother says it makes him worse off. But I've been using it, and it seems to help me. I've actually woken myself up because I wake up going, shit, they're snoring. Oh, that was me. Fuck.
Yeah, no, I wake myself up sometimes. But no, I found a thing. It was a thing from the like Priceline pharmacy. It's this thing you stick up your nose that opens up the nasal passages a bit and really reduces the snoring. But what's weird is if you're not really awake, it kind of feels like a really hard booger up in your nose. And so my brain has tricked me to the point where I've been semi-awake and I've touched my nose and gone, the fuck is that really hard booger in my nose? And I've touched the thing and I've pulled it out of my nose and put it very carefully on the bedside table. And then woken up, 6 hours later and gone, things not my. And they go, wait, I remember a dream where there was a really hard booger up my nose. And I pulled it out and stuck it on the bedside table. It's like
6 hours is about on average my best sleep.
Oh, Rain's internet.
But my brain decides, oh, look, it's 5 a.m. You don't need to be up for another 3 hours. Let's wake up. Thanks, brain. Appreciate it, you cunt.
Yeah. Seeing I've been attracting
fucking empty again.
Lately, I think I should just go the whole way. Like I'm wearing, it's like I've got the wife beater on now. I should just like take that off so they think I'm nude on the internet. Because,
I'd like to point out you are still live angry.
They've got
YouTube.
They've got a very weird fascination with me that I'm pretty sure is sexual. So
I'm way too prudish to do that. Way too prudish.
Just take the shirt off.
Even with this many, I am incredibly prudish.
Pops, that was a tease. No tease.
Yeah, Fox is a tease. Yeah, Stella. For all you know, Stella.
Fox is in a mood tonight.
For all you know, Stella, it's this all the way down. So I could be doing it. You'll never know. Because I think
YouTube would have a problem with that.
Exactly. No. But it's just the suggestion at the moment. It's a suggestion of what might be happening all the way down. So it's kind of like those guys who did the Omegle videos where they have no shirt on and they're doing this motion that looks like they're jacking off, and then they sort of go to a wider angle and they're like drying a dish. And
the shake weight.
Yeah, one of those things, and it's just like
good point, Fox.
Yeah, see, Stella's naked, so I'm just in solidarity with Stella right now. Quite honestly.
Hey, we still don't even know what Stella's face looks like. So as far as I'm concerned, if she says that she's naked, she may as well still be imaginary. So.
Oh, my imagination's pretty good. My imagination is pretty good, is all I'm saying.
You beat me to it, Angry. I was going to say something of the like. Like, because we don't know what Stella looks like, we can imagine that Stella is very attractive, and we can imagine a very attractive Stella in the nude.
I am sure that Stella is very
attractive.
That's
objectifying.
Stella is very attractive, her physical looks notwithstanding.
Yep. No, I'm objectifying everyone right now, whether you like it or not, and and that's why I'm naked. So because I'm just objectifying everyone except AZ, who's on cam, and the only reason I'm not objectifying AZ is
fucking 9.
He likes it too much.
Still, no wonder you've got your kid. 39 is fucked.
Oh no, I sleep nude all the time, whether it's 39 or not. But 39,
the most I have is a ceiling fan. I don't have aircon in this house. I can't afford it. I don't. And the really fucked up thing is the AC, the air conditioning in my car. It fucking died ages ago. So I don't even have aircon in the car. However, when I get to borrow my brother's car, that's got dual climate dual. It's aircon on both. You know, you can change the climate control on each side. My brother got very cheap a 300C, and it's very interesting when I get to drive that car because it literally has 3 times more power than my car. So, you know, I've got over 300 horsepower at my right foot. That's fucking fun.
Nice.
And you're nice and cool inside.
Nice.
Very nice.
I have a Holden Cruise hatchback that happens to be turbocharged. And
Ooh.
Yeah.
Choo-choo
No,
noises.
people don't realize that Holden made a turbocharged Cruise. So I'm just in this little hatchback and someone with a big fucking car tries to take me at the lights. If I'm bored, I'll just take them. And
That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. So basically, once that turbo spills up, your car can just fuck off.
Oh, yeah. No. The pickup in my car is and it really shits people in bigger, more performance-oriented cars that a Holden Cruise hatchback takes them at the light. It's hilarious.
I have a funny story.
I quite enjoy the 340 horsepower the V8 has to offer.
My old car was a Lancer 2004-5 model, I think it was, but either way, it had the 2.4 liter naturally aspirated.
Those things are good.
Engine.
They're a good motor.
And up top end, it's got next to no power, but down low end, that thing would take off like you wouldn't fucking believe.
Those things have got some good torque.
And it was all-wheel drive as well, so it just gripped the road. It was fucking fantastic. There's one night I'm driving back over. At the time, we were only engaged. We weren't actually married yet, and the house that we were renting beforehand, it got sold out from underneath us. So she was living with her parents, I was living with mine, while we were trying to find our own place again and whatnot. And on Thursday nights after I finished work, I used to drive over to her place and stay the weekend over at her place because I didn't work Fridays at that particular job. Driving along, it's an 80 zone. I'm at a set of red lights, and this Monaro pulls up next to me, one of the brand new ones with the 5.7 litre V8. Now, I generally listen to talkback radio because I'm a sadist. And I've got my windows up and I've got the talkback radio turned up, and when this guy pulled up next to me, I couldn't hear what they were saying over the music that was blasting out of his car at like some 11 billion decibels. I noticed that he's got
my
red
car
P
stereo
plates
is
on.
like that.
I've noticed that he's got red P plates on, and he's got a carload of people, which is highly illegal in New South Wales after 10 p.m.
In Queensland too, there are limits on how many people a P plater can carry.
So I thought, okay, well, this guy's just being a dickhead. I feel like being a bit of a cheeky bastard. So when the lights turn green, I put my foot down and absolutely beat him getting up to 80 kilometers an hour, where I put it into fifth and hit the cruise control. And of course, he's taken this as a great affront to his masculinity and has absolutely floored it straight past me. We're on a road with like lights after lights after lights, and eventually we both get pulled up at the same red light coming up a little bit further up. And there's 3 lanes, car next to me in the middle, Dickhead in the right. The lights turn green, I put my foot down, Dickhead puts his foot down. I get up to 80 into 50 at the cruise control. Dickhead's going past me like as if I was standing still. The car to the left of me turned into a Christmas tree.
Oh, God.
Rain's got some pretty good booze.
Rain, you showing off some Jägermeister there, brother.
Nettie is awake.
Nettie
Fox put in the text session.
You're awake.
What was it you put?
So yeah,
Nettie,
they
if you're
turned into a
awake, give us
Christmas
a
tree.
thumbs up. Nettie's awake. Good.
Pulled him
I
over,
remember
and I did
hiring an XR6 Falcon in Cairns, and there was a guy in the VE Commodore. I'm pretty sure it was stock. Every time the lights changed, there was a bit of a delay because his reaction was rubbish, and then he'd gun it to the next, and there was another fucking red light. I had my mum, my brother, and that at the time girlfriend. She since fucked off. Sent me a Dear John from New Zealand. Top show. Good on you, bitch. For a full year, I swore to God that if I saw her, I'd headbutt her. But that's a story for another day. So I was driving this XR6 Falcon, and it went pretty fucking hard. So there's 4 of us in the car versus this 1 or 2 people in this VE Commodore. The light went green, and I fucking nailed it. I cleared the intersection before he got into fucking motion.
Oh God. Sorry, I just want to share again. I've been doing random shit, looking at another screen share time. Okay, this is apparently a real UK politician. This is not a joke or someone being clever with Photoshop. This is a real UK politician. Like,
Boris.
what
That's not a wig.
What the? Oh, I think it's a wig. I think it's a wig. But what the
It has
fuck?
to be a
It's
wig.
Boris.
Okay, why is it a wig?
Come on, Boris Johnson's hair is like that naturally. Come on now.
That isn't
What
just
the
a
fuck
wig;
is
it's a
that?
dead
Boris
animal living on the head. It's
Because it seems both chaotic and yet stylized chaotic. Unlike Boris's hair, which just looks chaotic.
Fox says,
So that's why I say wig.
Fox says Gollum playing as Karen, cosplaying as Karen.
Yes, it's a dude. It's a dude cosplaying as Karen. That's what it is. Yeah, absolutely. Is. Oh.
Why on earth are you wearing sunglasses inside rain?
Man's got to do what a man's got to do.
Man's gonna sunglass if a man's gonna sunglass.
That's all I'm going to say on the topic. Good lord. Sorry, now I'm just trying to find other stupid. Fuck me. Sorry, I'm just laughing at AZ being fucking unconscious.
He's happy. He's fine.
He's fine.
In the meantime, I got a joke for you. What's the difference between a French kiss and an Aussie kiss?
What?
Oh no,
Aussie kiss
I know this
goes
one.
down under.
No, nothing. They're both
What?
almost the same, except the Aussie kiss is down under.
Yep. I know that one.
I like that one.
Figured that one.
God. Hey, Blur, what does a man with a 10-inch dick eat for breakfast?
What?
Well, this morning I had cornflakes and then I had some toast.
Oh dear. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Blur, what's the ultimate definition of self-deception?
What?
Faking an orgasm while having a wank.
Yeah, I like to encourage myself. Just
The
like,
definition,
Yeah, thank you, so good. Yeah, sorry, and then roll over and go to sleep. Sorry.
The definition, the height of conceit is calling out your own name during an orgasm.
Who remembers the urban legend about Russell Crowe? And this is from way back. This is like from the 90s or early noughties. There was the rumor going around that when Russell Crowe had sex, as he's thrusting away, he calls out, "Go Russ! Go Russ! Go Russ!" that was the thing. That was the thing that people said was real. So.
Oh my god. I'm just imagining, like, in my mind's eye right now, I'm playing out a scenario where I'm having sex with my wife, and I'm like, "Get into it, Shannon, just do it." You know?
Go, buddy, you've got this. Yeah.
It's just, oh. Although, a funny story, fucking funny story, my brother being the bastard that he is. So my brother's got brain damage. He doesn't understand the whole boundaries thing. Many years ago, was with my girlfriend. We're in my bedroom doing our thing, middle of summer. Air conditioner wasn't really working all that well, so we hopped off the bed and were having fun on the floor so that we didn't make a complete mess of the bed with sweat and body juices. And my brother, while we're about halfway through, decided that he wanted to have a cigarette. He was out. He wanted to get one off me. Didn't have a lock on my door. He's just opened the door, seen me and my girlfriend, naked as the day we're born, on the ground, doing our thing, zero shame, walks in, steps over my girlfriend and I, gets my cigarette packet off the chest of drawers, pulls the smoke out, closes the packet, puts the packet down, steps back over my girlfriend and I, goes to walk out the door. As he's closing the door, he turns around, looks at me, goes, "Get into her, bros!" and then closes the door.
Okay, about the Russell Crowe thing, who
Yes.
needs to give themselves a motivational talk during sex?
Russell Crowe. Sorry.
Yeah, because that's what people will be thinking could potentially be thinking if they were to hear that. It's like, am I this atrocious that you need to really talk yourself into this?
Yeah. And Fox in the text chat, the celebrity who was reported to have stuck a hamster up his butt was Richard Gere. Not actually true. It's not a fetish, but it's somehow, and this goes right back to the fucking 80s, because I'm old enough to remember that. Back in the 80s, pre-internet, everyone had heard the story that Richard Gere put hamsters up his butt. So
it was like that urban legend of the two gay guys that were apparently playing sex games, and one of them put a tube up his lover's butt, and a hamster went down the tube, and at one point there he lit a lighter for some reason, and apparently this ignited a pocket of methane behind the hamster and shot it out the lover's butt like a cannon type thing.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, I was like,
I think
there were
I
so many people
heard
who
something
actually
along those
fucking believed that.
lines.
Yeah.
Kinky?
But it was like a very, very long time ago.
Another one for Australians who remember TV from the 70s and 80s, Don Lane, the American who had a talk show on Australian TV. The rumor was that he paid a young woman to squat over a glass top coffee table and take a dump while he was lying under it. So it kind of looked like they were taking a dump on his face, but he didn't actually get a dump on his face.
There are some people that would get off
That's
to that.
actually a Hitler story.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I first heard, no. I read that. I'm sure I read it somewhere. Marginally believable.
Yeah, unfortunately,
About Hitler.
I shouldn't say unfortunately, I guess, but disturbingly enough, there are people who would actually get off on that. Like, hey, all the more power to and consenting adults and all of that sort of stuff. Just don't bring that anywhere near me.
No, poop is not a good idea. Poop is a doorway to unwellness.
Yeah, I was gonna. I saw this thing today, and it's called prank parcels or prank postage or something like that. And you get these envelopes, and you send people stuff in them, and they've got all sorts of random stuff on them. And the one that they were showing was used women's underwear, and it was like advertising genuine Australian women's used underwear. And they've been worn for at least 48 hours and sealed for quality of
the problem
scent
with
and all
that.
that sort of stuff. Anyway,
If I'm going to feel inside a woman's underwear, I want her to be wearing it at the time.
yeah. Anyway, so
Right.
I couldn't help but think, due to the amount of anime and stuff and stories I've heard about certain fetishes in Japan, that there would actually be people out there who would be disappointed, legitimately, that they weren't actually receiving used women's underwear.
That just reminds me of Belle Delphine selling bathwater.
God. The thirsty guys after Belle Delphine. Although I give her full credit, the whole I'm going to open up my own porn channel thing, and it was like Belle Delphine strokes hard cock, and it's a video of her with a rooster and stuff like that. I thought
that was genius.
I think she's a genius.
One of the, how I heard about her was, I was watching this video, and this guy was just saying what an absolute genius she is in basically manipulating all these people and selling her stuff and getting a high profile
the amount of
while just doing normal things.
Yeah, no, the amount of guys who were really, really pissed off about her OnlyFans. Apparently, there's no actual nudes of her. When
Yeah.
you know, if it could be a nude, there's like a love heart or a star or an emoji of some description over a nipple or whatever other part. And these guys are like, I paid $40 for this. It's like, dude, you're probably the guy that spent $100 on a bathwater. You shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing about that, that subject, it is if you want to see naked chicks, the internet's full of porn. Why would you pay someone to see a censored fucking image?
Yeah,
Fox. We're not saying that she's unattractive by any
Yeah,
stretch
like
of the
how is that
imagination.
like
She
an
is good-looking.
unpopular opinion?
Yeah, that's.
I
not an
actually
unpopular
can't read the
opinion.
chat anymore, so.
Yeah, no, we're not saying that she's unattractive in any way. Of course, she's good looking, but it's funny just watching the really thirsty guys out there. There's a YouTuber that I subscribe to by the name of Jacqueline Glenn, who's an atheist YouTuber and whatnot. And she's got some pretty cool videos. And she started up a Patreon, of course, as you do when you're trying to make a living on YouTube. And there was like about 6 or 7 different videos that she was linked to of these guys basically saying, don't sign up to her Patreon because you don't get to see her naked, basically. And it's unfortunate, like, we shouldn't be supporting her because we don't get to see her tits or whatever. And it's just like, oh, fucking, you make me ashamed to have a penis. You really do.
Yeah, Mama Dr. Jones was asked by someone if she could make an OnlyFans account, and it's like just not something she would even be remotely interested in. And if you spent like 2 minutes watching her videos or something, you'd know that that's just not her thing. So yeah, really annoying.
Hey, look, I mean, all the power and patience.
Yeah,
to anybody
absolutely.
Who wants to do an OnlyFans and all of that sort of stuff, but the idea that a woman doesn't deserve my money because she doesn't want to get her fucking kid off for me is just absolutely ridiculous. Like, like I said, it makes me ashamed to have a penis.
Yeah. This is correct. This is reminding me of, like, because I've got a few sort of free game apps on my iPhone that you have to watch ads for, and there are these recurring ads for these games that suggest you might see some cartoony nudity if you download these games. And,
that stuff.
And you have to give them money to see some sort of B-grade cartoony nudity, and it's like, ooh, you can download this and maybe see some cartoony nudity. Oh, wait, I'm on the internet. It's full of porn. I don't need to download this game. I just need to go to a porn site. So,
as a person who repairs computers for a living, one of the things that I have to keep on reminding, unfortunately, more than a few clients about, is you don't need to download porn anymore. There are so many places that stream it that are perfectly safe to go to. Stop downloading porn.
Yeah. Stella joking about an OBGYN OnlyFans. Yeah, you joke, but there is speculum-based porn out there, which I find somewhat troubling.
What is it, Rule 46 or something? If it exists, there's porn of it on the internet.
No, there's
Rule 34.
Yeah, Rule 34?
Yeah, Rule 34.
Yeah. Okay, so
I know a guy who's collecting porn.
Now
he's got over 200 gig of porn.
Yeah,
on his computer, probably well over that.
Okay,
it's fucking.
So it's 2:30. So I'm gonna send AZ to Sleepy Town. So he's gone. That's just too fucking funny. That was like 5 seconds from I'm fine to I'm
fine. I am so amazed by that. Is all. I'm fine. I'm actually enjoying the.
No, I actually, God, it would take me forever to dig it out because I don't remember when it's from, and I've got all this stuff on external hard drives. But I actually have video of him from about 10 years ago, falling asleep, standing up. and I had the camera rolling, and he's going, and this is when he was abusing.
I'm not making my own porn. No one wants to see that.
Yeah, this is when he was abusing fucking Nurofen Plus, and he's talking, and his head nods off to the side, and he falls asleep for 5 minutes. But he's leaning on his walking stick, and he's standing up, but he's completely asleep. And I just let the camera roll because I'm like, this is fucking amazing. He's just he has lost consciousness, but he's standing up. But so I just put the link in there for anyone who wants to do after show stuff, because I'm going to end the live stream because it's fucking 6.5 hours on YouTube at the moment. So that's probably enough for a live stream.
I'm on the sound desk tomorrow.
Oh, what time?
It's not until sort of closer to midday, like 10 or 11 o'clock.
Okay.
So.
That's okay. That's okay.
Hopefully I'll have processed this shit by then.
Definitely.
I am quite the lightweight, and I've had a few of these. It's kicking the shit out of me.
Yeah. So I'm going to end the live stream, but I put the link in the chat. Anyone who wants to after show, because this goes on forever. But we're leaving Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook now.
I still have enough awareness not to say Stella's welcome to join us while she's naked.
Yes, Stella or Mega.
Oh shit! I've just said it